All right, Ayo, what's going on, all my gamers, all my reaction gamers chat? This is just going to be the last part. I'm just going to call it here. And this will be the last part. I'm only making this 3-parter. So this one will probably be longer than the rest of them because it is about another 2 hours, I think, 2.5 hours. And I just don't want to make another one. So this video will be the last part of the entirety of the Cinder document. I think we're going on, I don't even know. Someone's going to have to calculate. I'll probably calculate it at the end and put it in the a pinned comment for how long it actually took me to do this. But yes, chat, here we go. This is starting from the Shy Lily section to the end. Chat, again, if you can, please subscribe. I almost have 1,000 subscribers and would love to hit that. And of course, join the Discord, become a part of the community, and send me things that you want me to react to. So I don't react to this again. Anyways, let's go.
Let's get to it. All right, so Shy Lily's section would actually be a mere 25 pages. It was definitely weird how one of the main instigators that Cinder claimed ruined her life only had 25 pages in their section. Well, that would be because the next section, titled The Breakdown, meant to be more of a recap of everything we've seen so far, would unofficially, halfway through, become a continuation of Shy Lily's section. Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you, this document was an absolute joy to read. In any case, before getting to the breakdown, we have to get through this section.
This reaction has been such a joy. I'm so glad that nothing has changed. My mind has in no way changed of how I feel about Cinder. And not only that, it's actually gotten worse. So this document, I don't know how other people feel about it, but for me, it just made everything worse.
First, so let's do that. Cinder would start it off with an image of Shy Lily's reply to her apology tweet back in April 2025. Here's what she'd have to say about it. Shy Lily was a friend, but I've never been close with her. I wanted to get to know her better because of how close she was to my other friends. She's someone I've always looked up to. I saw her as a role model, and as of this year, a potential business partner. I wanted to live up to who she's been for the Vtuber community and gamer subs now that I held the same title.
She really is a huge... Man, when you think about the pillars of the English side of streaming, sorry, I'm stretching. There's a few that come to mind for me, which would be Shy Lily, Iron Mouse, I guess we could say Indies specifically. Indies now. Actually, screw it. Gura. I'm trying to think who's super influential. I'm trying to think of the top tier. I don't know. After that, I think it depends on how you feel about it. But Shy Lily and Iron Mouse are definitely up there, right?
She was the only example of a VTuber in that position before me and set the bar for what a gamer subs part owner is and does. I've never been jealous of her or envious of what she had, and I didn't see her as my competition at any point.
Man, probably should have done that for everybody else. I'm just saying that a lot more would have gone. Things would have gone a lot smoother had you thought about this with everybody else.
Since October of 2024, Shy Lily and I had been messaging back and forth every now and then in our DMs, leading up to our interactions before and during our V-Card collab you saw in the previous section.
Right.
From the second half of March 2025, she stopped replying to my messages.
Okay.
It's not odd to get busy and miss messages, and I was guilty of that all the time to too many people, but it was out of the ordinary and was going on for almost a whole month by the time I was canceled. This was alongside her seemingly dodging collabs we were both a part of and off-putting reactions to me rating her. I became anxious about what was going on in March and April because I viewed her in such high regard. Shy Lily didn't have her own document about me and didn't say anything until after I did, but she was the first one Nano contacted about any of this and was involved the entire way through.
Right.
Shy Lily pulled everyone together to organize, plan, write, and post the documents that ended in my cancellation, and her lie-filled reply to my apology was the final nail in my coffin. Her actions show she clearly had something against me before Nano ever said anything to her, and she couldn't take accountability and admit to it until I was already in the ground. Shy Lily said she wanted her own section, so here it is. This would of course be
Nice.
referring to Shy Lily in a stream as the drama was going on, jokingly saying, I wanted my own section, or where's my section? And she continues, I'll show and explain
Sure.
everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily for the couple of months leading up to what happened, since it's relevant to understand what Red told Nano in their messages. I won't be repeating things that included Shy Lily in the previous section about V-Card, and this section will pick right before the release of the game and my collab with her. Okay, so first off, these are some pretty heavy accusations, you know, saying that she orchestrated everything, that she was involved from the beginning until the end, that her reply was the final nail in her career's coffin. It seems like Cinder was going with the narrative that Nano was manipulated, Bao was lied to, and that Shy Lily was behind all of it. This leads us to the first.
So let's say it like this. I'm just gonna put it like this. I'm gonna lay it all out before I even read anything else or get told anything else. Whatever you think Shy Lily did, or what you're about to accuse her of, does not take away from whatever you've already done. It just doesn't. You're already like 6 feet in the ground, in my opinion, for your reputation. Whatever else you're gonna show, everything that's wrong with you, of like the negative opinions that I have of you, are just completely, what's the word I'm looking for? Are completely separate from what anyone else's opinion or what you would have done or what anyone else would have done. None of this is going to change that, but let's hear her out.
Section in this document titled V-Card Launch Information. Cinder would say, I need to talk about this first because I made a mistake and knew it upset Shy Lily even if she couldn't admit it to me. This event would happen on the 26th of January 2025, and Cinder would say, Red and I were planning my stream for V-Card's launch day and asked gamer-subs about Shy Lily's exclusive unboxing stream to make sure we weren't stepping on her toes. During my stream on the 31st, I didn't start doing anything V-Card related until 3 p.m. EST out of respect for her. Red then gave gamer-subs a list of questions I wrote down for him that my community had asked me about V-Card on one of my previous streams. She would include DMs like in the previous sections, but to sum this all up, this mistake that Cinder did was appearing to want to steal the spotlight from Shy Lily during V-Card's imminent launch. Why is that a big deal? Well, look, it's a fairly known fact by now. V-Cards was a project that was in the works for a while, and Shy Lily spearheaded it. Like Cinder said, she was the first VTuber to ever be a part owner of gamer-subs, and this was her baby. This is why Cinder didn't want to do an unboxing stream as Shy Lily was doing hers. She didn't want to disrespect that. Cinder would join gamer-subs officially as a part-time owner as V-Cards was getting ready to launch. And Shy Lily was okay with getting Cinder on board the project, even though it was literally near the end. But of course, Cinder, being the second VTuber to ever become a part-time owner of this company, felt a lot of self-inflicted pressure to live up to Shy Lily's name. This is why she wanted to participate in the launch of this product and advertise it as much as she could. She, along with Red, would ask questions her community had about the product directly to gamer-subs staff 5 days before the product was meant to be released. The problem, though, was that many of these details were still not 100% confirmed, even though the product was very close to release. Staff, of course, failed to mention that to Cinder. Now, on the other hand, Shy Lily wasn't mentioning any of those details on her stream either. So Cinder took it upon herself to clear the air and answer questions, because there were many questions about this product that weren't really very clear yet. Here's the thing though, many of the answers that Cinder was given and that she gave out to her community were wrong. Gamer-subs would only let her know about this after she had already revealed them to the public. But by then, it was too late. Since the info had already spread like wildfire, pretty much everywhere on the V-Card subreddit, on Shy Lily's Discord server, while citing Cinder as an official source, things got messy very quickly. So on the day that V-Cards would release...
Wait, what were the things that she got wrong? Social media wasn't... Send me update info about the box pricing. Oh, so the price was what they told her was $84.99, but it's actually $89.99, right? This is only big change. Okay, I think I get it, right? A few updates, nothing super new for you. I just wanted to send the copy paste that everyone else got. The only big change was that the booster box is going to be sold for $89. Yeah, $84.99 sounds like a weird number. I don't know why. Like, I probably wouldn't have believed that, because that just seems... That doesn't seem like the kind of pricing they normally have, right? It just seems kind of sloppy looking. Like 89.99 looks cleaner. Maybe just for me, I don't know.
As an official source, things got messy very quickly. So on the day that V-Cards would release, on the 31st of January 2025,
Right.
Shadley would express how angry and annoyed she was about V-Card info leaking early, including incorrect information. Cinder would link Shadley's VOD of over 7 hours and a half and would provide a timestamp. I can show you a couple of quick clips that really summarize how Shadley was feeling.
Most likely correct, because sometime today or sometime late yesterday, info has been giving out. But whoever has been making rumors over the last couple of days that have been ruining my day.
What is that? What is this thing? I don't know why this is bothering me. I'm like, what is this thing? I don't know what that is. Huh. I wonder what that is.
Off. Let me correct that bullshit Reno real quick. Let me just find the info.
Okay.
So yeah, she was very visibly frustrated. Here's another clip.
That does
showing
seem
off
pretty.
too.
She's pretty
Watch.
pissed.
Sad it happened, but sure. I guess people are just excited to be the ones to spread stuff.
I love that
before
PNG.
me.
That PNG's so
Whoever
good.
added the rumor that there's a 20-minute pre-launch on the app, that's wrong.
Yeah, she wasn't happy at all about this. Here's what Cinder would have to say.
Oh, okay. Okay, so if anyone doesn't know, I'm an avid Gamer Subs purchaser. There normally is that, I believe. I think it's 30 minutes. I don't know if they still do it. They used to do it for a lot of their drops. I think they might have gotten rid of that, but there used to be a 30-minute window when the app first came out of app exclusive access to buying. I guess they ended up getting rid of it sometime like a year ago, something like that. So it's been a while, but I can kind of see a brand new product, want to get the app out there. They know they're going to sell like hotcakes. I can see it. It probably, I guess we'll see. Will V-Card be available for 20 minutes? Everything will go live at 3 p.m. See, from my understanding, 20-minute early app is no longer something we do company-wide. Yeah, see? It's something they used to do on the app. I remember because I would always I would always get on the app and just try to get whatever drop I wanted to get.
Document of the info I gave out the day before, I was wrong about the price by $5, which I was only updated about after my stream ended. The other thing I advertised that I assumed would be the case but was wrong about was V-Card being available 20 minutes early on the GamerSubs app. All of their drops were consistently like this for a long time, but it was only on V-Card's launch day did Red and I found out that it was discontinued. Everything else was correct, but
that's kind of bad, dude. Really, I'm a consumer and I knew that. If you're a partial owner, that's probably not a good thing, right? I don't know. I'll call it a mulligan. I don't want to be like, oh my God, you're so bad because you didn't know your own company's blah, blah, blah. No. Hey, it happens. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just forget what things are. It's okay.
I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say anything.
I'm not gonna
said
falter
that
on that
official
one.
sources were the only ones with correct info, meaning herself and the GamerSubs or V-Card Twitter accounts. When someone asked if I was an official source, she said no. I was a part owner now, and I didn't know there was a difference between me and the other official sources. I was given the information directly from the source, thought it was okay to make public, and thought I was doing the right thing by answering questions the community had. My motivation.
Herself and the GamerSubs or V-Card accounts. Man. The problem is I don't know the structure of this company, right? I get that she's a partial owner, right? But if this is spearheaded by Shy Lily specifically, that would mean no, Cinder is not one of the official sources. She probably manages something I have no idea what she even manages as a partial owner. No clue. Legitimately, I don't know. But if Shy Lily is said to be the only one working on it, I can see why she would say no, right? It does seem a bit confusing, right? Because they have the titles of partial owner. So that's just a whole confusing thing.
Wasn't to be the first to share this info. The community didn't know what was going on just a day before the game launched, and instead of leaving them in the dark, I gave them the answers to the questions asked on their behalf. As a new part owner, people were looking to me for answers about V-Card, and I thought I was doing the right thing by informing them. I was wrong to do so and made a mistake, and I made sure to correct the info I had wrong on my stream on launch day. That night, I messaged Shy Lily to apologize about what I did. After what happened with Numi 2 nights earlier, I was making an effort to be more open about things. Shy Lily avoided saying I was the person who was leaking info, or admitting I was who she was mad at. I was the only one who could have shared the incorrect price and was the one mistakenly advertising the early app pre-orders. And there were posts citing me as the source of all this leaked information. Shy Lily knew it was me, sounded pretty mad on stream at the leaker who was excited to be the one to spread stuff before her, but danced around it as if she was never mad at me. In the end, she praised me for having the balls to reach out to her about this. So as Cinder mentioned, she felt guilty, and she didn't want this drama to erupt further, especially since she only so recently joined Gamersubs. She'd messaged Shy Lily to clear things up on Vcard's launch day, so January 31st, 2025, after Shy Lily's stream, I guess, where she was ranting. And what would follow would be a very wholesome conversation, with Shy Lily completely understanding that it wasn't even Cinder's intention to make things more complicated, and blamed Gamersubs for not telling her that this info was still confidential and not final. And as Cinder said on the previous page, Shy Lily would end the conversation saying, "Huge fucking respect to reach out. That takes a lot of balls, LMAO." Almost a couple weeks later, on the 16th of February 2020.
Okay, I'm like, chat, don't judge me. I'm a really big V card collector. I just want to look at the... are those the binders that she had? Yeah. Part of a little weird stream. I guess you're in... After 4 boxes? Wow. Man, okay, this is going to be such a small tangent, and some people are not going to like this. I actually got a Cinder 9 card, and because it was around the time that all the drama was going on, I made it kind of a, just to be a showman on stream. I actually tore that card in half because I was like, I'm getting so many duplicates. Surely there will be another Cinder card that I'm going to get. And sad to say, no, I didn't get another Cinder card, which I am honestly insanely regretful for, because it was such a beautiful art and I actually love that card. I should have torn up these. They have like these box toppers that you can make a cool design when you put them all together. I should have torn one of those because I have like 20 of them that don't make anything. So I could have just torn that to make the sound of the card tearing and then just like have it there. However, I had to pull that real quick. I do have a Pyro Pup card. I will not be tearing this. I will not be burning it. I will not be doing anything because I am an avid collector of these cards. And I don't know how many Pyro Pup cards I have. Oh, I have 2. I have 2 Pyro Pup cards. Those are staying. Or if anything, I'll give them, like if I go to a con or something and someone wants those Pyro Pup cards, I'll give it to them so the cards have a good home and not to be with an asshole like me.
To reach out, that takes a lot of balls, LMAO. Almost a couple weeks later, on the 16th of February 2025, both Red and Cinder would ask their contact...
I may be talking a lot of shit, but I do really feel bad for that. I do want to, I do want to say my bad. Whoops.
Gamersubs to please give them updated information and not make them go through what they went through very recently. They didn't want these misunderstandings to happen ever again. However, 11 days before that, on February 5th, 2025, we would have the last ever collab between Shy Lily and Cinder. It would be both of them with 2 other VTubers playing Super Mario Party.
Is that Limon?
A month later, on the 3rd of March 2025, Cinder would ask Shy Lily if she wanted to play a co-op game with her, hoping to bond over it while getting to know each other. Lily would say that she was busy due to the new World of Warcraft season coming out and said sorry. 8 days later, on March 11th, 2025, Shy Lily would reach out because she was having streaming issues, and her chat told her that Cinder had the same exact issue at some point. The conversation seemed very friendly and both walked away from it positively. However, things would soon start to change from Cinder's point of view, starting from the 21st of March, barely 10 days later. Here's what she would say in the document about that. After this, there were 2 different repo collabs Shy Lily and I were supposed to be a part of. This was when I thought things started to change between me and Lily. There would be one on the 21st of March 2025, and Cinder would say this was the first repo collab. It was originally going to be on the 15th, but was rescheduled to the 21st. Shy Lily was supposed to be there, but she decided to cancel last minute due to a Bikini Bottoms collab she had going on that day. I understood just like everyone else, and this alone wasn't a problem.
There's another
The second collab would be on the 27th of March 2025, so barely 6 days later. Cinder would say this second collab never happened, but was being planned in a group chat. Shy Lily was added to the chat but apparently couldn't make it shortly after. She never messaged in this chat directly before she was removed. These are all of the messages here, and it never went anywhere after this. And yeah, we can see just barely a few messages here. Someone would say, oops, Lily can't make it, and they would remove Shy Lily from the group very shortly after. This would happen on the same day, less than an hour after Cinder had joined the group. What would happen next is Cinder including all the rest of her DMs with Shy Lily in the document. Here's what would happen. On March 28th, the new V-Card rules would drop after community dissatisfaction over them. Cinder would message Shy Lily about collabing to play it in the game Tabletop Simulator. This would be in an effort to renew interest in the product, and Cinder would admit
I have actually never seen anyone play V-Card. Is that weird? I haven't. Now, mind you, there are a lot of people that are interested in this card game for the cards themselves. Like, when I was at TwitchCon, people just like hung out at that booth at the card section like all day long, bringing out binders. Like if they saw you with a V card binder, people will come and up to you, ask to trade and stuff like that. It's really cool as just a trading card game itself. But as far as gameplay, I've never seen anyone play the actual game.
This proposition was motivated by business implications.
I would love to learn.
I would also add the fact that this was something to do as friends too. A couple days later, and we would start seeing the whole raiding incidents. Here's what Cinder had to say about them. The first raid would be on the 30th of March 2025. Cinder would say, Shy Lily greeted the raiders and didn't say hi to me, or thank me for the raid. I didn't see it when it happened, but if you were to watch for another 5 minutes after she'd basically moved on with her stream, you'd see she then did quickly thank me for the raid. If she was able to greet my raiders when the raid first happened, then why couldn't she have also said hi and thanked me then? I wasn't upset about this since it was just one raid. Nano's document had a link to the exact timestamp this raid happened and Shy Lily's defense. So the reason why Nano had this in her document was because she showed screenshots of her DMs with Red, where he'd start to gossip about Shy Lily. We're going to see these later in this section. But for Nano, this was an effort to prove that Red was just delusional, same as Cinder.
Which he was. That's not a question. That's not speculation. He's 100% delusional about that. She clearly thanked the Pyro Pups, unless someone that I have no idea and have never met. Someone else is a Pyro Pups? I don't think so.
About Shy Lily not thanking Cinder when she raided her, but she did, so what gives? 7 days later, Cinder would message Lily. 4 days later, Cinder would raid Lily again. She'd say, Shy Lily didn't say hi or thank me for the raid like you'd expect your friend to do or any streamer to do. She said hi to my raiders, but didn't thank them either. She goes on to read one of my chat messages, but this was the second time Shy Lily had an off-putting reaction to me sending my community to her in the past couple of weeks, coupled with removing herself from collabs I was a part of and ghosting my messages. This more recent raid was not linked in Nano's document. I decided to DM her again to bump what I had sent her before. After still not hearing from her, I was convinced I had done something wrong. I wasn't expecting an over-the-top reaction from Shy Lily just because I raided. Just a hello and a thanks for the raid, like any other streamer would do, especially from someone who was a friend. In the past, Silvervale, who Red and I knew had a problem with me, purposefully refused to say my name when I raided her.
Did she? Did she really? It's so tiring hearing this stuff, bro.
She continually ghosted my messages and got a
Leave
model from
Silver
Nano at a suspicious
alone,
time,
bro.
among other
Just
things,
let it
which will all
go.
be shown in her section. These specific experiences with someone else who we knew didn't like me further led both Red and I to believe that Shy Lily had a problem with me for some reason. I wouldn't have thought that the individual things I experienced with Shy Lily were pointing to a greater problem if they weren't all happening over the same few weeks.
Okay.
So as I said, what comes up next would be Cinder including the DMs between Nano and Red, where he would start gossiping about Shy Lily on the 11th of April 2025. They would be 6 pages in total, and we already went through all of them in Nano's section. So there's no need to go over them again.
Thank
but if you've
goodness.
already forgotten, which is totally reasonable since this document's way too big, Red would basically start gossiping about Shy Lily, saying how she's been avoiding Cinder, how she's been acting weird, how the antenna went off on his head because she's been asking Nano for a model.
I hate
pretty
this
much
guy.
Be it. Then by the 5th,
I hate this guy so much, bro. You have no idea just how much of a dickhead he is in my eyes. I'm so dumb.
15th of April,
I'm so done.
Cinder was getting really anxious, so she messaged Boeska, Shy Lily's manager, asking him if he could bump her messages to Shy Lily. This is when Boeska would say that she wasn't really on Discord that often except for business meetings and stuff, so that's why she wasn't replying. To which Cinder would say, thank you, Boeska. We were messaging kind of frequently a month or 2 ago, that's why I asked, but no worries. Here's what Cinder had to say about it in the document. Boeska told me Shy Lily rarely uses Discord and only uses it for business meetings and stuff. which was weird because until these past few weeks, I didn't have any problems getting a hold of her in our DMs. I hadn't had to message Boeska to get to Shylily since before October 2024, so this was out of the ordinary by now. The new messages below were the same day in the group chat with us and Shylily. I was fine with not doing anything together, and I just wanted to hear from her since I had no idea if something was wrong. Nothing else was ever said in this chat.
Right.
So this image, we can see DMs between Boeska and Cinder in a group created with Shylily, and then Cinder would say in the document, Boeska told me Shylily would be very occupied in the coming months because of a trip somewhere, implying I shouldn't expect to plan anything. And this leads us to the last thing in this section, an event that would occur on the 21st of April 2025, when Cinder sent her final message to Shylily. Here's what it said. Hey Lily, is everything okay? I know I've been told you aren't the best with messages, and I get we're both super busy with things all the time, but I kind of feel like I've upset you in some way and wanted to ask you directly. This would prove to be too late, because 6 days later, the entire cancellation of Cinder would occur. Nana would post her document, bow shortly after, and nothing would ever be the same again. All right, so overall, I do want to re-emphasize the fact that this section, I don't know why it exists. I think she just made it maybe to be petty over the fact that Shylily said she wanted her own section. But as I said in the beginning of this section, most of the things Cinder had to say about Shylily would be in the next section called The Breakdown. But in regards to this section in particular, like many other incidents that occurred or were mentioned in this document, a lot of what happened was due to misunderstandings and miscommunication. Cinder's immense self-inflicted pressure to live up to Shylily in regards to the gamer subs made her do things that she might have
why does she do this? Why is it with her competing? She says that Lily was the only one she never had to compete with, when the reality is she never had to compete with anybody, but she did it to herself, and then it just led to the probably her own, not, I don't want to say her own downfall, but definitely it put her in a bad spot, if that makes sense, because she's I'll check right now. I think she went live today. No, she did not. Okay, I take that back. I just lied to you guys live on video. But you know, I give my thoughts at the end of every section. Closing thoughts of this section is nothing. We didn't get anywhere. There was just a few things where it's like Cinder's being weird and showing Red being schizo again, so no, I didn't get anything. Let's just keep going.
Usually done.
Nothing happened.
All in an effort to get closer to Lily and make herself look
I'm like Zuko when Zuko finds the scroll. Is that it? Is there nothing else?
Better in the process. Sometimes this may come off as way too overbearing or even suffocating, and could explain why Shylily had distanced herself from her. In any case, don't make up your opinion just yet, because there's way more to still look at in the next section, titled The Breakdown. All right.
I was just giving my opinion because I usually just give my opinion at the end of sections.
Here we are, The Breakdown.
Here we
Everything
go.
that we've already seen in the document is meant to culminate into this section. And even though Cinder might have been a bit lighter on her attitude towards Bao or Numi in the previous sections, here she goes all out. It's confrontational towards everyone and anyone involved in her cancellation back in April of 2025.
Oh, shit, it's about to go down.
Aru, and Spike, because they had their own sections. Here's how she started off. Nanoless, Shylily, and almost a dozen of my friends planned the original documents about me. It took them 2 days to decide to cancel me. Everything was dropped on me out of nowhere, and somehow...
A dozen of her friends? Wow. People don't like you, huh? Well, I don't know who the other dozen are, so I know it's Numi, Bao, Lily, Nanolis. That's only 4. Is that it? Buff Pupper? No, I don't really think so. Silver? Definitely not. I don't know. I guess we won't really know. Anyways, let's go.
I was expected to have the perfect response to the claims they had already determined I was guilty of. When I first started this document, I thought my friends all lied about me. Red and Nano to protect her and hurt me. I could understand why, but as things came together, I was no longer convinced that was the case. It didn't make sense for all my closest friends to maliciously and willingly lie to the public about me at a moment's notice, no matter what they thought I did to them. However, there's one thing I believe happened that would connect all of their lies back to one place. At the start of this document, I said I was convinced there were 2 people who drastically influenced how things played out before and after my cancellation. Shylily lied to Nanolis about her own actions towards me, telling Nanolis she was being manipulated when she wasn't. Under the excuse of manipulation that Shylily gave to her, I believe Nanolis lied to everyone about her experience with Red and I to avoid accountability for any of her own actions. With Shylily supporting her, they lied to my friends and they lied to you.
I don't think Nanolis lied. Nanolis lied, no. 100% Nanolis lied. I don't think she's as mastermind she's the mastermind you think she is, or at least I don't think so. ? I don't think she was manipulated. I think she was influenced. That's probably the right word, right? But like a lot of her, oh god, it's been so long, Chad. It's been like days. I definitely think that Red probably had some more influence on her, but definitely I don't think she was manipulated. No.
believe my friends were manipulated by the last people they'd expect to be manipulators. I believe what my other friends did and said were because they were misinformed about what really happened and were convinced to see things the way they weren't. All of them were making or supporting accusations against me that happened over years, when the timeline for the things those accusations were based on was really only 5 to 8 months long, leading up to my cancellation on the 26th of April 2025. They were operating under a different set of information than me, and they used what they already knew to jump to conclusions. They may have also been manipulated not to contact me or Red for our side of the story because it would contradict what was being told to them. In this section, I'll be breaking down the documents and statements from Nanolist, Bao, Shy Lily, and my other friends who were involved. They used their own words and all the evidence in the past few sections to build a timeline of events, address their claim, and draw conclusions about how and why things happened the way they did. So as I said, what's different here is that there would be sections based on speculation. Now, of course, it's disappointing to know that there's
Why is everything color-coded, man? Okay, let's read what these are. Screenshots that are directly overtaken from another document are highlighted with orange border. Dates and important messages within any screenshots are highlighted with yellow. Video timestamps are linked. Oh, this is not that crazy. Directly highlighted in green. Any sections based on speculation? You can't really speculate. Oh, okay. I'll hear out your speculations, but I just want to say so far, don't come with speculations, come with facts, right? I'm not going to really hear out what your crazed conspiracy theories are in something that your husband, who probably shouldn't be left alone for more than an hour, I don't want to hear his theories. I want to hear something concrete. I want to hear things straight on.
Speculation in a 1,000-page document, as Cinder called it, 1,000 pages of proof. But here we are. We'll definitely take a look at a couple, but it's speculation, right? If there's no proof, there's no need to talk about it to begin with. I think that's what most people would think. If anything, it's dangerous because it emboldens people who have been harassing others for the past 5 months. Hell, I know VTubers who've been harassed simply for reading the entire document and giving their opinion on it. Cinder can say that she doesn't support people like this all she wants, but they exist.
I think people got on Alana for it. I haven't actually heard Alana reading it. That's gonna have to be me checking it out at work or something. I'm not gonna make another video on this. This is like the last video I'm making on this. But I've heard Alana
emboldens them.
Really
that
got
is factual.
a bad.
Anyway, she continues.
A bad
Who was
rap
involved before anything was public?
Which sucks.
Nanolist. Nanolist was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point for all the claims that followed. She posted the first document. Shalili was the person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from the start. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able to after surgery. She posted her document minutes after Nano. Numi. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. She also gave a list of people who were involved on her stream on the 28th of April, 2025. So this is why she included the section about Vcard and Numi, right? Numi told Shy Lily about this, and Shy Lily talked about it on her stream. This was Cinder trying to explain what happened and that she didn't abandon her friend. She'd continue, the other three girly pops. That's the name of their friend group. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened and had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this to help corroborate things the rest of them talked about. Buff and the other 3 Vichiban members. Numi said that Buff and the other 3 Vichiban members were also included in their calls together. On Buff's stream on the 22nd of July 2025, she basically said that she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. The VOD of the stream was made private within a week or 2 of it happening. Cinder would link a Google Drive link. She saved the VOD. You know what? You gotta respect it, man. At a certain point, this document's ridiculous in terms of length, but you gotta respect the effort. I mean, seriously, that's
pretty good foresight to be able to download it and in like within a week, because you said she privated after a week or 2. This is months after, so she knew she was gonna do this.
It's crazy. Here's what Buff Pup would say.
Okay.
And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us, but you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something, and we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? and they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that and we'll be here to support it.
All right, so from BuffPup's point of view, this was about them supporting the victim in question. And the final person on this list is Sacramore. Bao's video editor, Sac, had his document.
Let me hear that one more time. I don't think that's what she thought it was, but let me hear that one more time.
The VOD. You know what? You got to respect it, man. At a certain point, this is what BuffPup would say.
And I don't want to bring up this situation because it still is affecting a lot of us, but you know, with the fire VTuber that happened recently, a lot of us didn't say anything until the person who was affected said something, and we all went to said person and said, hey, what do you want to do? And they said, I want to do this. And we said, okay, girl, like you go do that and we'll be here to support it.
All right, so from BuffPup's
Oh, I apologize for that. I almost choked my own spit. From what this actually sounds like, I don't think she was involved in making the document. From what she said was, she asked the person who was gonna make the document, what do you want to do and how do you want to handle it? She told Buff what they were gonna do, and she said that we will be here to help you when whatever happens. I don't think that means that she's going to help with the document. She more so said, we're going to console you. If anything happens, reach out. Right? I think it's something different. I think she just misread her response.
Point of view, this was about them supporting the victim in question.
Right.
The final person on this list is Sacramore. Bao's video editor, Sac, had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's.
Scaramouche? I don't know if Scaramouche really had... Scaramouche seems like... He seems very moisturized and unbothered. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can't really convince me that he was out here really looking for... Really looking for those... Whatever. He wasn't really looking for problems. He was just out here just doing whatever he felt like.
Red said to Nano about Bao in January it was about him too. Of these 12 people, no one contacted me before everything was made public, and only one of them reached out to me right afterwards. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. I do not believe anyone else who was mentioned in Nano's document were involved at all in the planning of anything beforehand, including Cotton, Silverveil, and Spiked. As Nano's document states, their names were censored in it because none of them gave their consent for them to appear before it was posted. Seeing as they all made it known their names were the ones censored shortly after, they must have only been contacted very shortly before it was posted. Cotton tweeted one of Nano's screenshots with her name uncensored about 2 hours after the document was posted, and Silverveil and Spike posted their own documents with Nano screenshots about 14 and 8 hours after Nano's respectively. She then included a screenshot from Nano's document in which Nano says any names that are censored here were censored because the creator in question did not provide consent to have their name revealed by the time of me posting this document. Cinder would then include the 17-day timeline from the 11th to the 28th of April. To her, this would all start off with Red's messages to Nano about Shy Lily.
Was a problem. Anyways, long story short, that was the one message that got everything rolling because I explained how that's weird. That's cringe and manipulative to do.
Next up, Cinder would say that on the 14th or 15th of April, Nano would show her DMs to Shy Lily. Shy Lily would say that the screenshots from Nano were from a few days ago when she saw them. She said this was what started it all, linking a VOD. Watch.
Reflecting, that one screenshot started it all, and that was from, at that point, a few days ago. That one screenshot, and I was like, that's fucked up. And I gave Nano the receipts of it's not true. I did say, oh, I did ghost her in the DM once. I didn't see the DM. But somehow, before Nano worked on my 3.0 model, that wasn't a problem. Everyone who is in contact with me, anyone who is close, even my viewers, everyone knows I suck at Discord.
All right, so this would be Shy Lily's perspective. She would also talk a bit more about those DMs in question, telling Nano that it's weird what Red was asking of her. So this is when Cinder would include the first bit of speculation here, saying whether Nano decided to show Shy Lily more of her messages with Red herself, or Shy Lily actually asked if Red ever said anything about anyone else, I can't say for certain. but can't rule out the possibility. How much of the context and content of her messages Nano showed to Shy Lily is also unknown. Shy Lily convinced Nano she was being lied to, used, and manipulated. Shy Lily could have also instructed Nano to end contact and cut ties with Red and I, who she warned would continue to lie and manipulate her if she didn't. So yeah, totally based on speculation. We have no proof. No one talked about this. No one said this.
Bro, we can't go on speculation, please. Like, oh my god, the worst part is that, like, it's the most important thing that needs to be discussed, and it's just, it probably happened. It could have happened. I don't really know. You kind of have to know. This is a big thing. This is if you were ever gonna be a nowhere, you had to be a nowhere here.
All in an attempt to make Shy Lily look worse. But that would be unnecessary if Cinder had proof in these next 200 pages, right? The next day she'd message Boeska about not hearing about Shy Lily. We already saw this. And on the 18th, Nano didn't message Bao, but Shy Lily did, telling her they needed to talk. Bao would tell Shy Lily she wasn't in the right headspace and to wait until after her surgery. However, it was rescheduled for Monday, the 21st of April, 2025. They did not talk until after Bao recovered from surgery. And already we have even more speculation. The first one being Nano could have messaged Bao about this too, like Shy Lily suggested, but apparently didn't. Shy Lily was the one to reach out to Bao to tell her this information. Why? This is something that, of course, Lily would talk about on her stream. We'd see even more speculation. Cinder would argue that a lot of her friends wanted to go to Ren Fair between the 18th and 20th of April. Her and Red were supposed to go, but they canceled. She'd argue that because they were on the trip, she doubts Shy Lily told them during that. She'd say that on the 21st, she would message Numi about her asthma, saying she hopes she feels better. Numi would reply with one message, and then Cinder would say it was uncharacteristically short. To her, this means that this was on very short notice. Right after Ren Fair, her friends were starting to realize what was going on, and would decide to cancel her a few days later. In Bao's document, she'd say, I found out about all this less than 48 hours ago. At the time, it was posted on the night of the 25th PST, and Lily said this was 5 days before her stream on the 28th. Speculation. It's possible that Bao's other editors, including my own video editor, may have known about this ahead of time too. Finally, this would all end in everyone posting their documents, and Cinder would speculate. Their documents were posted together in the middle of the night in my time zone, so I'd be asleep when it happened. I wouldn't have had a chance to do or say anything to anyone before their narrative about me was widespread. Out of Shy Lily's fear of me manipulating my way out of it.
To be honest, the only night that was difficult was the first night after dropping the first Google Docky.
Docky.
That was the only tough night. That was the only tough one.
Right.
It was 10 a.m. I had to go to bed, and just being scared of what the heck a literal manipulator could possibly come up with overnight, and what a shit show you could possibly wake up to when they have a platform that they use to manipulate hundreds of thousands of people with, you know.
Cinder would continue. Shortly before, Cotton, Silverveil, and Spite were contacted about their inclusion and possibly encouraged to make their own statements, evident by their names still being censored in Nano's document when it was posted. But Cotton tweeting one of Nano's uncensored screenshots just 2 hours after, and Silver's and Spite's documents posted the next day, including Nano's DM screenshots too, with their own name uncensored. They weren't contacted by Nano, but I believe by Shy Lily, just like Bao was. Cinder would then talk about things we already know about, like how she fought with Red, kicked him out, how she posted her apology, and how everyone would stream their thoughts throughout the rest of the week. The first speculative subsection here would be Nano's new manager. Cinder would ask, how did they get involved? How are they connected? And how did they get in contact with Red? She'd say that Akira is the game director of Kernel Hearts and founder of the game studio Ephemera Games in Argentina. She'd show their Twitter profile. Then she'd say Nano does not follow Akira, and nowhere on her page or website does it say anything about Akira being her manager or business contact either. They've never interacted on Twitter either. She'd make the connection that the only person following Akira that was also a friend of Nano was Momote, who she met IRL. Cinder would then say, I don't know if Nano knew Akira already, but Momo is the only connection I could find between them. In the past, Nano's talked to her friends about things Red had said to her. She'd bring up past DMs with her and Red, in which she would say, okay, asked some help from my friends. My friends told me it's a bit unfair to stop other models, etc, etc. Cinder would say, after speaking to Shy Lily about Red, could Nano have gone to her friend Momo, who connected her with Akira to play the role as her new manager to Red? Overall, it was her asking questions. Why was this done? Why do I think that this was only after Nano spoke to Shy Lily? She'd then say Nano avoided ever communicating directly with either Red or I again after the 12th of April 2025, and I don't believe she would have gone through this effort with Akira on her own. Everything started when Shy Lily told Nano that the things Red said about her were all lies and manipulation. Wouldn't it be likely that at some point Shy Lily would suggest or direct Nano to separate herself from Red and I to avoid being further lied to and manipulated? Nano then needed to find someone either Red or I knew to separate us, and she couldn't do it herself, the same way she couldn't contact Bao herself, and Shy Lily had to do it for her. So I think you get the gist of speculation in this section. It'll be mostly directed at the fact that Shy Lily was orchestrating things in the back.
You can't. Again, this is probably like your biggest like thing, right? This is going to be your biggest thing to point out. This is gonna be your ace in the hole. You're gonna put it all together when it comes down to this, right? And it's all speculation. Come on, man. I need more than speculations to let this sink in heavy and to be sure that you're absolutely correct. Okay? Like, I'm open-minded. I'm trying to hear you out. That's what I want you to know. I want to let you know that I'm trying to hear everything out that you're trying to say. But it cannot be speculative. Could Lily have been that manipulative and brought people together to bring to have all this happen? It could happen, right? Lily is what I would call a top dog, and you know, when a top dog talks, a lot of people will listen. Sure, I'll give you that. But until you get like a screenshot, what's it called? A testimony. I don't think anyone after this posted talked about it. You're not giving me a lot here. You're giving me a lot of ideas. Sure. A lot of this, if I were to look at it at a certain angle, it would make sense. But I can't just go on something because it makes sense. It has to be concrete with zero holes in it. And a lot of the easiest hole to poke is just like, well, how do you know it happened? Well, you don't. It's just speculation. Okay, cool. Now let's try to figure out how this speculation is going to stick.
Accurate.
I don't know.
Cinder has no direct proof to prove this. She tries to explain it anyway because that's what she's convinced of. Mm-hmm. She makes it no secret. In the first page of this document, she says, yeah, I believe Shy Lily was one of the main orchestrators. But she'd have even more speculation, saying that the time zones of the DMs shown in Nano's document don't add up. You'd see things that were 1 hour ahead, 2 hours ahead of her time zone, etc.
Here's the thing, too, is like, I don't really see Spider Silver, like, coming... does not show the full conversation or anything for previous conversations about Silver. Show the conversation, anything that was said about Spite. Here's a list of dates, topic screenshots that appear in Nano's document and at the time. But okay, yeah, because the Nanolist one, so far the Nanolist has been like her only dub, and I will not take that. I will not take that away from her. She absolutely nailed it when it comes to like showing the screenshots of the full conversations with Nanolist. I'll give you that one, right? I'm not going to take that from you. When you got a dub, I'll give you the dub. But nothing else has been concrete or anything like that. And then trying to bring Silver and Spite as if they were part of like this group, I don't really know if I believe that as much as they were just like, they just also happened to put out a document. A lot of people, you rub a lot of people the wrong way, right? With trying to keep things business-like. People probably didn't like you. That's okay. But when people don't like you, they're going to be ready with receipts and a lot of other stuff. They probably had this stuff boiling over, especially with Silvervale or with Spite, brother. Like if you treated me the way you treated Spite, we'd have to see each other. Like I don't know if I could let that slide. Like it's so messed up. Like we would probably have a shouting match at TwitchCon or something. Because, man, I don't know. I don't think these. I don't.
These documents don't add up. You'd see things that were 1 hour ahead, 2 hours ahead of her time zone, etc. To Cinder, this shows that Nano likely wasn't acting alone when taking screenshots of her own DMs that were shown in her document.
Okay.
The next 51 pages would be Cinder breaking down sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph, the entire document that Nanolist had written about her on the 26th of April, 2025. Now, as you might expect, the entirety of these 41 pages are Cinder reusing proof that she used in Nano's section to argue against her entire document.
You don't need to do that. That's not necessary. I think you've gotten pretty good. Like I said, you're getting the dub when it comes to the Nanolist section. I don't think all this is needed. like when you pointed it out, I think you had a very, very good case. I like the way it looked. I like the way you put it together, but a second time, that's just not necessary.
Like, for example, she would reiterate the fact that Nano was never used, that she wasn't fully honest about being burnt out, which resulted in most of her models being canceled, and would also call out some embellishments. Like, for example, Nano would say, they also complain and accuse Bao of giving their editor too much work, resulting in the editor not having any time for new clients, which will be important later on. Cinder would argue, Red did not make this claim against Bao, and said nothing about our video editor not having time for new clients. Our editor wasn't seeking to take on more clients, and was content editing for me and Bao only. This is what he said, which is what the screenshots below show in her document. This claim was only made to push the false narrative that we were maliciously overworking Nano, which is brought up later in her document. She'd also say that Nanolist was being dishonest with how she would portray Red talking about Bao. How one message was in August of 2024 when she initially canceled Bao's model, and how the other one was in January 2025 when she accepted the exclusivity deal. To Cinder, this is deceit. It manipulates the messages to leave out vital context and misconstrue what actually happened in each case. Overall, though, it was really just a repetition of Nano's section, except here she was being more confrontational and using all the DMs and images and her logic to go against.
Hey, I'm gonna keep it a stack with you. There's probably nothing in this document, or probably nothing that you could say where it's like, I'm gonna now take Red's side. That's already that ship has sailed.
Everything Nano was saying sentence by sentence. If I may be so bold and talk about my personal preference here, I would have much rather had this in 40 pages than reading 200 pages of Nano's section. This maybe would have not resulted in 99.9% of people not wanting to read your 1,000 page document.
Yeah, the problem is that this is so well made to make people not want to read it, right? As weird as that sounds, this is like orchestrated to never be read. Honestly, I would have quit reading just for what's his face's part. Just on Red's section alone. Yeah, I'm done, bro. I'm out. I'm not reading after that. After Red's part and all his comments, I'd have crashed out. I did crash out. Actually, there's a bunch of in the previous parts, I crashed out a lot on Red, which I believe I'm right for, because there's nothing good that has ever come from that asshole.
The new things that will be included here is even more speculation. Look, we've already established that some screenshots in Nano's documents were cut off, like when she said, "It do be fair" to Red's proposition of an exclusivity deal. There would also be some context missing, as we saw in Nano's section. These conversations wouldn't start at certain places in which Nano's document said they did. Cinder would say, so if my friends knew what the full screenshot showed here, but they were manipulated in Nano's document before showing them to the public, then who did it? At the very least, I know that Nano's specific message calling their deal with Red fair was seen by Shylily, Bao, and my friends. My friends who were involved are not stupid. They wouldn't have done this to me if Nano didn't show them everything that happened first, right?
Okay.
I originally thought that as my friends, they would have wanted to be fully informed on everything that happened before making their decision to cancel me. Unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, unless the first person Nano contacted, the one who told Nano she was being manipulated to begin with, the one who contacted Bao for her, was backing all of her claims to them. I believe with Shylily already on her side, Nano lied to her about her experiences with us from the start to hide her own guilt and push it all onto us. How could she show Shylily what she did and said about one of her friends, Bao? If Shylily was only shown the snippets of the DMs that Nano chose to show to her, she wouldn't have cared what the full context was. Shylily saw what Red said about her, and that was enough for her to agree with whatever story Nano told her with whatever little evidence was given for it. The rest of my friends could have just been told by Shylily and Nano what happened, and also weren't shown anything beyond Nano's cherry-picked screenshots, completely trusting in their story, and jumping to conclusions because of their past experiences. Especially in Bao's case, who was right out of surgery, whose most trusted friends were telling her what happened, and posted her document 2 days later. Supporting the idea that they may not have seen everything is that no one tried to contact me about any of this. They may have been manipulated not to, under the guise that I'd be the one to manipulate them. If they did, they would have heard a contradicting story. So this was Cinder saying that Nano from the start had hidden some details of her conversations, that she had just targeted Shylily with things that mattered to her, which were conversations involving her specifically. That's all it took to convince Shylily to take her side, and then she used Shylily's reputation to convince everyone else who was also Cinder's friend to turn against her. Are you starting to see why speculation is so dangerous here? There's no proof that this happened, and yet there would be so much more. There would be another subsection of speculation, pretty much.
I think I could see now why people believed Cinder, right? And like they even called out they even called out what's his name? They called out Mujin by the end of this video, like on Twitter for this video, and I can kind of see why, because people probably didn't see that part where she's talking about speculating, right? And this is such an exhausting document to get to all of this, and just to have a lot of it repeated and have a lot of information just not really matter. I could see where people thought that Cinder's just coming in with the hard-hitting facts, because it's like, this is so much information, and a lot of it could be thrown away. But as we're getting towards, like, the nitty-gritty, all she really has is speculation for the whole thing about Lily being the ringleader. Would I believe that Lily's a ringleader? Sure, why not? Because, you know, she's kind of a big deal. But believing it and seeing it and having proof are, like, a whole bunch of different things.
Saying Nano turned on Red, who's been on her side for years, immediately because she'd never suspect Shy Lily of any wrongdoing. So when Shy Lily told her that she was being manipulated, she trusted her immediately and threw Red under the bus, her friend of multiple years.
I'd have thrown... Red should always be thrown under the bus. He is not someone you want to, like, keep around. I don't know why you rehired him as your manager, but you'll see. You'll see. You'll see. All right, you'll see.
Again, speculation. Hey, buddy, you want more speculation? Here you go. Who wrote Nano's
Okay, sure.
document? She would go as far to say that Shy Lily was the one who wrote.
I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back, chat. Oh my god, chat. I'm just so... You know what? I got my own kind of speculation. Nanolith is actually an alt account for Shy Lily at this point. Why the hell not? I don't even... Let me read that one more time. Did Shy Lily write Nano's document? She was already giving me multiple times that she had a problem with me before this happened. Even saying on stream she's always had a bad feeling about me. Shy Lily was involved from the video start, beginning from the first Nano's Red's messages. Shy Lily is more willing to lie about me herself, as you see below, okay?
Nano's document. She'd argue that because Shy Lily's reply would have many things that were similar to how Nano's document was written, it would only make sense that she was the one who wrote it. To conclude this speculation section, she'd say, it's fairly obvious to me that Nano conspired with Shy Lily to write her document for her. Even if Nano lied to Shy Lily from the start, Shy Lily still helped Nano lie. Besides presenting everything in such a convoluted order, there were doctored screenshots in her document like I showed above. Alright, so let's just take a step back here. When she says doctored, she means either cropped, which we already looked at, or having had names censored. Okay, it's not like it's Photoshop, right? Let's just get that straight. Just continue. The same screenshots and
I don't like that word. Why did you use the word doctored? I feel like you should have said what she did instead of using the word doctored. The word doctored means like now I feel like she wrote like different. She photoshopped, like he said, like she photoshopped the document and just put a bunch of random ass. She wrote messages and then photoshopped them and it looked like she wrote them. No, say it correctly. Say that she censored names and changed and cropped screenshots.
Document being uncropped and unedited shows that Bao was being honest with the information she was given, but Nano and Shy Lily weren't. Being the person who presumably wrote Nano's document, Shy Lily and Nano would have known exactly what I meant by it's just business, but she was the one who lied the most about it in Nano's document and her reply to me and on her stream. Interesting how she was able to connect my messages from that same conversation with Nano to how I must have known about what Red said in his DMs with her 2 years later, but somehow not the fact that my use of the phrase and its meaning came directly from what he said the day before. At some point in this speculation, she'd also say this, and most importantly, Nano's document is filled with the use of the and symbol in its writing, just like and only like Shy Lily's own reply to me. She's referring to Shy Lily's reply to her on her apology tweet. Okay, at this point, I do have to point out that during the 5 months of Cinder's absence, the Pyropups didn't also disappear with her, okay? To many people, this Pyropup community was truly everything they had. Some would literally tweet daily awaiting her return, similarly to how Christian talks about the second coming of Christ. And he'd even have fan pages pop up trying to keep this community together, all in the hopes that their queen will come back one day. Now, I want to point out there's nothing wrong with this. I mean, if anything, it's wholesome and it's definitely encouraged. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't just wholesomeness. There were many angry Pyropups that attacked people who just as much gave an opinion on Cinder. They would justify it with conspiracy theories. One of my favorites is how Shy Lily made all of this happen and forced people like myself who are on Mythic Talent to talk badly about Cinder.
Which they did They did this again right after Mujin dropped this video. I know because I kept getting a bunch of random people a bunch of random nobodies who were retweeting with a bunch of likes that are saying that, you know, he did this and Mujin was super biased and he left out that and it's clear the blah, 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 blah. So this was like, they are still going hard to this day. I'm probably gotten some of them upset from recovering this, but you know what? They gave me a hit short at least, so that's kind of cool with me. I don't want to say that, actually. I don't want to be super dismissive as if the Pyro Pups are a bunch of assholes and blah, 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 blah. I don't. There's just a bunch of bad actors, which will never be solely on one person, because that's just how the internet is. I will never put that on a single group. I'm from the Genshin Impact. I play Genshin Impact. Of course I know how it is. So I shouldn't generalize like that. That's not fair to all the cool Pyro Pups, because I feel like there are some Pyro Pups in my community who are super nice to me. They're everyone's supportive. I'm just not convinced that Cinder. I'm not convinced of anything Cinder's showing me, except for the Nanolist part. I want to make it completely transparent that the way that Nanolist presented her first document was way too altered and left out way too much stuff that for me to be comfortable with it, right?
Otherwise, she threatened to kick us out. The problem with so many speculations in this document is that they are literally almost one-to-one. Some of the speculations, the most deranged aspects of the Pyro Pups, were spouting on Twitter for months as Cinder had disappeared. And yes, one of them was that Shylily wrote this document. So I don't know if Cinder came up with this conclusion herself, or if she took inspiration from those people, but this is dangerous. This gives people more justification to attack Shylily on nothing more than a baseless claim. I mean, it's literally titled, or at least labeled, speculation. Why is this here? Do you not have enough proof to prove your point about her? This is why I believe this section is so damn dangerous, and I just can't believe she couldn't see that when she wrote this. Anyway, the next 30 pages would be the same thing as what we just saw, except about Bao's document. She'd be breaking it down sentence by sentence.
Let me break it down.
Originally, I had gone through Bao's entire document, pointing out the lies within it, but I no longer believe she and my friends were lying. They were misinformed and were speaking from what they thought was true. Nano and Shylily lied to and manipulated them all to see the story their way. Bao was understandably hurt when she found out about what happened and wasn't in a sound state of mind after her surgery. I'll only be going over parts of Bao's document with the context that she may not have had the full story from Nano or our side of the story, and pointing out her assumptions that weren't true. Just like in Nano's document, Bao's document presents things as if her model was only cancelled once in August 2024, even though Nano cancelled it a second time in her deal with Red in January 2025. I will address this down below. So look, just like Nano's breakdown, Bao's breakdown is just a repetition of her entire section. We would learn some interesting details, like how, for example, Cinder was completely unaware that Bao had encouraged her video editor to take their exclusivity offer. This call apparently happened a month before Cinder was cancelled, but that video editor never told Red or Cinder about this, so that was interesting. Now, I know in the beginning I said that she was confrontational with everyone, including Bao, but when it comes to this breakdown right here, it wasn't the case. Cinder truly believed that Bao was misinformed, that she was tricked, hell, even manipulated by both Nano and Shylily. Bao would then stream on the 27th of April. This would be the stream where she would cry her eyes out for an hour straight. She would then transcribe certain aspects of this VOD and write comments about it. Cinder would reiterate that she believes that Bao couldn't understand what happened because she didn't have the full context, or ever known the motivations and reasoning behind what actually happened. She'd apologize again to her for not being able to talk to her before this whole thing happened. One of the more interesting things here is the fact that Bao would say, Numi forgave you when you didn't come to her concert that you were planning with her for over half a year. I wonder if you knew how devastated she was and how in the middle of the year, when I was so depressed and there were some days where I could not even bring myself to leave my bed, I still managed to fly 6 hours to New York to be there for her. Cinder would say, Bao saying I didn't come to Numi's concert that I was planning with her for over half a year was the only thing she lied about on her stream. I'm choosing to believe this was just a mistake in the heat of the moment and not a
Bao saying that I didn't come to Numi's stream though.
Deliberate lie. There's a portion of this section below talking about Numi's concert where I'll talk about this again. So yeah, maybe Bao meant that she didn't come to sing, which was the case. And
probably talk, because even Numi was super upset that she wasn't telling her that she didn't want to be on stage, right? That I could see that, right? Because I think she was there. I'm pretty sure. But I can see what she meant that you didn't go on stage. And obviously she's a mess, right? She's coming off of being super sad and super depressed, in constant pain, surgery, stuff like that. And it's like, I could see where, like, you know, a lot of emotions are flowing. You know, I get it. I understand how this could have gone that way.
Bao still had to be her replacement. I don't believe Bao was talking about the fact that she showed up in the audience. This was not about, she's literally talking about her flying to sing, right? So that's what she's talking about. She'd also argued that Bao had an impossible choice given to her by everyone involved. Remember that whole clip with Buff Pup? Sundar argues that that person Buff Pup was talking about, the person they were waiting on to see what they should all do, was Bao, not Nano. And then of course, she speculates. Nano could have said she wouldn't make anything public without Bao. Nano knew her story was a lie all along, it couldn't stand on its own, so she wasn't going to say anything unless it was backed up by Bao. The next subsection would be even more speculation.
Oh,
yeah, so I hope from now on you can respect my decision. I'm not going to be reading those anymore. It's pointless. We were promised 1,000 pages of proof. Speculation is not proof.
Just not.
When people call these 1,000 pages a bunch of schizoid rambling, that's what they mean. They're referring to speculation.
I'm just not, like, there's not a lot that I can get out of a speculation unless you can come with proof. I don't want to hear your, like, crackpot theories as to how things happen. I want you to show me screenshots. You promised proof with screenshots. Don't tell me your crescendo in this document. There's no screenshots to be had. You don't know where everything is at, and everything is just going down the drain. This is not the place where you fold. This is the fourth quarter where you really got to make it. You got to make this hit home and tie everything together. And so far, I got nothing.
It's unfortunate because it makes the rest of the document look like poo-poo. So I'm not going to waste my time on it. There's no need to waste your time on it. I'll only read them when it's so ridiculous I have to point it out, or if it's funny.
Oh, I got to hear it.
Did Nano even want to make Bao's model? Can't believe that's a subsection of speculation. All right, so the next subsection, Cinder would argue that what truly canceled her was Shilali's reply to her apology, having over 8 million views, 150,000 likes, saying it's full of false accusations made without showing any evidence, adding that it's much easier to only read this than read my whole apology, and who wouldn't trust Shy Lily? For reference, this was the entire reply. And she'd argue that the first sentence Lily would type, which was the absolute audacity to sit here and continue to manipulate and gaslight is absolute insanity, would be the first thing Shy Lily did was completely discredit anything I said in my apology as unbelievable, claiming it was all manipulation and gaslighting. No one was going to question her. She's Shy Lily. Shy Lily was involved in everything from the start.
Why did you say that like 3 times?
To convince Nano she was being manipulated.
I get it. But why didn't you say that like 3 times? What?
Organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's document for her. All right, so now this is pissing me off. Listen, manipulated, organized my friends against me, and evidently wrote Nano's...
You made that up yourself! How did you come to a conclusion you made up? No one else had this down. You did. I'm about to turn the video off, bro. I know I'm not going to make it through the Silver Veil section. I'm just not. I'm about to turn this off and just quit. I know I'm about an hour. I still have another hour. Oh my God, I have another 2 hours. Let's just keep going.
Document for her. All right, so now this is pissing me off. Listen, I'm just going to take a step back here. I know I said I was going to be objective. I believe I still am when I say, what the hell are you doing? What do you mean and evidently wrote Nano's document for her? I thought this was meant to be speculation.
So.
I thought we weren't going with this as if it was a fact. But here you are doing that. Look, I'm not going to lie to you. This makes me not want to even talk about the rest of the document. Because what the hell are we doing here? 1,000 pages, and this is the best you can do. In any case, everything else she says, we've already seen in the document.
Yeah.
The one thing that would be interesting, right, would be Shy Lily saying, you actively lied about it to them, instead blaming me for a collab you rescheduled, adding me to the pool of excuses to save your ass when you realized you were being a bad friend. Why blame me for choosing to miss an obligation you agreed to on one of the most important days in that friend's career? This is of course referencing the whole V-Card collab and Numi. Cinder would argue, Shy Lily said I blamed her for missing an obligation I agreed to. No, What I agreed to was to perform, and I didn't want to perform because of my own reasons. Actually, wait, is that actually interesting? Maybe I screwed up. She'd argue again that by Numi's own words, she wasn't obligated to go and perform at the concert, that she didn't blame Shy Lily, and then says, and the fact she thinks I did points out to the importance she gives herself when it wasn't about her. She made my apology to Numi about her when it wasn't. I took accountability, apologized, and still made it to her show after our collab. All right, cool. So overall, there were definitely some things that might have been a bit exaggerated in that reply. The only last thing I want to show you from this tweet breakdown is Shy Lily saying that she's always had a bad feeling about Cinder.
You're not the only person that say I always had a feeling. I know lots of you are probably men, so you wouldn't maybe quite get it. But as a woman, you can't not get along with another woman based on a gut feeling. You can't do that. You're a catty bitch. You can't do that. You can't not get along with someone because of no reason when they prove to be everything but a threat. You can't do that. Anyways, usually when you have a gut feeling, you stay back and you observe. You take distance. I'm a very distant, very in my own lane kind of person to begin with. I'm very distant, very minding my own business, very just me and myself time, Usually you stay back and then you observe for an entire year of how nothing goes wrong and how your friends like that friend. And how everything seems peachy. And then you're like, you know what? My gut feeling fucking ass. This is the reason I'm constantly constipated.
So yeah, Lily has always had a gut feeling, the fact that Cinder has been too nice, the fact that her senses were telling you something was wrong. She'd then say sometimes your gut does tell you something, nothing happens for a year, and then you're like, wait, am I wrong? So that could signify how she was still friendly to Cinder. But then what confirmed her feeling was what happened when Nano reached out. So that
again, man, this is so hard to know how she actually is off stream. Because a lot from what I'm hearing in this document, I feel like I also would not be trusting of Cinder. Man, it's hard to say. I don't know. She's hot, though, so maybe I would trust her. Chat, I mean, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. I just... Man, this is so... I'm trying to think of whether I would trust her from the beginning. I mean, I followed her from the beginning, but I definitely didn't follow her for the right reasons. That's for sure.
That clip was from
or
a
maybe I
stream
did. I don't
that
know. It
was
depends on how you
6
feel about
hours
it.
long. The next 35 pages would be Cinder breaking down sentences, sometimes literally just to say petty. Like she's just sitting here saying petty. She took the time to actually.
You don't have to give me biddies and shmoney to make me feel better. We're not like that in here. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Coping. Okay, coping. Petty. Is that petty? I don't know what you're talking about. We're just going to be back on business tonight. It's just business as usual. I'm so glad you took the time to timestamp calling someone petty. And this was less than 10 minutes later. Amazing. Mind you, this is 1,000 pages. And you're wasting all that time to say petty. Honestly, a lot of this was a waste of time. I'm not going to lie to you. Not because it was a lot of this wasn't a waste of time, because a lot of this was a really big indicator as to what is wrong with her. So it's actually not that bad. I actually am okay with how this video this whole video has turned out, or how the document has turned out, because she's just pretty much exposing herself and exposing Red, and it's fine.
Timestamp this, link it to the exact timestamp. Charlie was saying something like, I don't know what you're talking about. We're just going back on business tonight. It's just business as usual, in reference to the whole it's just business comment from Cinder. And Cinder would just say, petty. At some point, Charlie would say, you burned your Cinder merch. Honestly, you paid for it. You do whatever you want. But if I can encourage you to do something, donate it. You cope the way you want to cope. If you want to cope your merch, I ain't judging. To Cinder, Shallily encourages viewers to donate any merch of mine they may have, but doesn't disavow burning it either. All right, so one thing that is interesting here, Shallily saying, they were saying I dodged collabs with them.
But doesn't disavow burning it either? Well, it's because she's not their mom. Do whatever you want. You're your own person. You can't really stop someone from wanting to burn. At this point, a lot of the people have burned it. You know what I'm saying? Now, I know people who haven't. You know, I met someone at TwitchCon. He didn't burn it. He's going to resell it and try to, like, you know, make some money off of it. But, okay. That also isn't perfect. But if you have it and you can cope with it and try to donate it, everything you've got, any shirts, whatever it is, just donate it.
Disavow burning it either. All right, so one thing that is interesting here, Shiley saying, they were saying I dodged collabs with them. Collabs that had like 7 other people in there. Collabs I was thrown into a big ass group chat and simply said, sorry, can't do it. I have something that day. One of them was a dentist thing. I didn't have it on a specific day, but I just didn't want to. The day after the dentist, I just didn't want to. And the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. Yeah, okay. Yeah, one of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. But you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. What about the 6 other people who were just looking at me dodging and going, oh, okay, she's busy? It's kind of weird that the only person that has a reason to be weary was actually weary. What about the 6 other people that I also just left hanging where I said, sorry, I'm busy? They just took it and they were like, okay, we'll just replace someone else. Cool. So anyway.
Well, it's because they probably aren't schizophrenic like her. Sorry, at this point, I just got to say that she's just schizo. A lot of this could have been avoided had she not been schizoing out. And then even a lot more could have been avoided if Red wasn't involved and he wasn't schizoing out. And that wasn't it all could have just been avoided. I don't understand. It's so simple.
I was accused of dodging, which somewhat fairly I did do once. Cinder would dedicate like 2 or 3 pages just for this. She'd show us what Red said, lately dipping out of collabs they were both a part of at the last minute and now ghosting her messages. Cinder would say, the one and only collab she can be talking about here was this repo collab that happened on the 21st of March 2025. Here are the first messages of that collab being planned. It was originally going to be on the 15th of March 2025. Shiley said she was available. In the end, they couldn't do the 15th. Cinder said she could.
That doesn't really tell me anything because her collabs aren't just with you. You're saying this as if they're only with you. They're not only with you. She has other collabs with other people that you don't know about. You're not supposed to know about it. You're not joined at the hip.
Couldn't do Thursday, but she's free Friday. And Lily would agree, for sure Friday next week. Thursday works, but I wouldn't stream there. All right, let's go. On stream, Shiley said she had something that day. She dodged the collab, and that it was a dentist appointment. But then says she didn't have the appointment on the day of the collab, but the day after the dentist, she didn't want to collab. Well, here's Shiley's tweet about her dentist appointment from the 8th of March 2025. That's not the 15th or the 21st. That is Shiley talking about the fact that she managed to sit through her dentist appointment without a panic attack for the first time on the 8th of March. Cinder says, so then, before anything else, Shiley said, and the other one, yeah, I dodged. Yeah, I did. One of them I did because that one I already knew. And the other one, yes, I dodged. Cinder would continue saying she said she dodged one collab with the excuse that she already knew, and another collab just because. So what Red said about dodging collabs wasn't slander like she lied about. The other collab I believe she's referring to is the one that never happened on the 27th of March 2025 that was shown in Shiley's section. This is where she would just leave the group. So if one collab was dodged on the 21st of March and the other collab being planned on the 27th of March was dodged, how could Shiley use the excuse that she already knew? What happened between Nano and Red from their conversation on the 12th of April? Then Cinder would reference when Shiley would say, but you know what's weird? The one person that is the reason for me dodging is the one concerned as to why I'm dodging. Cinder would say, the only collab Shiley could be talking about here is the repo collab from the 21st of March. First, let me address why she thinks I was concerned and weary. The day of the collab, we were told Shiley wasn't going to make it because of a Bikini Bottoms collab she had that day. Because we rescheduled this collab once for another friend, I thought we were going to reschedule again for Shiley so she could play with us. That's all. So far, she said this collab was dodged because of a dentist appointment. Then it was the day after dentist appointment, so she didn't feel like it. Then it was because she already knew what happened over 2 weeks in the future somehow, when in reality it was because of a Bikini Bottoms collab that day. But did she dodge because of the Bikini Bottoms that day? No. It's true that Shiley had a Bikini Bottoms collab that day, but that was only at 2 p.m. EST. Our repo collab was at 11 a.m. EST and lasted about 3 hours. Shiley would have been able to do both. Okay, but maybe she didn't want to stream that long. Shiley started her stream that day at 11 a.m. EST, just chatting for 3 hours until her Bikini Bottoms collab while the rest of us played repo without her. She would link her VOD, and then would say she could have played with us, but she dodged. Why? I believe it was because Shiley already had something against me unrelated to anything to do with Nano, and didn't want to platform me on her stream. Shiley dodged at least 2 collabs with me, Red did not lie to Nano, and Shiley lied to everyone saying it was slander. She admitted to it herself on stream. First off, listen, I'm not signing with anyone, okay? But I gotta admire or at least respect how far back she'd go to find receipts. I mean, finding a tweet of Lily talking about her dentist appointment is crazy.
If you can go back this far with the dentist, you would think you would have been able to fill all these speculations with proof. No? Am I in the wrong for thinking that? I feel like it could have been done, right? Surely something could have come up. A tweet, a message, someone just messing up or something. Surely, right?
Easy. Now look, she does make a good point on these things, but I did also bring up something else to consider from a different perspective. Bao, for example, had been feeling ignored for months. She's also friends with Lily. She might have vented to her. The thing with Numi's concert happened. Even though Cinder apologized, she might have still told Lily, and Lily would have been like, okay, I don't care that she apologized. She clearly cares about business over Numi's friendship. And again, Lily is also friends with Numi. Good friends. Now, yeah, of course, this is speculation. I'm glad you pointed that out. But I'm not over here blaming people for what happened. I'm just saying this could have happened. These are things to consider. I'm not saying that Lily wrote Nano's document as if it's a fact. Cinder would also make a comparison to the whole raiding incident, right? How she said nothing, and compared it to back in 2024 when she raided her, and Shy Lily was like, thank you so much for the raid, queen. It means the world to me, etc., showing us that her reaction was different. Shalili would say on stream that everyone who knows her knows that she sucks at Discord. She's very distant and very messy. That's why she doesn't reply too quickly. Cinder would again argue she had no problems communicating with her before this. Shalili would then say, so anyways, yes, I am guilty of dodging a collab because I simply didn't feel like it. And
maybe you caught her at a good time. Who knows?
yes, I'm guilty of ghosting 2 messages where she asks for a collab, which by the way, she also only does when there's something business related. AFK drop, VCard drop, any event, any debut, any announcement, any merch, then I'm important. Then we can network. Cinder says, Shiley again admits to dodging a collab, this time settling on the didn't feel like it excuse. Now she said she's guilty of ghosting 2 of my messages, not 1 like she just said. She would say that earlier in the VOD. She'd go against this idea by showing all the other times she asked for a collab. They weren't all business related. Sometimes it was just, hey, let's just play a game. The next thing Shiley would say in the VOD that is noteworthy enough to include in the video is, she saw me as competition, painted it on me for asking for it by wanting a model from the same model mama, which is a bit weird when she's the one begging for a partial owner and all kinds of other things that she wants from me, but hey, somehow I'm the one who's looking for trouble for wanting a new model. Cinder would say, I didn't see Shiley as competition, and Red's view was more than just going to Nano for a model. If she treated me like a friend, it wouldn't have been something he brought up to her. She said I claimed I was begging for partial ownership and all kinds of other things I wanted from her. That's wild. Not only did she have nothing to do with my part ownership, as if she ever had the power to give it to me, not once have I ever said anything about that to her, ever. All kinds of other things I wanted from her, to hang out and get to know her. I've never begged Shiley for anything. What a narcissistic thing to say. She'd conclude this section by saying, throughout her whole stream trashing me, Shiley avoided accountability, gave excuses, deflected, and made jokes out of the things she was doing, while simultaneously admitting to everything she claimed was slander and manipulation that turned Nano against me in the first place. For the love of God, please use commas. I'm running out of breath. Shiley didn't care about the lies she was telling about me on stream. She won and celebrated my cancellation. She couldn't help but take a victory lap around my corpse. Says a lot about her narcissistic character. Accountability only mattered to her when it's the other way around.
I'm assuming it's a big lap if she has to turn to this. Never mind.
Have known better than to expect the Shy Lily to hold herself to the same standards as she did Snake. Shy Lily is the only one who was involved that has a highlight video of her stream talking about me on her main YouTube channel. She was more than happy to profit off of this and broadcast her lies about me to her 1 million subscribers. And just as you thought Cinder was going to stop, she goes back to speculation. This one is unfortunately worth mentioning, not because it holds any ground, because it's
also her putting it on her channel. She probably has video. How often does it? Okay, here. I'll say it like this. How often does Shy Lily upload? All right, where's her? Let me find her YouTube channel real fast on my other monitor. She has 1 million subs, so she's got to upload regularly. Well, I guess not. I was going to say, maybe she only had YouTube-only viewers, but she does not. I take that back. Still, she has 1 million subs. Jesus. But yeah, she, I don't know. Does she even still have those videos up? Yes, she has a video up. Maybe for people who didn't want to look to the VOD, I don't know.
Speculation, but because a part of it is actually continuation of
I mean, anyone can make the argument that anyone's profiting off of this. Literally everyone's profiting off of this, except for me. I'm not getting monetized, but like you're technically profiting off of this right now by making this document and like getting people on your side, which people were on your side. I've seen you go live. I see how many people have viewed your recent streams. I know that you're still popular, so you're probably profiting from this one way or another.
Card conflict. You see, in Shy Lily's section, there was only the conflict of the whole misinformation thing. The fact that Cinder was told by staff the wrong info,
Wait,
and
say that
that
one more time.
is actually a continuation of a V-card conflict.
Okay.
You see, in Shylili's section, there was only the conflict of the whole misinformation thing. The fact that Cinder was told by staff the wrong info, and that kind of stepped on Lily's toes because this was her baby, this was her project. She is literally the owner of V-Card. But we'd also see that there was another conflict, one that's probably even bigger, that wasn't mentioned in Shylili's section. Let's get down to it. Cinder would argue Shylili always had something against her. Why? Let's look at some of the things she said on stream again. We're skipping this because there's nothing noteworthy we haven't looked at. Now, the continuation would be here. Cinder
I was gonna say she kept like repeating a lot of things that I could clearly see from the timestamps that weren't really bringing anything new to the conversation.
Say, Shylili viewed me as a very greedy person, and that all my actions were due to my alleged greed. She encouraged viewers to donate any and all of my merch, but didn't dissuade them from burning it either. Lily also wants to make it seem like I begged to be in her position at Gamersubs as a part owner, even begging her for it, as if I was jealous of her. Not because I actually earned it like she did. She seemed to have a very emotional outburst when talking about me calling myself the Charizard of V-Card. So see, this is what I was talking about, the whole continuation of the V-Card drama. Let's keep going.
What?
Not that she'd know this, but for my debut anniversary on the 25th of June 2025, I was supposed to be releasing a limited edition tub of Pyro Power with a promo V-Card, both with art drawn by Nanolus. Red and I fought with Gamersubs to make my promo card the same card across all purchases instead of having a 1 in 10 chance of getting the holographic one. It could have made so much more money if people needed to buy a bunch of tubs to get the right card, but it wasn't about the money to me or Red. So this is Cinder proving in her DMs with Red that
It's not always about the money, Spider-Man.
she's not greedy, that she wanted all her fans to receive a holographic card if they were buying a tub because they're spending $40 of their own money. Usually it's a 1 in 10 chance. On the 28th of March, Cinder would message Shylili saying, do you want to play the V-Card sim together sometime soon? This was because the rules were updated and she wanted to play it in Tabletop Simulator, as we saw in Shylili's section. The very next day on her stream on the 29th of March, Shylili received a TTS message about my then upcoming AFK flavor. The first thing she said was that she had nothing to do with my part ownership.
Oh, because she is co-owner. That has nothing to do with me, bro. I don't have a saying in that. That shit has nothing to do with me. Don't look at me, bro. It's got nothing to do with me. That's Gamersubs. Leave me out of that shit.
Then, a couple days after Cinder got cancelled, Shylili would say in her stream that she speculates doubt over Gamersubs fully removing Cinder's flavor with them after the drama, and that they can't force Cinder to step down from partial ownership. However, she can step down willingly, which I highly suggest she does if she has any ounce of guilt, regret in anything. Cinder would then make it clear she reached her decision to give up her part ownership herself, and Shylili had nothing to do with it. But Shylili said this as if I needed to repent for the lies she and others told about me. Gamersubs had nothing to do with anything that happened, but that didn't stop Shylili from telling her viewers it was what she wanted me to do. If Shylili really cared about the impact my part ownership would have on Gamersubs, she would have considered handling things privately with me instead of being the driving force in making all those lies public, losing the company hundreds of thousands of dollars. She probably knew all this controversy about me and could be a way to push me out of the company, all while keeping her hands clean. It wouldn't look good for Shylili to go after the other Gamersubs owner after all. 2 days after that stream, on the 1st of May 2025, Shylili couldn't help herself and made an announcement in the V-Card production server where the staff, VTubers, and artists developed the game, notifying everyone. She chose to involve the over 70 people in the server in what happened personally. I don't have a screenshot of the Discord notification or the full message because it was deleted shortly after it was made. However, I have a screenshot of my notification history from that day when it happened, showing a part of what she said. Here we can see Shylili saying, "Hey crew, I know it's been a terrible fucking week. I hope you're all holding up. I'm not good with words and drama and emotions and all that business, but just wanted to say I feel sorry for you guys dealing with the stuff that is none of your business or concern." So this was Cinder speculating, right? That Shylili always had a problem with the fact that Cinder was a part owner of Gamersubs.
I mean, the thing about what she said with her saying that she has nothing to do with her being a part of being a partial owner. I mean, she's not lying, right? That's true. She had nothing to do with that. It's not like she's lying to like the people or anything like that. I don't know. I'm not, at this point, you're starting to lose me again. I mean, I'll say this though, that probably involving the other people in the server, yeah, that's pretty bad. Like, why would you do that? I don't. I mean, she obviously deleted it later, but it's like that's not something you need to involve random people in the server, right? A bunch of random employees, they don't need to know that. That's kind of weird.
something that was unique to her, and she didn't like the fact that it was now someone else like her. She'd say, I think most importantly, she didn't like how enthusiastic I was about Vcard and the role I was carving out for myself in it. Not only did I mistakenly give out information early when Vcard launched, like I showed in that section, but mine became the most sought after card in her game. Finally, the continuation of the Vcard drama. Cinder would say, I called myself the Charizard to advertise myself in the game and advertise the cards themselves. Everyone knows Pokemon and everyone knows Charizard. Vcard's first set of cards was like Pokemon's base set. I compared myself and Shylily to the Charizard and Blastoise of the Vtuber card game because we were the two Vtuber part owners of Gamersubs, like Pokemon Red and Blue. Calling myself this wasn't to try to steal her thunder in her game or take credit for it in any way. I may have called her Blastoise, but she's literally the Pikachu of Vcard. Shylily didn't like me calling myself the Charizard. She didn't like the prominence it gave me in her game, but Gamersubs did. Here we can see her Gamersubs contact being very excited, calling her the Charizard. Can't wait to see everyone ripping packs in the search for the Charizard card of the set. Someone would even show Cinder a card of hers on eBay that sold for $750.
Damn.
This was the clip that Cinder had linked here of Shylily talking about the situation.
I still find it funny that she called herself the Charizard if V card. Girl forgot Lily wasn't a Goldeen, she is a fucking Kyogre. There is no competition.
God, that... Oh, when she said that, and when she tried to bring me onto... Okay, I know. When she sat there and she tried to make this thing with me and we were doing a collab and she was just like, oh, haha, the Charizard and Blastoise of V-Card doing the... Oh, like... How dare you sit there and pretend to be some Boggs legendary of something that you didn't create?
Right, so as I mentioned, V-Card was Shylily's baby. She had worked on it for a long time, and then Cinder joined in near the end. It seems like the whole misinfo thing with Cinder and information about V-Card before its release was nothing.
That's like the most nerdy thing I've ever heard anyone get upset about. Is that weird? Like, that was like... that is the nerdiest thing I've ever heard anyone get upset about. To be called a specific Pokemon. That's, I don't know, that was weird to me. It just made me laugh hearing that. I don't know, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't think it matters, right? I often say things that aren't true just because it sounds super hype, right? I would call myself the face of Genshin Impact. No one really got offended. No one cared. Okay, she called herself the Charizard of Pokemon. Probably because she's a fire Pokemon, unless there's something deeper there that maybe it's deeper than rap, and I didn't know that. Right? Maybe it's deeper than rap. I don't know. To me, it's just like, who cares?
Compared to this was the real issue Shylily might have had with Cinder that made her stop talking to her. Everyone knows that Charizard is the most expensive card in the Pokemon base set. If you can get a Charizard that's first edition, shadowless, in perfect condition, it can sell for enough for you to buy a house. I wish I was exaggerating. Blastoise is also considered rare, but nothing close to Charizard. Now look, maybe Cinder's intentions here truly weren't her stealing the thunder of Shylily. Maybe she just thought it was cool,
Hydro,
right?
and
But I'd say you'd have to
Pyro,
lack quite a bit of self-awareness, because even here, she's flexing the fact that her card was the rarest one in the set compared to her. Look, man, if Shylily or Gamersubs were the one who called her Charizard, we can say she's innocent here, but coming into a project...
I wonder if it sold that much. It probably sold already, but I'm really curious. Sorry, let me just look this up right now. I mean, people are selling it right now. And man, people are selling it for like $300 right now. And I don't know how many people are actually buying this. I don't know. Someone else is gonna have to figure that out because it's just people with a bunch of cards. Yeah. Anyways, just going.
Getting ready to release and claiming that you're the rarest card, that's kind of a dick move. Does it warrant ghosting though, or dipping out on collabs? That ideally should have been something that they would have handled privately.
That's really petty. That's the one where you put petty at the end of it, because that's absolutely petty. From both of you, mind you. Not from one of you, from both of you.
Cinder would then specify that she was meant to be part of the second set of V-cards that would release in the summer of 2025. Weeks after her cancellation, she was told she'd be removed from the lineup. One thing she'd want to mention is the fact that she was a water type, which means that the whole Charizard thing wouldn't have applied to the second set. Cinder would then go ahead for like the next 29 pages, talk about the whole Numi concert thing. about how she was expected to talk about this in her apology, even though it was never mentioned in any document, even though she had already apologized, and even though Numi wasn't even one of her accusers. Shylily used this against her, and Cinder is pissed about that. Shylily would say, for example, that she broke an important promise, that Numi received 1 million empty promises. Cinder would say things like, I never promised Numi I'd perform at the show, or that I'd be there. Red didn't do so on my behalf either. So really, it's just these small little specifics, right? And again, if
you're kind of, yeah, this is the problem with breaking down word for word, is in a very tense situation, in a very heated, emotional argument that's going on right now, you're going to have people making mistakes, and you can't really go word for word, right? You can't go bar for bar trying to break that down because you're going to find inconsistencies and mistakes. Maybe the overall message is the same, right? But when it comes to actual, like, word for word, you're going to get some inconsistencies. It's just going to happen just because, you know, emotions are flying. People are trying to say this, and that. I don't know, man.
This was Numi's section, for example. Yeah, I'd go through it, but everything here is something we already saw. So overall, it seems like Shylily might have misunderstood what happened with Numi. Maybe she didn't receive the full context. Maybe she understood it her own way. And she ended up embellishing a lot of the stuff that happened, also bringing up something that Cinder had apologized for. In the grand scheme of things, this honestly shouldn't matter, right? The problem with Cinder that people had wasn't the fact that she didn't show up to Numi's concert. This was just used as an example. But Cinder truly felt the need to show that she did show up and that there were no promises, that she never said she would go and sing on stage, that she never promised to sing, and even if she said no, Numi said it was totally fine. Cinder would then go ahead and break down Numi's account of what happened. Numi at some point would say, I'm somebody that I feel if there's an issue, I want to talk about it. It's uncomfortable, but it's something that I always want to do. And there was something that happened between us a couple months ago that I had talked to her about for months, and she agreed and was super excited about. But any other things that I heard about were not from herself, but from Red. Cinder would argue. Numi's first and only message to me about her concert was on the 25th of November, 2024, where she invited me to go and didn't say anything about performing. This was about 2 months before her show in New York.
And this, again, this just shows how, here is the thing about it. The thing about this section with, like, a lot of this with Red, it just shows me that either you're lying or you two are quite possibly the most incompetent communicators in a relationship I have ever seen. One of those has to be true. They cannot be both true at the same time. You can't just, oh, we're a little silly, we just don't know how to communicate. Like, you're either lying or you guys go days at a time without even talking to each other and just never mention anything important, in which case you're fucking stupid for letting Red go back on your team as a manager. Because this just, you could clearly see a big example as to why you shouldn't do it, but yet you did it. And you still want us to take you seriously. I just can't, man. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't.
So you can understand, the whole thing is a repetition of her section, but this time a bit more confrontational, pointing out that there was miscommunication, that you can't fully pin this on me. At some point, Numi would say, I have my music friend Holmes, who spent, dozens of hours working on the set list for, me and Office Drummer to perform, and we put a lot of time and effort into putting this together, and I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Cinder would say that this set list was never communicated to her or read. Cinder would then say, I don't know what Numi means by, I asked every single month for months and wasn't told about it until it was at a point where we literally couldn't find a replacement. Numi's message above to Red was the one time she asked either of us about my performance in the concert, and the only time she messaged either of us first about planning it in general. She did not ask either of us every month for months when this one message was from her 5 weeks before the concert. On stream, she said they literally couldn't find a replacement for me, but from her messages to Red, it sounded like she really didn't need a replacement guest. It was her show. She had a set list made, and as far as I ever knew, it didn't include me at the time I pulled out. She told Red 3 days before he canceled that she never announced me as a guest and that I shouldn't feel pressure to perform or even go at all. Numi would then say that Bao literally saved her, and it sucks to see how Cinder and Red talked about Bao behind her back, all while she meant so much for her. She then said that she talked to Bao about how she felt, and she didn't really know what to do, and said she just wants to hear from Cinder. Numi would then say, I forgave her, but I saw that she brought up a collab that she said she couldn't miss, and I didn't believe that because if there's one person outside of Bao that I know would not put business over me, it's Lily. And I found out that I was lied to, and that this was something that could have easily been changed and didn't have to be on the day of the concert. Cinder would say, where did I say that? Where did I lie to Numi and say that? What I did say is that I could reschedule the collab to make my mistake up to her. I believe Shiley convinced Numi to see things her way and made her believe my intentions were to hurt, sabotage, and lie to her the same way she convinced Nano to believe Red was lying and manipulating her. She'd then say Numi, Bao, and Shiley couldn't have been misinformed on what happened with Numi's concert. They knew what happened, what I said, and that I was at the show. I'm choosing to believe that Numi and Bao didn't intentionally lie about the concert.
So then why did Numi... If they were the ones that were involved, surely you think they would know how to feel about this situation, right? Surely they're not just going to be manipulated to the point where they're now going to change their stance because they were told to do so. Right? Like, I don't know. Some of this is, we're kind of... Some of this is just like we're way off the tracks now at this point.
Emotions were high and maybe they were speaking from feelings rather than fact, but the story told to the public wasn't true, and no evidence of what happened was shown. Another thing I want to address is what Numi said about Bao and Tricky being isolated. I've already conceded Bao was isolated due to my actions and apologized in her section of this document, and I apologized to Tricky in the accountability section for leaving her behind that day in Japan. But Tricky was not isolated by me or Red. I was doing things all the time with her online and with Boss Rush, and Red and I were almost always with Tricky during every trip we were on together when no one else was. All the time we spent around Tricky made her one of our closest friends. Red and I have done more for her than anyone else. Tricky confided in us about all the time she felt hurt by others when traveling, but Tricky, like myself, has always wanted to keep the peace between everyone instead of bringing things like that up. So now we finally understand why she brought up the whole story of abandoning her at the hotel in Japan. Anyway, the next subsection would be more speculation titled Nano lists lies, in which Cinder argues that she's certain Nano lied to Lily. She didn't show her the full context of conversations, cropped some DMs, made it seem worse than it actually was. She would then conclude the subsection with, is it more believable that one person lied with the support of another to convince my friends of their story, or that almost a dozen people, all of my closest friends, all willingly agreed to and conspired to publicly lie about me in a matter of days? So that was the argument she was.
But if that's the case, why would they do that? Why would everyone just suddenly lie about you? Why did you not just... I mean, I get it. You have to convince... Honestly, you didn't even have to convince people. You could have just gone live again without doing all this stuff, and you probably would have been fine. But now, like, you're trying to stand up for yourself and trying to change people's minds in a way where you're just kind of, I don't even know how to put it, right? We're kind of, you probably lost more people than won with this. So it's like, it's kind of weird to think of a whole group to just want to cancel you instead of just a bunch of friends who had a problem with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you're just an asshole. It's fine.
Making, right? It's so much easier to say that Shiley and Nano lied rather than all her closest friends lying. I think one thing she didn't consider is that maybe all her friends agreed in unison about something they didn't believe to be a lie, based on their own experiences with her and how she's been negligent of their friendship. Something to keep in mind. The next subsection is more speculation, titled Shiley's manipulation. She concludes this by saying, this started because Shiley lied to and manipulated Nano. My friends and the public wouldn't have had any reasons to distrust anything Shiley did, and they had other reasons to jump to conclusions too. Shiley didn't like me for her own reasons and wanted to hurt me because of what was said about Bao and Nano's DMs with Red. She brought everyone together and manipulated things along to turn everyone against me, then admitted on stream to all the slander Red told Nano. Again, this is all speculation. Hey, would you look at that? Another subsection titled Speculation, the reward for lying.
Sure, hit us with it. What is it?
Here should argue that after lying, both Nano and Shiley would gain unprecedented merch deals, followers, money, you name it. Even saying that Shiley replaced her in her own friend group as the hero of the story. She gained a lot of growth with her viewership, followers, and she didn't miss the opportunity to advertise her new merch, as well as a new outfit with Nanolist that Cinder would argue looked very similar to one of her previous outfits. But regardless, Cinder was convinced Nano and Shiley did this to gain rewards. And that's exactly what they got.
You're telling me none of this would have happened regardless? I mean, design just doesn't happen that quickly. Where, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how fast Nanolist is, but it's like... I don't like the idea that they're doing this for reward, right? You don't get to the top of the mountain while still trying to, like, drown... Like, You pick someone else randomly out of a crowd and you're like, yeah, let's get that person and stop them from growing. It's not gonna make you look good. Or I don't want to say it doesn't, like, to be honest, a lot of people just brush this off as petty high school drama. And they're right. They're absolutely right. I'm not saying they're wrong. A lot of this will never affect anybody. And even I'm going to be completely honest, I think Cinder could have been fine coming back like earlier, maybe like a month off, because she didn't do anything illegal. Only thing she hurt was a bunch of other VTubers, but your community probably still would have supported you, right? Like, you're trying to regain your footing from when you left, but you can't because of the person that you were and because of your husband that has just done irreparable damage to your reputation, which will probably only affect you when it comes to collabs, right? From here on out, you're probably going to be a solo streamer. That's just the reality of it. Unless someone decides to collab with you, which I don't think she's had any collabs this entire time. And if she did, I wouldn't know who would want to put their reputation on that kind of whatever, right? Let's see. She goes live on YouTube now, so I can find her a lot faster. Spooky game. Here's a Pyro Pup. Or not Pyro Pup. Here's a Power Wash Simulator. Did it by her, streamed by herself. Happy Halloween. Streaming by herself, streaming by herself, streaming by herself. Like, the only thing that this is really screwing over is you having collabs. AK streams. Your comeback stream, and then the week after were like your highest streams. I think is it this week? Yeah, you're not even, you're breaking, kind of. You had one big stream on your day back where you broke 100,000 viewers when it comes to the comeback stream itself, the VOD. After that, you're not even breaking 20K views. And VODs are different than actual, like a YouTube VODs. So, I mean, it wasn't terrible. It could have been worse.
Another dangerous speculation that no doubt threw so much hate their way. Okay,
right.
The next section, don't worry, we're almost done here, is titled A Skeb with Shy Lily. Cinder would say, there's one last thing I want to show to really cover all my bases. I didn't know where else to put it, so I've added it here. I asked Shy Lily if I could get a Skeb of us together. In other words, a drawing. After it was delivered, I intentionally waited about 3 weeks to send it to her so I could post it closer to my original VTuber debut date that I was preparing for a year and a half. I messaged Shy Lily about getting a Skeb together in January. This was our first time talking privately, but we were interacting on Twitter back and forth for a couple weeks before this. So these are the DMs. It would end with Shy Lily saying, reminds me of Groudon and Kyogre. This is in reference to the whole fire and water theme. Cinder would then say, even though she made this comparison, it's not like she'd ever portray herself in a Groudon Kyogre-esque fight sequence against a fire-themed enemy where she comes out as the hero and saves her friends, especially not just months after she took pleasure in and had a major role in canceling me. So here, of course, she'd reference the lore video of Shy Lily, right? How it looks, in Cinder's opinion, very similar to how she was fighting her. Then she'd say, I know how long a project like this takes to complete. And even though I'm sure Shy Lily had a story she wanted to tell, someone else was credited with writing this lore video. I just find it ironic that it happened. So in other words, this was a complete waste of time. Thank you.
I'm just so over it, bro. I don't get it. Why? Why do you keep wasting our time? Oh my goodness, bro. I don't have the words anymore. I barely even have the patience. How the hell is this happening?
Thank you for looking at these 3 pages, buddy. Thank you. This was a complete waste of time. Just wanted to include this because it was ironic. This was a 21-minute lore video. This is like an anime fucking episode. This was released barely a couple months after the whole cancellation thing, but must have been planned way prior.
You're a jackass, by the way.
In my objective opinion,
You're
is that
an
seeing
idiot.
that Shy Lily is a water-based VTuber, right? She's an orca. It would only make sense that her enemy is naturally fire. But hey, listen, maybe I'm just speculating too hard here. All right.
Let's
In
make her
conclusion,
her
in
main
Bao's section,
antagonist.
Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's
grass.
exclusivity deal. Does it matter explaining why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about, or explaining that
Wait, does it matter why?
only treated Bao differently because of Red's feelings towards her?
Wait, say that one more time?
Red explained his grudge against Bao that led to his and Nano's exclusivity deal. Does it matter explaining why Red held things against Bao that he told Nano about, or explaining that I only treated Bao differently because of Red's feelings towards her? No.
Motherfucker, yes! What? What do you mean no? That is the most important thing. Oh my god, bro. You want to make... you want to hold everybody accountable but your husband. Again. What matters is how Red got to this conclusion about... No, both are important, bro. Why are you brushing this off? Like, honestly... I'm so sick of you just brushing off what this person has done. This person has done irreparable damage to your reputation, and you're just hand-waving it away. You know what? That's fine. Whatever happens, happens. I'm glad you decided that it was okay to just let him do what he wants and come back. At this point, you're on your own.
But since this was all made public, it had to be explained. What both of us did was wrong, and we should have addressed the problem when we could have. But it matters how Red got to his conclusion about Bao. Red couldn't see the whole situation around Bao and Sak any other way. After Sak went exclusive, Red pieced together every action he experienced and noticed from Bao to corroborate a story based on assumptions and a pattern of behavior that made perfect sense to him.
Once you recognize the pattern of my nuts, I'm opening Umamasume. I'm not dealing with this shit anymore.
He ignored any of the good things Bao had done, now thinking she was being fake about everything. He didn't contact Bao about any of this to verify his theory. He was angry at her and already made up his mind about what she'd done, and thought she'd lie about it anyway. Red eventually tried to get even with her by making a deal with Nano to take the opportunity of working with her away from Bao. Once the truth came out, he turned out to be wrong. What Red did was piece together an assumed story about someone from observations and experiences with them after something negative happened regarding them, adding to a supposed pattern of behavior.
Who should I do my story on, Chad? Should I do the Kita-san Blacks, or should I do the Tokai Teo story? What should I be doing?
Focus solely on all the negative things that happened with that person that
I'm
fit
about to
the
have an
confirmation bias
Umamasume
towards
cam.
them, never
This
considered
is
any
really
of the positives,
stupid.
which all became part of a conspiracy, never contacted the person to find out the truth of the story due to being angry at them for what was already determined happened, and thinking they'd lie their way out of accountability, took retaliatory action against that person in response to what it was assumed they did. The story about the person turned out to be wrong to begin with. Well, couldn't Bao and my friends have done the same thing? She'd argue that everything Red did to Bao, they did to her. They used their status in the community as some of the biggest VTubers around, ambushing me in the middle of the night to publicly out the person they were falsely convinced was some kind of evil mastermind. They all did this together, so no one was going to question their group's corroborated story. It was okay to ruin me and ignore our history together because they were convinced they were doing it for the sake of friendship. If you asked questions or asked for more evidence, you were banned, blocked, and silenced, because how dare you question those grieving in this difficult time? The public wouldn't have known any better unless I gave the full context of what really happened in this document, rather than what was vaguely told to them through recollection and hurt feelings. Bao lost out on a VTuber model with Nanolist, the artist who wanted to cancel it in the first place and who convinced her it was my fault. I decided to pull out of my unplanned performance in Numi's concert because of my own anxieties, and I was a bad friend when I made the choice initially not to be there for her.
Why didn't you communicate with her and not Red? Why was there such a gap between your conversations? How did Red, I don't know, at the dinner table talking to you, why was it never brought up? Come on, man. Like, you can't just go past these facts.
I lost my friends, my career, countless opportunities, and my reputation to millions of people has been ruined. Permanently. My name has been dragged through the dirt and has become an insult synonymous with insincerity and betrayal. I'm avoided being spoken of like I'm VTuber Voldemort now, and some people are pretending like I never existed. These things are not equal. The damage my friends have inadvertently caused to me is irreparable.
But, come on. Like, you couldn't have gotten... You had one thing... because one thing could have happened. The way you said it, they, Red and you have already done everything, and your conclusion and your response that you're giving is, well, they could have done the same thing. Sure, bro. They could have. Did they do it before you? Or did they do it after you? I'm just wondering.
And immeasurable, all over conjecture, lies they were fed, things I never knew happened, and opinions I did not agree with. Whether they knew the truth or not, they all perpetuated lies about me to the public, and my life has been forever altered because of it.
Okay,
Despite
sure.
it all, I still forgive them. She then argued that everything that happened circles back to poor communication from everyone. The fact that they didn't message her, communicate with her, tell her about what's going on before going public with this. The next subsection will be titled, In Conclusion, Nanolist. This is where we'd see my favorite sentence in this entire document.
Oh, hit me with it.
Cinder would say, I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious. Let me read that again. I don't think Nano's actions didn't start out malicious.
That just hits the ear wrong. I don't think Nanolist's actions didn't start out malicious.
See, this is why I'm so certain AI didn't write this. What she meant to say was, I don't think Nano's actions started out as malicious. Anyway, she would pretty much say what she said already. The fact that Nano reached out to Shy Lily to find out if her conversations with Red were normal. But then Shy Lily manipulated her. If Shy Lily supported her, then of course no one would question Nano, because in Cinder's opinion, Shy Lily is the be-all, end-all authority in VTubing. She would then go on to reference everything we saw in Nano's.
I wouldn't say that. That's kind of a... do I want to say that's a stretch? I don't know. That's interesting. I wouldn't say that outright, though. I don't think that's completely true.
Section. The fact that she started feeling better and would talk about it in her Discord after canceling commissions by herself, not being forced to. The fact that she chose to use the same exact strategy she used against that rigger in public on Twitter, instead of actually talking to them. Cinder would then say, Nano has shown herself to be an entirely self-serving and opportunistic person, pretending to be meek whose word means nothing. Given the opportunity to further herself or gain something to her benefit, even at someone else's expense, at the biggest VTuber's expense, or even if it's at the expense of people as supportive as we were to her, she'll take it. The public was lied to about what really happened between myself, Red, and Nano. Nano wasn't manipulated, she wasn't a victim, and I didn't betray Bao or any of my other friends. Nanolist betrayed me, and in the end I was nothing to her. It really was just business to Nano. Red and I were her most supportive and loyal clients over 4 years, paying for her to be taught how to cut art for model rigging in the first place, giving her over $100,000 to buy her new house, building our careers side by side, and this is how she thanked us. No matter what Nano did, she will continue to be supported by the people she worked with to cancel me and by people that want her artistic talent. I will continue to use my art and models from Nanolist until they can be replaced. Finally, we'd have the final subsection in this section titled, In Conclusion, Shy Lily. I used to look up to Shy Lily, but now I don't know how anyone can. The L she holds on her forehead must stand for liar, because Shy Lily was the first person to do so. She had her own grudges against me before this all started, and in true narcissistic fashion, she lied to and manipulated Nano to avoid accountability, turning her...
Did you just gaslight yourself and make it into as the conclusion of everything else? I've not seen anything. This was all half, like a third, not even a third. 90% of everything that you have said about Shy Lily has just been speculation or you saying the word petty. And you're over here running not a victory lap, but you're standing here 10 toes down, standing strong like you did it. You did it. Go, white girl, go. You did it. When it's like, you didn't do anything. What am I supposed to take from this, bro? I'm just watching. I feel like I just lost. I skipped a few chapters because you didn't provide proof. And I'm supposed to be here. It's almost like in a sitcom when someone starts to tell a joke and ends it with, and then they did blah, 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 and everyone's just laughing. I didn't hear any setup that would have made me figure out what the joke was even about. Whatever. This is the most delusional part I've ever seen. Just go.
Against me. She's Shy Lily, so of course Nano is going to believe anything she said. The only thing done to Shy Lily was that Red dared to speak about what she was guilty of doing and thought we'd have to consider her.
I'm just whatever. You don't care. You're not gonna stop. You're not gonna divorce your husband over something some random guy on the internet says. So I can't tell you. I got nothing else for you, dude. I don't.
Competition for her petty, unwarranted behavior towards me. She still expected her own section in my apology, though, as if I had anything to apologize to her for other than not knowing she was talked about. She probably just wanted a concession from me for some narcissistic sense of victory. Then she would talk about Shy Lily's claim that she sucks at Discord, saying that it's an excuse to avoid accountability. For her not putting enough time and energy to talk to people she doesn't feel are worthy of her time, including her own friends.
To be fair, VTubers really suck at Discord. I found that one out my own way. It's really obnoxious. You can't if there's a certain group of people that you cannot trust to answer Discord messages, it's VTubers. It's really bad.
Something that Cinder was attacked for, from Cinder's perspective. Cinder would then say, I'm confident Shy Lily wrote Nano's document for her. Dude, are we...
Stop. Can you stop? Like, come on, bro. You're just... This is getting tiring, and I have to sit through this. And there's nowhere, I can't run anywhere. I'm just stuck here listening to you do this again and again and again. Now you're just tripling down on this. I think this is the third time that you've said it. I can see now why people really believe that you were her and you just stood up to tyranny and Shy Lily. Because you just keep changing the language of this document to make it seem like you just showed us everything we ever needed to see just because you wrote a couple sentences with no proof. Knock it off. I guess saying it doesn't mean anything. This document was already written, but you know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're not done, brother. Get your ass back in get back in there.
Really doing this again. I thought this was meant to be speculation. All right, whatever. I'm not going to read the rest of this. Look, this whole section ends with yet another conclusion, right? It's fairly short. It's Cinder saying it's very easy to lie about someone when the person being lied about is the only one who can disprove them, and everyone was manipulated to believe anything they could say, and their defense couldn't be trusted. Twist what really happened to fit a narrative, then repeat it over and over again until it's believed to be fact. Cinder took no accountability. Cinder knew everything. Cinder betrayed her friends. It's just business. And no matter how many times they claim Cinder did this and Cinder did that, it doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. Any evidence shown of my actual involvement was near non-existent. Just because they corroborated their stories and told them loud.
Like I said, because of what has to be true for Red to be hand waved away, you two have to be the worst communicators in the history of relationships, and you're supposed to be married. And the fact that you let Red back into not only your life, but your business, despite the fact that he is just delusional above all else, and it's now your problem. And not only is it your problem, you're making it publicly known that you are okay with what he did. Do not be surprised with people's reaction to what you did. You are not that stupid. You might be that hysterical, but you are not that stupid.
And emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonestly, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then make claims that the evidence doesn't show, then maybe that evidence isn't reliable, and the real story is different from the story being told. This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on.
Hold on, can you say that again? Read that one more time.
Just because they corroborated their stories, it's just business. And no matter how many times they claim Cinder did this and Cinder did that, it doesn't make any of Red's actions my actions. Any evidence shown of my actual involvement was near non-existent. Just because they corroborated their stories and told them loudly and emotionally doesn't make them true. If you need to present your evidence dishonestly, out of order, out of context, even doctoring it, and then make claims that the evidence doesn't show, then maybe that evidence isn't reliable, and the real story is different from the story being told.
And isn't that just the cherry on top? How ironic. That has to be the most ironic thing I've ever read. I don't even, I'm tired, boss. I don't know how to react to that. I don't think anyone knows how to react to that. You're a jackass.
This was a witch hunt, and everyone involved just wanted to move on from it as soon as I was gone. So yeah, look, this section was definitely crazier than any other section.
It was a section, that's for sure.
There was definitely some proof here, some things from certain VODs that are worth questioning. For example, Shy Lily's dentist story, right? Or the fact that there seems to be a misunderstanding over the whole Numi concert story from multiple people. Either way, I think these valid points get undermined heavily by the sections titled speculation. extremely dangerous, very irresponsible, and they do nothing but hurt the entire document. I also don't know why the whole Shylily disagreement over the Charizard thing wasn't included in Shylily's section. I think it belongs there. I also don't know why Cinder decided to write 1,000 pages when she could have just done, I don't know, like 100 pages where she quote unquote broke down every document instead of writing like 200 pages on each person. Whatever. This section only involved Shylily, Bao, Numi, and Nanolis. We still have more to cover, like the sections for Silvervale, Aru, and Spite. And thankfully, they won't have the breakdown section, but they're definitely going to have speculation in their own sections.
Oh,
and speaking
good.
of those sections,
oh, good. Thank God. I almost thought we were going to have objective facts here. I'm so glad there's going to be more speculation. Thank God. That's all I'm going to say. Thank goodness.
The next one in line is Silvervale. Let's get to it. All right, so here we are. One of the most important sections in the document, titled Silvervale. This also happens to be the longest section in the entire document, weighing in at 237
and you're still obsessed, so that's cool.
pages. Now, I don't know why the document was structured this way. I don't know why the breakdown was purely for Bao, Numi, Nano, and Shylily, but asking questions will only make you go insane when it comes to this document. So, you know what? Let's just get right into it. Here's how Cinder would introduce this section, saying, Silvervale and I have never been friends. There were 3 reasons I tried to make some kind of connection with her throughout the years. The first one being, I have been endlessly compared to and harassed about my similarities to Silvervale that ate at my insecurities ever since I started my VTubing career. These comments weren't true, but I believed Silvervale bought into them and disliked me for it.
Why? Why, man? Just why? What if she just didn't want to be your friend? Why can't that just be true? Come on, man. Don't tell me you're just gonna buy into something because someone doesn't want to be your friend. I mean, I get it, right? I'll give you that one. I think that I could kind of get. It's like, well, what made you not want to like me? I don't understand. How can you not like me? I get it, right? I've felt that way at certain points. I can kind of get it. You gotta move on at some point, brother. I don't know what to tell you. At a certain point, you gotta let it go.
Silvervale and I could clear things up.
I mean, obviously you didn't. This is the most written page, which doesn't make you look psychotic, by the way. You totally look super sane doing that.
Be on good terms, and to be able to publicly acknowledge each other, it would have helped to end the harassment both of us were getting for so long.
I think that's true, though. That I think is very true. I think that would have been correct. But I think you're just like, you're a weirdo, bro. If anything would have made you seem completely unhinged and not all there mentally, I'm sorry to say this is going to be the section. Because the way that you already talk about Shylily, or the way you talk about the way you're already talking about Silver, not a great start. Not the perfect start.
Second point is, any creative or business endeavors Silvervale and I did together could have been very successful and benefit us both. I've gotten...
It's not... So is it about the money? Is it about the business, or it's not? Now we're getting mixed signals. Now it's all about the money we could have made for each other. It's not always about the money, Spider-Man. It's not.
Countless requests from fans asking for this. Red had lots of ideas for potential things we could have done, and I was always open to working together with her. The third and final point.
Okay. And I think that's pretty fair. But what would also be fair is to answer my question, which is, who asked? I think you are making a very valid point. Would have been insanely lucrative. Who cares? That just because it is a slam dunk on paper, but no one has to take that shot. No one is obligated. They're not contractually obligated. There's no reason why they should have been. They're not going to be forced into doing it. Are you crazy?
I genuinely sought a friendship with someone I was repeatedly told was very similar to me in our personalities, likes, and interests. Silvervale was never obligated to do any of these things.
Has anyone watched Family Guy? When Quagmire goes off on on Brian, I think they needed that kind of moment. That kind of moment would have solidified it and kind of nipped that in the bud, you know what I'm saying?
And I never felt that she was. I just wanted to get along. For so long, I held out hope that we could talk things out. But she showed me, through her own behavior, how she really felt about me due to no actions of my own. My pursuit to fix things between us turned to mixed feelings. And after she repeatedly gave me reason to, I grew to resent Silvervale by the summer of...
What reason? What reason, bro? Oh my god, you're pissing me off. What reason? No one is... Oh, you are not owed friendship from anyone anywhere. And I know this firsthand. It sucks. Cinder, I get it, bro. I 100% get it. I have tried and tried with like VTubers around me and of my size and people that I've been in collabs or people who I was even in a group with. I get it, bro. I do. You gotta let it go eventually. You just have to. You cannot be this resentful and holding on to things that you just gotta let go.
2024. The never-ending harassment for copying her and other circumstances around her didn't help, and the times I confided in my friends about my experiences with Silver, they'd all agree with me and tell me their own stories about her. It was Silvervale's dislike of me and her actions towards me throughout the years that informed mine and Red's opinions on Shy Lily's and her feelings about me before I was...
Red's opinion would have been made had he just stared at the wall long enough. He's just that much of a fucking schizophrenic. I'm convinced. If you leave Red alone in a room for more than maybe 5 minutes, more than 10 minutes, just staring blankly at a wall, he's going to come back with someone that you need to beef it with. And that's... You have shown us more than... You know what's crazy too? Is all that proof of Red being schizophrenic and just being an absolute nightmare of a person to deal with was by you. It was all shown to us by you. Isn't that crazy?
Canceled. Silver wouldn't acknowledge me my name when I'd rate her, ghosted my messages for months, and got her model from Nanoless at
Oh my god, this is a big thing with you, isn't it? This is a huge thing with you. You really cannot let that go for anything, can you?
very suspicious time. A similar petty pattern of behavior without any communication. Here are some of the things I said about Silvervale and my apology. I grew more and more resentful of Silver over time. Between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my first waifu cup, and other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. And it was also that fact that made me insecure. Like, I wanted to know if she believed all those things or not. It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. Silver...
I'm about to turn this video off, man. I can't do it. I really can't. You're just so... Why? Please, you can just not interact with someone. It's okay.
Was completely undeserving of this treatment, and it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice.
You made the treatment yourself. What happened to just doing your own thing? You don't think it's kind of weird that you're trying to force someone to be your friend? That's not weird to you? That's normal in your eyes?
Became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. So of course this was in the document from 5 months ago. She would continue in this document saying, I was overly apologetic because of the severity of the moment. I chose not to go into detail about any of my interactions with Silver, and even said there wasn't any between us when there was. I felt awful about the feelings I had about her, calling myself unapologetically evil when I wasn't. I did not sabotage Silvervale. I agreed to ask Nano not to work with her on models anymore, where Silver lost nothing, and I apologized for the opportunities I took from her when there really wasn't any. In doing so, I gave Silvervale the ability to fill in the gaps in the story however she wanted. Despite apologizing to her for evils far beyond what I've ever actually done, it didn't stop Silvervale from confidently lying about me when she finally had the chance. Silver said that she wanted her community to be fully informed about everything, so below is my fully experience with and around Silvervale, ending with a breakdown of her document and a showcase of all the lies she told on her stream.
Let's hear it,
this would lead us to the next subsection, titled Accusations of Copying Silvervale. Cinder would say, I have been accused, compared, and harassed for years by people thinking I copied everything about Silvervale, including my personality, voice, and even my laugh. I was never going to address this publicly, but I'm taking this opportunity to lay everything out and show that I didn't copy her.
That's totally fine. Show me where Silver said it. I think if you want this to be a slam dunk, show me where Silver said it. Unless you show me where Silvervale herself said this stuff about you, you are quite literally schizoing out and causing a problem with someone that probably doesn't acknowledge you. And that's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. You kind of scare me. It's kind of weird.
Cinder would then go ahead and detail to us her journey that led up to her first VTuber model. Initially, she was meant to be a cherry blossom wolf girl that would be based on her previous ASMR channel persona, Tashi. This idea would be set in stone
based. I like
in
that.
November
I like that
2020,
design.
but then would completely change
I like the idea of that
barely a
design.
week
Sounds
later
pretty cool.
on November 24th, 2020, when Silvervale would announce that she was joining Vshoujo and would debut a new model that looked similar to what Cinder had in mind. Red would very quickly message the artist that had already started working on the Tashi concept with an idea about a hellhound VTuber. The next 12 pages would be Cinder showing us the different details involving the new characters, including...
Is that a Guri cap? Why did that look like a Guri cap to me?
references, design inspirations, and even a very rough sketch, and more. And it would only be on the 16th of December that the final design of the Hellhound VTuber named Cinder would be finished by the artist. According to Cinder, she saw Silvervale as an inspiration because it was thanks to her new model that she was forced to change her artistic direction and came up with an even better idea in the process. In the next page...
And I think this is very, very original. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, it sounds very sarcastic because of how annoyed I am at this point. I love this design. This is really, really sick. I think it's really cool.
Artistic direction and came up
That's
with
what
an
I followed her in the
better
first place for,
idea
because
in
I
the
thought her
process.
design was
In the
insanely
next
cool.
page, though, Cinder would admit that when she needed stream assets, she'd message Silvervale's artist and would say that over the years, she'd reference multiple things from Silver, such as emotes and 3D models. Regardless, though, according to her, she'd become friends with this artist thanks to this interaction, so it would all be...
the emotes are fine. I feel like everyone kind of copies each other's emotes, right? Like, the only original emote I could even think of is mine. I have a Gwen is immune emote, and on Twitch, that is like the only, and that is like the only thing that I've ever done where I'm like, this is not inspired by anyone's like, by like the whole, how do I say this? This is not inspired by the VTube community or like by an anime or something. This is just something I had in mind because I was playing a lot of Gwen at the time. Which is pretty funny because now my most original emote makes no sense because I quit League.
Business-based. The next step in Cinder's journey would be her wanting to draw fan art of her character interacting with other VTubers she looked up to. The first one she'd do this with would be Silvervale, while also planning to do it with both Bao and Fruit, along with others. Back on January...
I actually have this idea as well, but it'd be with like fan pictures I've taken with VTubers. Because I've taken a lot of pictures with like VTubers that I'm a big fan of.
15th, 2021, she would show off the fact that she was drawing something, and then she'd post this final fan art on the 31st of January, 2021. In the caption, she would call Silvervale an inspiration. Cinder would be very happy to see Silvervale's mom like it, retweet it, and even leave a comment on it. The next day, though, her mom would delete her comment, unlike it, and unretweet it, which made both Red and Cinder panic. This prompted Red to immediately message Silvervale's artist, who they were already starting to work with. He'd ask her if she knew what happened. This is when the artist would point out that maybe it had something to do with the off-putting Cindervale hashtag, which could be interpreted as a shipping.
Oh, yeah, that's, that's, yeesh. I don't think, was it out by now? Was Twitter Blue out at this point? Yeah. I'm just saying you probably should have changed it. Maybe.
tag. If you don't know what shipping is, God bless you, it's when you cheer for two people to be together romantically or sexually or both. The full caption of this post by Cinder would say, "Here's a little gift for Silvervale. You're such an inspiration to me, I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we're opposites."
Oh no, I see it. That's such a fumble. Oh my god. I read it now. Oh no, bro, that's such a fumble. Why did you put that at the end? Cindervale, anyone? Maybe these voles will be part of the same pact one day. Oh my god, these bitches gay. Good for them. Good for them. Oh no, that is an A1 fumble. Oh no. That's not good, bro. And I'm not saying like, how did you not see this? I would have seen it. No, I am legitimately now seeing it. And it's like, oh, brother, that's not good. This is like the one thing where I'm like, this isn't your fault. Maybe you got super excited. Like, that's why I'm not saying, why would you put this? You're an idiot, blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that, oh my god, this is a fumble. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry that you did this because you didn't. You are one sentence away from being like having Silver respond and just like retweet it. That's a shame.
Hashtag Cindervale, anyone? Maybe these wolves will be a part of the same pack someday. Later that day, Silver would personally message Cinder, saying that she loved her art, but also would confirm that the hashtag was the reason her mom unliked it. She'd say, "I just had a little bit of a concern with the forced ship tag. I just feel like it was a little off-putting and in bad taste considering we don't really know each other yet. I hope you understand." Cinder would apologize, say that she didn't intend for it to come off that way, and would delete her post, making sure to post it again with a different caption. Overall, the
Yes, I think the caption, you were one sentence away. I feel bad for her because it's like, imagine she didn't put that. This would have never been that big of a deal.
conversation seemed to be very friendly, and Silver would let Cinder know that the reason why she knew of this and thought to reach out was because Red had messaged the artist and the artist told Silver. Red would end up thanking the artist, and it seemed like everything was settled, everything was cool. However, even though Cinder would repost this tweet with a different caption, she would discontinue the idea of making fan art featuring her and other VTubers like the planned ones with Bao and Fruit.
No, you should have done it. No, why did you stop? You could have kept going. It was one blunder, and you know what it is. You should have kept going, because now that you know what's wrong, you could just fix it and just be like, hey, my bad. Not gonna do it. Let's take it from the top. Oh, no, man. That's not... Oh, I feel so bad for her.
For example, probably being scared or anxious that a misunderstanding like this would happen again.
I get it.
The reason why Cinder brought this entire incident up in this document was because during her cancellation, people would reference this fan art tweet to back up the claim that Cinder copied Silver, and that it was all intentional and pre-planned from day one. She, of course, disagrees with that. The next event in the timeline would be in November 2021, when Cinder would message Nano to create a demon version of her model. The reason why this is shown in the document is to prove that she never intended to copy Silver's goddess design that was revealed a month later. If anything, it was inspired by another VTuber's design, Fruit.
Okay. Sure.
This whole Cinder demon design would officially debut in 2023, so it took quite a while to get done. Before that, though, she would debut her first ever model, the one that was made for her concept art back in June of 2022. It was the third VTuber model Nano had ever drawn, and Cinder would specify in this document, "I was finally able to use and show off my model by Nano," which was the third one she ever made.
This is such a I love this model.
The first one she made after I had taught her by another artist to cut art layers correctly for Live 2D. But as exciting as this all was, it wasn't just sunshine and rainbows. According to Cinder, after her debut, she was harassed for allegedly copying everything about Silvervale. Nano's model was compared to Silver's original model and was used as proof that Cinder was copying everything. According to Red, they'd say that she looked like Silver, sounded like her, acted like her, and hell, even her name, being Cinder, sounded like...
I don't think they don't sound alike. I don't think so. Silver is very, very distinct. Like, okay, this is not going to be a good example, but because she was literally dressed as herself at TwitchCon. I was going to say, as someone who was quite literally shoulder to shoulder with her because we took a picture together, I can tell you how distinct her voice is even in person. You know what I'm saying? Like, she has a pretty distinct voice when it comes to how Silver speaks. I feel like Cinder is probably the same way, right? They probably have a very unique voice. So, this again, Silver was lurking in my chat sometimes. Maybe. Never gifted, she never followed me on Twitch, Twitter, never acknowledged me after. Have you considered she got there through a raid? Maybe through one of her friends who was like, I'm gonna raid Cinder, blah, 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 blah. Or someone else was like, I'm raiding Cinder, blah, 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 blah. And she just had a tab open on mute to support her friends, and she just never looked at it again. I cannot tell you how many subs I've gotten from people I have no clue who they are, because I would just leave a friends tab open and I am just in random people's Twitches by the end of the day. I go to work, I'll open up someone's tab that I want to support, I'll go to work, I come back at like 6 in the morning, no idea who the hell I'm watching at that point. It happens.
Exactly. And what's interesting here is that during Cinder's debut stream, Red would be monitoring the viewer list. He'd find out that Silver had watched for around an hour without following Cinder on any platforms, typing in the chat, doing anything, pretty much.
Maybe she went back to her PC.
Red saying this directly to Nano. Like, for example, Silver...
This is quite literally the account of someone who is just lurking. How long have you guys been streaming where you guys cannot tell what a lurker looks like? Come on, guys. It's not amateur hour. You guys are full-blown professional streamers, and you don't know what a lurker looks like. Like, again, we are at this, again, here we go again. We're getting to the point where not only are you guys not showing me and convincing me that you guys are not what you say you are, but you are convincing me how schizophrenic you are.
Was at Cinder's debut last
Both
year.
of
Cinder
you.
started growing fast, and then not even a month later, contacts you about getting a model from you herself rushed for her birthday. Here's another example, but like I was...
Maybe she's just a popular artist, saw the art, and was like, you guys gotta start believing in coincidences. You just have to. If you believe in I promise you, so much more will be... There would be so much better things in your life if you just start believing in coincidences. A lot of these problems just go away if you're just like, man, maybe that's just a coincidence, and just let it go. It really just seems like that.
Saying before, Cinder debuted and Silver was there for like the first hour, watching, never said anything. Then a few weeks later goes to you for a model after we got you training, lol, and your art had improved so much in such a small time. So look, I don't know how normal it is for a mod to stare at the viewer list, monitoring whenever someone's watching or not, but hey.
He's a weirdo. We've already established that this guy's just 50 Shades of crazy. I'm not really surprised by him doing this.
He did, and he was really proud of that, so good for him. In any case, on the 30th of June 2022, a few days after Cinder's debut, Silver would start to advertise her big, brand new model being worked on, teasing some sneak peeks. However, it turned out that unfortunately, it wouldn't be able to be completed by her planned date, which was her birthday, around August. That's when she would message Nano, and here's how Cinder would describe the situation in the document, saying, Nano was not a well-known model.
They're so heavy looking. Sorry, go ahead.
Artist back then. I was her third model she ever made, and I had trained her on how to cut her art for L2D, aka Life 2D.
All right, I don't like the way that sounded.
AKA Vtubers, right? You have to cut a Vtuber model in order to rig it and have it move.
Okay.
On the 30th of July 2022, Nano already had Silver's model fully drawn. Red sent me this copy-pasted message from Silver in her server. I responded with, great, because we both knew that if Nano was making her a new model, I was going to be accused of copying her again. So overall, this subsection was meant to outline Cinder's frustrations with being compared to Silver, all while not being acknowledged by her. What I find interesting, though, is Cinder's justification towards her protectiveness over Nano, pointing out not once, but twice that she was the one who trained Nano on how to cut models for rigging.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't like the way that sounded. That just hit the ear wrong. Like, that's kind of weird and overprotective and vindictive a bit. I felt the venom when you said that. I didn't like that. I didn't like that one bit.
This is something that she would again mention during talks of exclusivity over 2 years later, just as we saw in the Nano section. That's where she would say, it's just business. Now we're still on page 43. The rest of the section's 200 pages would expand on Cinder's frustrations in regards to Silvervale over the years. And the next event in the timeline is a perfect example of what you should expect for these next 200 pages. On the 2nd of August, 2022, Silvervale would make a tweet saying, send me your plushie collections to review on my stream, and Cinder would reply to this post with her own collection. She'd be hoping to connect with Silver over something they're both passionate about, plushies. Here's the thing though, Silver never...
Ooh, is that a Genshin slime? You have so many evolution ones. Oh, I love this Umbreon one. Ooh, Danganronpa. Is that Okami? You have a lot of Pokemon ones. Ooh, that Pikachu one with these two, Pikachu and Eevee. Christmas ones are super cute. These are cute. I love all of these. I think the only plushie I have right now is like this this Demon Dice plushie I have on my desk that I just kind of keep in front of me. I think that's the only plushie I have. Oh, no. I have a Mori Calliope and a Iron Mouse plushie. But they just kind of like sit on like the display desk.
Ended up doing the stream.
Or display shelf.
And Cinder believes it's because she had the most liked reply, which would have forced Silver to interact with her during that said stream. 10 days later, on Silver's birthday, which is on the 12th of August 20...
It's so weird how she sees things. It's like, it's so interesting that I don't know how to feel about it.
2022, Cinder would repost the fan art she drew for her back in 2021, wishing her a happy birthday and tagging her in the post. Again, no acknowledgement by Silver. Next thing you know, we are in October 2022 during TwitchCon of that same year. Cinder would have
Again, I'm saying this because I've been there before. I get it, bro. A big inspiration to me has me blocked. I get it. But you gotta let it go eventually, right? You can't just be this hung up about someone just not acknowledging you for years. And it does make I kind of follow your logic, right? When you're like, if Silver had acknowledged me, a lot of this would have gone away. I kind of follow, right? I follow what you're saying. I can see where you're connecting the dots in a lot. And to be honest, I think I agree. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that I agree. But you gotta let it go, dude. You just have to let it go.
Multiple impromptu meet and greets, and during one in particular, she had someone bold enough to confront her to ask her about copying Silvervale's model and artist. She had to clarify to them that Silver got her model after she asked her about impromptu meet and greet. 2022 during TwitchCon of that same year. Cinder would have multiple impromptu meet and greets, and during one in particular, she had someone bold enough to confront her to ask her about copying Silvervale's model and artist. She had to clarify to them that Silver...
Why didn't you clarify to them you're nuts? I get it. They're in person. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but it's like, just tell them to fuck off. I mean, you probably can't say that to their face. Sure, I get that, but you just gotta be like, make a joke about it. Haha. Tweet about it later. Like this is. I mean, no. Don't tweet about it. No. Because then people are gonna do it because they know it bothers you. But like. Man, I think you were just in a lose-lose situation when that happens. I completely get it. I just think you had to roll with the punches.
Got her model after
I get it, though.
Cinder
I
would then
completely
say,
get
I
it.
went to Silver's meet and greet with Aru and Red. This was the first time I spoke with her directly since my games with her on Twitter at the end of 2021. While we were waiting in line, or right after the meet and greet, Aru suggested the idea of a K9 collab between us two and Silver. This is the image of us meeting Silver that Aru posted later that day. I did not make my own tweet about meeting Silver. So this was of course a virtual meet and greet, and you can see both Cinder and Aru holding up their phones with their models on them, smiling. Silvervale would reply to this message on Twitter and say it was so adorable. Aru would then propose to Cinder that all three of them should have a collab together. While driving back home from TwitchCon, Cinder would ask Aru if she was still planning to message Silvervale about that, and Aru would say yes. Silvervale's reply to Aru's message would come quickly, with her saying that would be a ton of fun, then adding, I've been really busy with the con prep and stuff, but things have been calming down lately. However, just as Cinder felt like she was making progress with Silvervale, something she would deem weird would happen. You see, before she went to TwitchCon, she would post this meme on her Twitter account. She'd claimed that this meme had always been an inside joke with Red. This wasn't a meme format, this wasn't viral, she hadn't seen anyone else do it. To her, she was the first to have ever done it. I'll show it to you just for the sake of you understanding what the hell's going on. So it would start off with a voiceover saying, do you ever wonder what's going on inside someone's head? And it would transition into her dancing and showing off her model's assets. What Cinder found weird though is that after TwitchCon and 8 days after she had posted her meme, Silvervale would post the same exact meme format. Here's how Cinder would describe it in the document. She'd say, Silver tweeted her own version of my meme a week after mine. Before I was retroactively accused of copying her again, I replied to her tweet with my own. This was not a meme format going around, and I don't own this format by any means, but the fact she just so happened to do the same thing I did right after I went to her meet and greet without following me on Twitter and without ever acknowledging me was very off-putting. So as you can see here, as soon as Cinder would see the tweet made by Silvervale, she would reply and say we have the same brain cell, linking her own tweet.
That's kind of weird. Man. That's got to be streamer etiquette. I don't really know. I just think it's probably weird because it's like now you're self-promoting in her like tweet. She probably wouldn't she probably wouldn't be too keen about it, right? It's kind of weird. Also, the thing about it being like a meme format and blah, 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 that's just going to happen, right? Meme formats are going to happen. It's okay, right? You know you were the originator. You can even be like, you can even post it again after that. They'll see the timestamps. I think it's fine. I think you just kind of, again, this is you getting in your own head, and now you're slipping up. Now you're making mistakes. I don't know. Seems a little weird. It seems a little self-promo-y, question mark. I don't really know. Someone else is gonna have to give me the dynamics on that, but it seems a little weird. However, let's just keep going.
This incident would also be something that Red would vent about to Nana when he would bring up Silver.
Because this has a lot to do with Red, of course. Because Red always has to insert himself.
Next thing you know, it's the 17th of October, 2025. Cinder would join a Minecraft server called Bounce NMP that had many VTubers in it, and she'd run into Silver. Red would describe this encounter as Silver being dismissive while Cinder being super nice. However, in the VOD that was linked in the document, I watched it, but it was a fairly normal interaction. I mean, Silver...
Oh, you mean that Red schizoed out again and it was not the way he actually seen it, but yet he's gonna blame someone else on his own schizophrenia? Color me surprised.
Was kind of awkward, but I don't know if we'd call that dismissive. I'll show you a bit of this encounter so that you can make up your own mind.
Yes,
Watch.
please do.
Silver? Oh my god! Oh my god, hi! Oh my god!
Hi! Hello!
Hello.
Hi!
Hi!
Hey guys,
what's
up? This is
Ross.
Silver, this is Cinder. Hello,
Hello.
Ross.
Hi,
nice to meet you!
We're being swindled.
The crater's invisible, right?
Yeah,
I
he
heard
did
there
some
was
invisibility
saddles.
potions.
Oh, whoa, you tamed it.
I guess I did.
Wait, is this someone's house right here?
Sure,
It's
wish I
yours
had
now.
a
It's
saddle.
my storefront.
So
This is
pretty!
really nice, man.
Whatever.
Yeah, so just to save you, like,
Okay, so that was it. I hate to tell you this because I seem to be telling you I told you so a lot. This is your own. This is your own. This is you again. Again, you somehow made it your own idea. You somehow got in your own head, and now you want to put it on someone else. They now have to answer for something you made up yourself. This seems to be a common thing with you, I'm not gonna lie.
A few minutes of your life, the encounter would kind of just carry on being the same exact way. Cinder's friend, Lena, would be doing most of the conversation with
Plus, you're surrounded by people. It's gotta be a lot going on at once for someone to just, like, handle, right? Can we acknowledge that? Can you be an adult for, like, 5 seconds and see that's how it is? Instead of trying to freak out about something that is not even there and you're just like freaking out about, can we do that for like 10 seconds?
Silver, and Cinder would just spectate, saying, wow, cool, awesome. But she'd never directly speak with Silvervale. They just said hello to each other, and that was pretty much it.
She asked one question about whose house that is, and she said, oh no, this is our storefront. Ask what they're selling. Say anything. Make a conversation. Do you not know how to talk? Is this your first time collabing? I can help you, because it seems like you need it.
Regardless, though, this was a very big deal for Cinder because it was the first time they had spoken verbally, and the only time they've ever interacted in a stream setting. The reason why she mentions this encounter is because this is what would make Cinder want to message Silvervale again on Twitter for the first time since their little art misunderstanding that occurred back in 2021.
Oh boy.
She would even mention this in her apology in April of 2025, saying, I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start up a friendly conversation to change things and make things right. Say hi to you at conventions and support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fear or harassment. I was pressured by the community as a whole to try reaching out to collaborate since I got these messages so often comparing us, and I hoped we could work something out. Red would even talk about this with Nano as he was spilling the beans, saying Cinder DM'd Silver on Twitter before asking to play Minecraft together since they were both really into it, and was never answered, and they're not Discord friends. Just so we're clear here, Silver didn't follow her.
Maybe it went to spam. Oh, maybe actually I don't know. I don't want to say that. Maybe there wasn't a spam because the spam feature was probably not there yet. I'll give him that one. Maybe she just ignored it. Maybe she has like a ton of messages that are a lot more time sensitive than someone who just wants to be a super fan and is just being super weird in their DMs. It's what it is.
Right? And you couldn't message Silver unless she followed you. So the only reason Cinder was able to message her was because back in 2021, Silver had messaged her first about the whole art misunderstanding. Cinder would say, hi Silver, I was wondering if you'd be down to hang out off stream sometime. Maybe we could play Minecraft together. I think the Bounce SMP Christmas update is coming soon and they just released cards to everyone. I'd love to get to know you. This will be on November 30th, 2022. Silver would end up replying 11 months later on October 23rd, 2023. She'd apologize for missing Cinder's message, saying, I really prefer not to do collabs. It's nothing against you at all. I'm just more of a solo game streamer. I was really flattered that you were interested though. I'm still always down if you want to message or anything though. I'm rarely on Twitter, so messaging on Discord works too if you prefer that. But that's like almost a year later. Let's ignore the fact that Silver replied to her, okay? We're still in 2022 and Silver hadn't replied yet. A couple days would pass by after she would send a Twitter message and Cinder would remember about Aru's proposition. She'd message her again to see if she heard from Silvervale regarding the K9 collab, and Aru would say that she'd message Silver right now. And that would be the final time this collab would ever be mentioned from Cinder's perspective. Now the next subsection is about people comparing her community name to Silvervale's community name. Silvervale called her
Pyro Pups and Pedal Pals? They're not even the same thing. What? If you ever wonder how to be a VTuber and how to handle dismissive comments, this is like a masterclass in what not to do. This is like a perfect example of how you're just gonna get yourself screwed over. I'm just being completely real.
Community members Pedal Pals, and Cinder would call them Pyropups. Yes, people have said that they sound similar and that Cinder copied her. Man, VTuber drama is actually so cringe. What am I doing with my life? In any case, just like with her design, Cinder would take the time here to show us that this was an original idea. She had come up with it herself, designing how her community members would look like, these little puppies, and would even link a YouTube VOD of a stream in which a viewer would donate, hey, you should call your community Pyropups, which is where she got the idea to call them that. Anyway, next thing you know, we're in April 2023.
So why not just let it go if you already know and your community knows? Who else needs to know, man? Just let your community know. Your community knowing is the only thing because they're the ones that are going to be around you. Anybody else, you could just ban them or tell them to just screw off or something. Like, come on, bro. You really need to lock in at some point.
Hell of a time skip. And here we'd see how Cinder would raid Silvervale multiple times on Twitch, and according to Cinder, Silver would never thank her by name. She even links a VOD with a timestamp in which she raids her. Both Red and Cinder would keep track of how she would react to other people raiding her, and they'd conclude that the only person she did this to was Cinder. The only person she didn't mention by name after being raided was Cinder. This would be something that Red would tell Nano as well as he was spilling the beans.
I never would have guessed. It's Red. Well, show me. You gotta show me who were the people that did get it. Show me who did get it, and then show me their relationship to Silver. Show me how close they are to Silver, because remember, you are not her friend, right? You are not her friend. Now, mind you, you have a very big audience, so she will see it. I'll give you that, but what was the time between when you did it and when your friends did it? You know, show me how it works.
At that point, both Red and Cinder would decide to message a friend of theirs who was also a friend of Silvervale. Cinder would vent about this, but Red would ask that friend if she could talk to Silver directly regarding the situation.
Dude. No, why, man? You're just gonna look weird. You're not friends, and then you're not friends, but you want her to treat it as if you are. Does that not seem weird in your mind? Does that not click that might be just a little weird? Is that when you see that you're like, yeah, this is cool? Oh my god, bro. This man is gonna whatever. I said it already. I don't care. At this point, you're not listening. I'm not. I'm just blowing air into the wind. Who cares?
A few days later, on the 26th of April, 2023, Cinder and a friend of hers would be seen talking about how crazy it was that Silvervale had left Vshouja. This would lead Cinder to open up about how she believes that Silvervale hates her, saying, "I'm pretty sure she hates me anyway, but that's another can of worms, hee hee. I'm glad us and our friends are actually genuine friends." She'd eventually open up this entire can of worms and would go through the entire backstory of her and Silvervale, going as far as the entire can of worms.
You know, sometimes, but I know Silver hates me. I think just minds her own business for the most part. I don't see her interact with VTubers aside from blah blah blah. And I've been acting this whole time. I'm not a person with a personality. Misunderstandings that have nothing to do with Silver. It's funny you say that because that's exactly what it is. And yet you're still trying to make it her fault.
And would go through the entire backstory of her and Silvervale, going as far back as her ASMR persona and how Silvervale debuting with Vshoujo as her cherry blossom model inspired her to become Cinder, a completely different design. At some point, her friend would say, "I've never understood why people would assume that. Like, why would you be silly enough to spend thousands on copying a big streamer?" Cinder would reply to this message and say, "Somebody did that to me." And here she was referencing Spite, who has been a VTuber for longer than Cinder and who has her own section in this document.
Oh, I'm gonna crash out on this. I'm gonna crash out on the Spite one, aren't I? I could already tell.
Cinder would then say this about the situation with Silver. It's just
which is funny because it's okay when you do it to, okay, I don't want to say you do it to someone else because you're obviously not copying Silver, right? You have a very original idea and I will never take that away from you. That is yours, that you are 100% original. I am not taking that away from you, but it's funny that you can somehow be super, you could see it from the other side and yet you don't see how Silvervale sees it. I think it's pretty funny.
Shadow over me all the time that unless I try to resolve it with her directly, it'll never go away. This was the motivation behind her wanting to announce her VTuber collectible figure before Silver does, so that people don't think she's copying her. She would explain that to her friend. Overall, this was definitely an important conversation to look at, because it helps us further understand Cinder's thought process in regards to her desire to be friends with Silvervale. She saw this as the key to clear her name.
So, okay, let's see it from your perspective. Tell me what happens when her friend explains that, probably goes and explains this to Silver. I don't know how close they are. I don't know what the relationship is between this person and Silver. Let's just say she goes and talks to Silver. You don't think you're going to look weird. You're 100% like, oh, Silver is going to understand where I'm coming from and then it's all going to work out. That's how you feel it's going to go down, right? Are you sure? Because this is sink or swim right here. If she doesn't think it goes well, you're kind of shit out of luck, and you're not really going to recover from that one.
Get rid of all...
Because now you went to her friend to talk about her to... Obviously, she's going to know that you're trying to get in close with her. And at this point, she might just think you're obsessed with her. And I'm not going to lie. So do I.
All the haters who compared them as if they would vanish overnight. This made her want this to happen very badly, almost to an obsessive degree. Now,
the
next 24 pages would be a copy-paste repetition of DMs between Red and Nano, in which their gossiping arc would begin in May of 2023. Red would lay out the entire drama, and Nano would listen. Now, more things would happen in that same month of May 2023, one of them being Red opening up Discord and Twitch moderator applications, and one of Silver's mods applying. That person was chosen because of their experience modding for another large VTuber, and he'll refer to them as Mod 1 from here on out. This will show up.
You're going to be super weird and he's going to leave, aren't you? That's what's going to happen, isn't it?
Again later in the document, okay? Around that same day, Cinder would message Nano and ask her to record some voice lines for her lore video. She'd be doing this for many of her friends. This would specifically be for a segment in which she's overcome by negative voices in her head. She wanted her friends to voice them. She'd send Nano a list of these different negative voice lines, and 2 of them had to do with Silver. This is something that Cinder would admit herself in the document. The first one being, you're just a copy, and the second one being, try to be original for once. This showed us how this was constantly a negative thought on Cinder's mind. A couple months later, in July 2023, Cinder's Cup with Gamer Subs would finally release. She did everything she could to release it before Silvervale so that she's not compared to her. It was also very important to her to have the first cup with Nano's art on it. Cinder would show us what Silvervale's full color cup would look like, and then would show us her old cup.
I do have that cup. I had to go look.
Design that she felt looked too similar to Silvervale. As you might remember, in Nano's section, she would make it a point to ask Nano to change, to show us what Silvervale's full color cup would look like, and then would show us her old cup design that she felt looked too similar to Silvervale. As you might remember, in Nano's section, she would make it a point to ask Nano to change her pose so that people don't compare her to Silver. And yeah, one could definitely see that almost to a worrying degree. As if Nano had literally recycled Silvervale's pose. Anyway, the next 6 pages would be another copy-paste repetition of DMs between Red and Nano. This is where Nano would mention that she'd be getting more commissions thanks to Cinder's popularity. Red would tell her about Silvervale being competition against his and Cinder's will, and Nano's eventual request to stop mentioning Silvervale. The next subsection would be about TwitchCon 2023 and the infamous picture of Cinder and Silvervale. If you remember, Silvervale in her document would pretty much say that this picture was taken without her consent, that Cinder had posted it to make it appear like they were friends, when Silver wanted nothing to do with her. Here's how Cinder would describe it in the document. Silver and I had back-to-back meet and greets at the Mythic Talent booth at TwitchCon. When mine ended, I saw her line wasn't busy, so I hopped into it to say hi to her. The last time I tried talking to her was my Twitter message about Minecraft almost a year earlier. Another friend of ours happened to be there to see Silver too, so I waited in line with them. When I saw her, I congratulated her on her Novel Horizons figure and Starforge PC that were both displayed at Mythic's booth. Told her she should be proud of all the cool things she was doing recently, and I wished her luck on whatever she was planning next. Silver nodded along, thanking me, and I left. Red took a picture of me talking with her in the moment, which is not something either of us planned to do beforehand. Later in the day, I posted it on Twitter. I didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together. We were both with Mythic Talent. Everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. Cinder would then reference her apology from April 2025, in which she said, the photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly and I thought it looked so cute, and I posted it without asking you which was wrong of me. And here we can see that tweet with an image of Cinder with Silvervale in front of her, again, virtual meet and greet, and the caption would be, stop by to say hi after my meet, Wolf Girls. Alright, so here's the thing. Before we continue, I need to take a second to explain a pretty big misconception in the VTubing community. Cinder outlined these reasons for posting the image with Silvervale, saying, I didn't see the harm in posting a cute picture of us together. We were both with Mythic Talent, Everyone wanted to see us interact, and showing us on friendly terms could stop the harassment. Now, while I'm sure that most people could empathize with the last point of wanting to stop harassment, the second point, saying everyone wanted to see us interact, was maybe subjective, but the first point of we were both with Mythic Talent shouldn't even be there. The reason for that is, Mythic Talent is a talent agency, yes, but many make the mistake of assuming it functions like a VTuber agency or corporation.
Yeah, all they do is they just give sponsorships. That's quite literally their only job. Like, they're not gonna get you. This is not a talent agency. This is not a HoloLive. This is not a VShojo. This is not a Phase Connect. You literally just go for them for sponsorships. That's all they do. They just help you with sponsorships and get in contact with people. Legit, that's all they really do.
Where the talent roster is expected to interact in order to boost their own popularity while also boosting their agency's popularity. As you might already know, I happen to be with Mythic, okay? And one of the first things I was told as I was being pitched the idea of joining
I think it's really funny too, the Mythic. I love the Mythic Twitter because all they've really done for like the most of this year is just talk about how Silver is gaining the Infinity Stones, and then she got them all, and then she just lost them at TwitchCon. I don't know why. It was such a funny fucking set of tweets. I don't know. It's hilarious to me. I thought it was cute because but I mean, I'm a Silver fan, so you know.
Their staff was, we are not a VTuber agency like Bishojo or Nijisanji, for example. This means that if you just so happen to be a fan of someone that's in our agency, it doesn't give you the right to message them, interact with them, or collab with them.
It's like, are you a member with this person? Yeah. Cool. And nothing else. That's about it. They're just like, yeah, cool. Tough shit, dude.
Your talent manager can maybe reach out to their talent manager, but if they signal no interest in interacting with you, then that's it. There's nothing else we can do. And I mean, think about it. If that wasn't the case, then I'm pretty sure everyone in this agency would have collabed with Queso by now, okay? Seeing that he's also signed with Mythic Talent. I just thought this was important info to get out of the way because it's not explained in the document, and also I've been seeing a lot of people online talk about Mythic as if it's a full-fledged VTuber agency. It's not. And just because you happen to be in it, it doesn't mean much in regards to who you can interact with. I should also mention that Cinder has not been with Mythic for a while now, but I'm not sure if her departure had anything to do with Silverveil or the drama that happened.
I don't know. That's a good question, actually.
In any case, after seeing her in person, Cinder would ask her Mythic talent manager to reach out to Silverveil to see if she was interested. 3 days later, Silverveil would respond to Cinder's Twitter DM that was sent 11 months beforehand, and they added each other on Discord. This is when Cinder would show her entire chat history with Silverveil. It would be a direct continuation of their Twitter DMs. After saying hi and going on about how she got sick from TwitchCon, Cinder would get down to business and say that if Silver wasn't interested in stream collabs, then maybe they can do sponsorships, merch, music, or something else, echoing what Red told Nano at some point. I believe he said something along the lines of, imagine the money they could make.
Hold on, I gotta read this whole thing. Sorry for getting back to you late. I've been super sorry. I don't know why I've been reading it like I'm reading it to myself, like I'm not recording a video right now. I've been super sick from TwitchCon. I guess a lot of us got sick after a couple of parties. I know that feeling. I got sick after TwitchCon this year. I hope you had a good time at your meet and greet. It was nice meeting you there. But yeah, no worries. If you don't prefer to stream together, my manager suggests something more like sponsorships, merch, music. Oh. Jump the gun, why don't you? Oh, now you look like someone who just wants to collab for money. No. Why are you like this? Or some kind of project together. Maybe Mythic could help if needed. I'd love to chat with you either way. No. Have you never made a genuine friendship in your life? Fuck, man. Okay, let me just read Silver's. No worries. It's been super hectic and busy for everyone. I hope you feel better. I'm really flattered by the proposition, but I'm not interested in a transactional relationship with anyone. I hope you can understand. It's exactly it's exactly how it came off. You were so there. You were there. You were so in. Why? Why did you mess this up? Oh my god. You have to be the most fumbler when it comes to building a relationship with someone you look up to. take away this entire sentence and just talk. Just talk, conversate, be like, what kind of games do you like? You know, I want to know what kind of stuff do you like? Hey, did you watch the latest episode of this? What are you really feeling? Oh, that's all you had to do. You were there. I understand. I feel like I'm getting better back to streaming this week. I'm going to make it the worst time of the month. I hope you still enjoy spooky time. Anyway, hope you feel better, and thank you. I was so anxious and nervous. Oh my God, bro. I had a better first interaction with Silver. I just said, you know what I said when I first met Silver? I just said, hi, Silver. Thank you for staying with us. We love you. Thank you for taking the time for all of us. And that's all I said. I said, thank you for your picture. Goodbye. Thank you for your time. Oh my God, man. This is a tough read. I'm not going to lie. This is a tough one.
Because they were perfect for each other. They just fit their theme perfectly. This is when Silver would say she's flattered and that she appreciates the persistence. However, she wasn't interested in transactional relationships with anyone. Cinder would reply and say that she completely understands and congratulated Silver on her new model teaser. Silver would thank her and wished her the best. The next 4 messages that were shown in these DMs would be from Cinder, as Silver just simply wouldn't reply anymore. Cinder would specify in her document that while Red was more focused on the business side of things, especially seeing that there were dozens and dozens of her fans asking for a collab, she just wanted to fix whatever problems Silver had with her, all in an effort to be on good terms and maybe lessen the harassment.
Which is really funny because you made them worse. I am flabbergasted, dude. I am beside myself at how someone could fumble this many times with someone in trying to like make conversation. I'm sorry. It's just funny. Just how it's just business, it's just funny.
4 messages that Cinder sent Silvervale was her congratulating her on her gamer subs drop, saying that she got everything in the mail and that it looks amazing. Cinder would argue that this was used against her in Silver's document. We'll get to that later. In any case, the next 6 pages in this document would be more DMs between Red and Nano that we already. The next Cinder would argue that this was used against her in Silver's document. We'll get to that.
Oh yeah, this is more Silvervale stuff. I think I have that shirt. I don't remember. I have that cup, I'm pretty sure.
Later. In any case, the next 6 pages in this document would be more DMs between Red and Nano that we already saw in Nano's section. They would detail the entire process of Nano canceling Silver's model and Red arguing that he didn't manipulate her to do so. On the 16th of February 2024, Cinder would send a message in her DMs with Silver, in which she congratulated her on her new model debut, but also pointed out that she couldn't send messages in her Twitch chat for some reason. In the document, Cinder would say that even though she was being ghosted, she still clung onto the hope that they could make amends, and always gave the benefit of the doubt to Silver.
It's just kind of sad to see at this point, man. I know that sounds mean, but it's kind of sad at this point to see someone just clinging that hard when someone's just clearly not interested, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's kind of sad.
For missing these messages. She'd then say, there were multiple times I thought to just straight up ask her about the problems between us so we could try and work our differences out, but I never had the courage to send that message. Look, at this point, to say that Cinder clung on to hope can either be seen as optimistic or just straight up devoid of any logic, maybe even naive. At the same time, Silver...
You're unbearably naive. It's just, like, the problem is that I don't know how salvageable it can be, right? And I'm just being completely honest with you. Not because you're a bad person or anything. I don't think you're a bad person at all. I just think you have done everything in your power to make a bad impression on Silver. And that's just me being keeping it a foul wow with you. You have done everything to just make yourself look bad in front of Silver. I'm sorry.
should have definitely been more direct at this point, but one could argue that Cinder was so persistent that maybe she was scared to be blunt with her. So yeah, we can definitely try our best to understand the logic here, but it won't do much at this point because things will only get worse from here.
Nice.
The next subsection would be on April 2024, and it would start off with something similar to the GamerSupps Cup fiasco, except this time it would be about a GamerSupps flavor. In this instance though, Cinder wouldn't be able to release her product before Silver, and would claim to have received harassment because of it. Silver would release her product on April 19th.
Where is this harassment, by the way? I believe you. I do. Why is there never screenshots of it? You have had screenshots for everything under the sun but this. It's just a weird thought I have. Why is this the one thing you don't have a screenshot of? Just a question.
2024, my birthday, and Cinder would release it on the 26th of April
Soccer
2024,
Splash.
so a week later. Regardless though, Cinder would still make it a point to message Silver. Cinder would still make it a point to message Silver on Discord congratulating her on her new flavor. However, this would be the last message she'd ever send her on Discord. All of this had happened in April 2024. This leads us to the next major event in this Silvervale section, which would take place on May 7th, 2024 during a round of new mod applications for Cinder. Here's what was written in the document. I had mod applications open again, and another 2 of Silvervale's moderators applied after being encouraged by Mod1. Red messaged Mod1 for their opinion on these new applicants. They've been modding for Silver for almost 2 years alongside them. Red then asked about me being restricted in her Twitch chat a few months earlier and if there were any problems her mod team had with me since Mod1 had been around for a long time. Mod1 had asked Red to keep their conversations private from Cinder. She'd say, I was never told about these conversations Red was having with them or what he was told by Mod1 over the following year until Red and I were putting this document together. So bear in mind, these conversations happened in May 2024 and Cinder would only discover this after being canceled. Red would chime in and say, I want to apologize to Mod1 for including our messages here. I hope you understand. So, in other words...
Now you're involving other people around Silver. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I'm going to be honest, I'm not surprised.
This was Red admitting that he didn't even ask Mod1's permission to show these DMs to the public.
Which is
kind of
weird.
Had told him to keep this information private. So in these DMs, Mod1 would say that he had encouraged a couple of Silvervale mods to apply. He'd also revealed that he had incorporated an idea in Silvervale's server that was already present in Cinder's. It worked well, but the response he claims he got from Silvervale was, well, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than me. A day later, Red would from in Silvervale's server that was already present in Cinder's. It worked well, but the response he claims he got from Silvervale was,
Wait, where is that? Come here, Maz. Wait, where is that? Where is he saying? Where?
Well, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than well. Revealed that he had. So in these DMs, Mod1 would say that he had encouraged a couple of Silvervale mods to apply. He'd also revealed that he had incorporated an idea in Silvervale's server that was already present in Cinder's. It worked well, but the response he claims he got from Silvervale was, well, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than me. A day later, Red would end up accepting the that was already present in Cinder's. It worked well, but the response he claims he got.
Okay, let me just read it. Wait, where is he claiming that? So, has done a lot of side modding. Generally, has been a lot of good vibes, and he's pretty active when he works, when he's at work even, but doesn't really have access to Discord that needs at work. Is also really good at what he does in Discord. Both may not be around as far as community engagement goes. They both really good at the end. There are a third person Silver's mod that isn't a mod, but I emphasize this is, and he's been trying to get his foot in the door. Modding and stuff, I think it'd be pretty well. So fitting in the race. I could say though, I've known these guys for sure. Became a mod at the same time. We're running in 2 years now. Becoming mod opportunities and encourages the center, and if correctly became such a center, blah blah blah. To my knowledge, those 3 are where? Am I dumb? Where?
from Silvervale was, well, I'm glad you like modding for Cinder more than me. A day later, Red would end up accepting the 2 Silvervale mods who applied due to their experience and recommendation from Mod 1. 16 days later, on May 24th, 2024, Silvervale would post her own version of an emote with the caption saying, "Hi." Cinder would reply with her own version of that emote also saying, "Hi." An hour later, Silvervale would delete her tweet. Cinder claims that this was the last time she had ever attempted to interact.
At this point, you're getting annoying. You've been annoying like this entire after the message you had in her DMs, I would have just never wanted to associate it with you. And at this point, you're just getting obnoxious with the constant trying to. Obviously, like he said, they don't want a transactional relationship, which is what it seems like you wanted to do. Whether you did or you didn't doesn't really matter. It's the way it looked like to her. And at this point, you're just getting really obnoxious. I'm going to be straight up with you. You constantly having to put your emote next to hers. It's getting annoying, dude.
With Silvervale, and that this, after many years, would be the turning point in which he'd finally lose hope of fixing things between Silver and herself. A day later, Red would message Mod 1 about this incident, to which Mod 1 would admit that the reason why this happened was because a Silvervale subscriber had shared Cinder's post in the subscriber-only chat in her Discord. A few other subs would see that post and would start to ask for a collab between both Cinder and Silver. This would lead Silvervale.
See? Like, you're just, like, at this point, you're stepping on her toes, man. Now you're getting obnoxious, and now you're, like, doing things that are gonna hurt her side of the business. I wouldn't want to associate with you after that.
To delete her tweet and had her mods delete any mention of a collab with Cinder in her channel.
Yeah.
So at this point, Mod 1 was like a mole for Red. He'd ask him to monitor things and he'd report whenever something would happen in Silver's server.
Wow.
On the 30th of May 2024, Mod 1 would message Red telling him that more of Cinder's emotes got blacklisted in Silver's chat. More specifically, an emote that featured Cinder drinking from a gamer sub's cup. On the 24th of June, Mod 1 would tell Red that he thinks Silver canceled her stream due to Cinder's 2nd anniversary celebration that was coming up. He would quote a sentence in her cancellation announcement in which she said, "Thanks to those that still watch me." Because of this, Mod 1 would say, "I wouldn't have thought anything of it if it wasn't finished off with that little statement." A day later...
Which, if this guy is... I don't know if he still mods for her. Someone else is going to have to tell me whether any mods were changed at any point. But if this guy was a mod for her at this time doing this, you're fake as fuck. And that's just the truth. You're just super fake. Why are you just going back and forth, especially if you know that Silver is not going to be happy with it? I mean, I get it, right? You kind of mod for both of them, but like if you knew if Silver is the one that you ride and die for, it's like, I don't know, man. It seems fake to me, but I don't know. I demand loyalty.
Red would message Mod 1 asking him if he and the other mods modding for Cinder caused them trouble in regards to how Silvervale treated them. Mod 1 would say that nothing happened as far as he was aware, but that he has no respect for petty drama and saw himself stepping down from Silver's mod team in the future. On the 11th of July, respect for petty drama and saw...
I mean, at the very least, it affirms that me moving towards stepping down from Silver's is the right call, because between you and me, Red, I have no respect for petty-ish drama. And the whole thing comes across as that way, and I'd rather continue supporting Cinder. You're insanely fake. You're fake as fuck. You really are.
Himself stepping down from Silver's mod team in the future.
I have no
On
respect
the 11th
for
of
you.
July 2024,
I just don't.
Mod 1 would message Red yet again about Silvervale's chat drama, showing 2 screenshots of mods talking on her server. In the first image, you can see mods talking about how the chat restriction worked. You type Cinder, and Twitch would say your message could not be sent. In the second screenshot, one of those same mods would give an analogy in order to indirectly explain why this was happening to begin with, saying, "Let's say you're my neighbor, and every morning on my way to my car, you say hello and try to draw attention towards yourself from the crowd of people that are for some reason also watching me walk to my car. I have told you in private multiple times to very nicely please leave me alone in every aspect of my life. I have never walked over to your driveway and attempted to draw attention to me from the crowd that watches you walk to your car. I have never even set foot on your property. You continue to show up in the morning in my driveway. You continue to show up in the morning in my driveway regardless. To Cinder, this didn't make any sense, right? Silver had never so explicitly expressed the desire to...
And this is perfect. This is actually a perfect analogy of how you could pretty much explain how Cinder looks to Silvervale. You are involving yourself in so much shit. You even did a weird ship thing and all this stuff, and it's just like at a certain point you're just getting obnoxious. And I think at that point has been long past, to the point where it's like, at this point, just stay away from me.
Be left alone in DMs, instead always being friendly, which makes her speculate that she had told her mods a different story. And I'm sure if we were to
I can tell from the way that Silver talked that she was just over it with you. Like, you, even after she told you she didn't want a transactional relationship, but she's just trying to be nice, right? But she was clear, cut, and dry that she wanted nothing to do with you. And you still, I don't know how, have found a way to try to wiggle your way into her life again. And it's kind of weird that you don't get this analogy. This analogy is perfect.
Look at this from Silver's perspective. She had expressed this, but in the nicest way possible. Mod 1 would continue to provide the tea. He'd send a screenshot to Red in which we can see him talking to another one of Silvervale's mods. In this image, he would be the one in green. The other mod was venting to Mod 1 about how Silver apparently begged for help from him, but then would ignore him when she didn't need him. He said that she offered him $500 to help her fix her Skyrim mods. He'd try, but then he'd fail, and she'd make him feel like a loser for that, even though he tried for over 10 hours. This was all used to highlight that Silvervale was unstable, mean, petty, and I guess to Red, it would be justification that in this issue, him and Cinder were the good guys. After sending this image, the conversation between Red and Mod 1 would continue, with Red confirming that he'd not told Cinder about any of their conversations, and Mod 1 would express yet again that he wasn't sure whether he'd continue modding for Silver. The last messages in these DMs that were included in the document are of Red and Mod 1 criticizing and making fun of the fact that many of Silvervale's mods happen to be high-paying Patreon subscribers, with Red confused about how she can even maintain a community. So yeah, we're not even halfway through the document, and every time you think it can't get messier, it somehow does. By now, Cinder's perspective is well understood. She feels as though she did nothing wrong while receiving harassment over copying someone that she just wished to be friends with. Silvervale's perspective isn't talked about so much in this document, but she cannot for the life of her tell Cinder straight to her face how she feels, at least not as explicitly as Cinder would like. This could be explained with the idea that Silvervale is very scared of igniting public drama, especially after she had been ruthlessly harassed, doxxed, and bullied to tears over her Hogwarts Legacy drama back in 2023, a year prior. If you want to see more details about that, you can watch my video about Vshoujo. But for the time being, Cinder and Silver were like oil and water, and it took Cinder a very long time to realize that, thinking for years that they were more like peanut butter and jelly. Now, the next instance in which Cinder found herself struggling about Silver would...
That's kind of the most annoying part about this, is like we could all see it in this document, and like, again, chalk it up, another section of the document that doesn't make her look good at all.
Be yet another Gamersubs product. As early as March 2024, her and Red would start planning a merch drop for her upcoming anniversary in June 2025. It wasn't going to be ready in time, so they decided to push it to August 16th alongside her new bikini model debut. At first, Cinder claims that Gamersubs confirmed this could be possible. 2 months later, they'd be told that they couldn't launch it that day since another similar creator to them was having their own drop, and it was requested earlier than them at the start of the year. Cinder says that normally this wouldn't have mattered much, but with Red piecing it together and coming to the conclusion that this must have been Silvervale, it was different. Here's how she described it in the document. Once Red figured out it was her who was launching something at the same time as me for the third time in a row, unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again, and after my interactions with her since SwitchCon is when I became competitive towards Silver. We doubled down on trying to launch the weekend of the 16th, if not on the 16th itself. We did eventually compromise to launch the week before on August 9th, even if it wouldn't be alongside my debut. However, a couple weeks before the release, we were told the 16th was suddenly available, so we moved my drop to that day. Silver launched her birthday merch drop with her new 3D model debut on August 13th, a day after her birthday, and I launched my merch drop alongside my bikini outfit debut on August 16th. Cinder would then show us the art Silver used to showcase her new 3D models' 2 different outfits. She'd then show us the art she made by the same artist. implying that it was copied. Now, I do find it interesting that Cinder, in her own explanation, said that
oh my god, this is so tiring. Like, her section is just, her Silvervale section is just so tiring. Because everything has to go with her own headcanon. None of it is in reality, and yet she's just coming to conclusions that are just, oh, bro, come on. At a certain point, you just got to start taking meds.
Silver was unintentionally throwing a wrench in things again.
And it's like, why, man? Just leave her alone. Stay away. You know what's the worst part about this? Is that all this time when you are compared to someone, why is it, and I've been trying to wonder about this, why is it when you are compared to someone, the first thing you do is try to run them down and get collabs in any kind of way? Why not run the opposite direction? Go a different way. Be as separated as possible, because when you do that, you can't be linked together because you're that far removed, but you constantly have to tweet and try to involve yourself when you're not involved, and then wonder how it all goes wrong when it's clearly in your face how it went wrong.
To be a very reasonable conclusion. It was Silver's birthday at the time. It happens the same year every year. This is something that you can plan for. And yet Cinder decided to debut her bikini outfit,
which I'm surprised you don't actually have her birthday memorized, showing how rating how obsessed you are with Silver. I'm very surprised that passed you by.
Around that time. In fact, Cinder's anniversary as a VTuber would be every June, 2 months before Silver's birthday. So is this constant overlap around every summer really a surprise at this point? Is there no way to plan for it beforehand? I think that's worth asking. Anyway, the next 3 pages would be the same exact pages we saw in Nano's section, where Red would talk to Artist 1 about an exclusivity deal, which would then prompt him to propose the same idea to Nano. Now, there would be one page after that with new info about a certain Artist 2. Here, Red wouldn't be in DMs. He'd be in the project server with Cinder present, and he'd ask Artist 2 if they were interested in narrowing down their client list for being paid extra. They sounded...
One second. It's kind of funny now having access to a phone and an iPad. It's like I switched out the batteries. Anyways, let's keep going.
Open to the idea, but gave no final answer. The next 4 pages would yet again be a repetition of Nano's section, in which Nano would cancel her exclusivity deal so that she could go work with Silvervale again.
Right.
She'd also make sure to personally message Cinder to explain the situation. After this, the document decides to not keep a linear timeline anymore, going back in time instead of forward. We're now in March 2024. And the reason why this happens is to show Mod 1 messaging Red about how a user got banned in Silver's chat for saying that she should collab with Cinder. Later that day, that same mod would tell Red how he suffered rude behavior from another Silvervale mod simply for having pulled Cinder's card in V-cards. I have truly never felt more unemployed in my life. The next thing that would happen would be us jumping in time again, and now we're in March 2025. This is where, yet again, Red would choose to take matters into his own hands. And instead of messaging Artist 2 in the project server where Cinder was present, as he had done before, he would choose to DM them. He wouldn't tell Cinder about this, and in the document he'd say, I didn't have a reason for not telling Cinder about this. I just didn't. In these DMs, Red would explain the drama to Artist 2 between Cinder and Silvervale, and would ask him to not work with Silvervale ever again, seeing that she had been a client before in the past. It's not clear whether this deal actually ended up going through, but seeing that this was like a month before Cinder got canceled, I'm just going to assume that it didn't. We now find ourselves in April 2025, the month of Cinder's cancellation, but in its beginning, not in its end. More specifically, the 11th of April. Okay. And again, we'd find ourselves in a very familiar situation involving none other than gamer subs. Here's how Cinder would describe it. I launched my AFK flavor and merch, and the very next week, Silver drops her Pixel merch drop, making this the 4th time our gamer subs drops have been released back to back. The first time was to try and release my cup ahead of hers, and they happened to be back to back. The second time with our flavors could have been a coincidence, and the third time was bad timing. For it to happen again, randomly in April, separate from any other events, was weird. So yeah, Cinder would release her AFK flavor, and then Silver would release her Pixel merch on April 11th, so a week later. I just want to point out that Cinder was releasing a flavor, Silver was releasing a merch. Cup. So even though they were releasing 2 things with gamer subs, they were not related at all. In any case, when Silver...
Yeah, the reason why that could happen is like, these are 2 separate things, right? They get sold at separate times with different, whatever, you know? Which you could see if you just, like, you know, go on the gamer subs website. They have like cups and other stuff being released in different times and all that. But I mean, that's if you ever feel like looking that up.
Would release her merch drop on the 11th of April, Red would put on his detective hat and ask Artist One if he was the one who photographed Silvervale's merch drop. This was yet again a conversation that Cinder had no idea about. Red would be able to conclude that since the artist took the pictures of Silvervale's merch at the end of February, that would mean that it had been 2 months since the merch drop was ready to release, and yet here it was releasing beside Cinder's drop. This would be when Red would spill the lore on the drama between Cinder and Silver to Artist 1. And at some point, Artist 1 would say, "From my experience, she's always been kind to me, but communications are a bit sporadic. But I did have the opportunity to get to know her a bit better before outside of work topics, like a bit on her personal life and backstory and stuff. Like she used to do cosplay and compete too, so I was like, damn, she'd get along well with Cinder." Red would of course agree wholeheartedly, saying, "They're very similar people. And from the start, I said they'd get along great, until we found out Silver had an ego. We've asked to do sponsors together with Mythic, we've asked to do merch together with
You're pissing me off. My God, dude. I told you, Chad. I wasn't gonna be able to get through this. Like I couldn't have called it any clearer. I legitimately, this is like I'm just so pissed, bro. He's just, people might, like, in your head canon, people, yeah, I believe you. I'm sure people would have gone along. And if they don't, okay. What are you, forcing people to be friends? Yeah, those are the best kinds of friendships I ever reminisce on. The ones where people are forced on me. Those are the people that I value the most, not the people that I came up with, not my boys that have been on the block with me, that have been running things with me this whole time, that have been on the streets with me, that, you know, held me down when no one else held me down. It's everybody else who are just being forced on me just because they would look good and they would make money. Yeah, those are the friendships I think of the most.
Ups, you know, besides just stream collabs, and all the fans want it, but there's one person in the way of that happening. Sorry, blank. It's just a very loaded topic. 5 years in the making. So again, same opinions echoed by Red in the past would be echoed again, and it didn't seem like he was ever going to change his mind. The conversation would go on for a bit longer, but nothing notable would be really said. A couple days later, Artist 1 would personally decide to message Cinder, and here's how she would describe it in the document. Artist 1 messaged me in our DMs to ask if Red had told me about this conversation with them about Silver 3 days earlier, which he didn't. Red never told me about this himself, the same way he never told me about his conversation with Nano about Shy Lily days earlier, his messages with Mod 1 and Artist 2 about Silvervale, or that Bao and Cotton were part of his exclusivity deal with Nano. And so she'd include the conversation she had with Artist 1, but nothing noteworthy would be said. And so barely 12 days later, Cinder would be cancelled. This is why the next subsection would be called Breaking Down Silvervale's Document. Here's how Cinder would introduce it. In the events regarding Nano, Silvervale, like my friends, only knew what information Nano shared. I won't be adding or addressing most of the DM screenshots shown in Silver's document since they were all present within Nano's document, and the full conversations were already shown. After going through the things Silver wrote, I'll address the many things she claimed on her stream. So as Cinder had stated in what I just read, she would go ahead and dissect Silvervale's document and comment on individual paragraphs. Now you might be wondering, Mujin, why did you skip Cinder's dissection of Bao's and Nano's documents in the breakdown section? I already explained, it's due to repetition, but you know what, I won't skip it here and you'll see for yourself. It'll just be Cinder repeating what she's talked about in this section or the other ones. So Silver would start off by saying that even though most of the screenshots provided by Nano featured Red, she found it impossible that he acted by himself and without Cinder's consent, seeing to what extent he represented her publicly and professionally. Cinder would say that Silver had no knowledge about how she and Red conducted themselves together and how she was just agreeing with the narrative the other accusers had decided upon, pushing all the blame onto her. In the next paragraph, Silver would express how heartbroken she was over Nano being—
Which again, I also agree, because the way that I put it is like the perfect way. I feel like it's like either you guys are the most, you know, this is going to be like a theme here. You guys are either the most ineffective communicators in a relationship while living together and apparently married, or you knew. There is no in between. You had to have known.
Manipulated and treated like a tool. Cinder would reiterate that Nano was not manipulated, abused, or treated like a tool in the 4 years they worked together. Next, Cinder would show us the screenshot in which Red is proposing an exclusivity deal to Nano, where she wouldn't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver ever again, models or art. She'd cut off the final message by Nano in which she'd say, "It do be fair, but okay." Can I ask for a demon Cinder figure? The full image, though, would be in Bao's document. This was Cinder arguing that Silver had cut off this part on purpose in order to make her look worse. Then came the juiciest part of Silvervale's document, in a section titled Cinder and I. She'd say, discovering that all of this was going on behind the scenes has been gut-wrenching. I didn't know Cinder, we weren't friends, and we have barely talked. Even writing this, I do not understand what I could have possibly done to warrant the level of malice and cruelty shown. In our private interaction,
all I have to say is, like, if you don't got it by now, you're just not gonna get it, dude. I'm sorry. You just got to be left behind at this point. There's just nothing else that we could tell you.
Actions, I was as cordial as possible, but I just wasn't interested in associating with her professionally or being her friend. From the few uncomfortable interactions I did have with her, I had gotten the vibe that her primary goal was to climb the social and content ladder and grow her brand. I am fully aware how common that attitude is, and that's just how you grow in this sphere, but I personally don't have the emotional fortitude or bandwidth to have for the express purpose of growth. For the record, I think it's fine to have that view and approach to content creation, but I also reserve the right to simply not vibe with someone. I would much rather not associate with someone at all than pretend to be their friend for the purpose of growing my brand. Here's how Cinder would respond to this, saying, I drew fan art of us. I asked to hang out offline to get to know each other, and I went to see her at public events. When finally given the chance to ask her, she refused any kind of business relationship. I was okay with it. I accepted it. That's what Red prioritized me pursuing. I just wanted to try to be her friend, and if not friends, then at least on good terms.
No, dude, why don't you get it? You don't do it through a business proposal. Do it by genuine friendship. Again, have you never made a friend? If this is what Red pushed you to do and what he pushed you to pursue, what a surprise. Another thing that Red ruined, but yet you still want to keep him around. Like, you're just so tiring. Like, if you at least kinda got it, I'd have more sympathy for you, especially as someone who has tried to make friends in this space, but you're just so sorry, I'm gonna choke my own spit. You're just so tiring, bro. You're just not gonna get it. I'm sorry. You just have to be left behind. If you don't get it at this point, that's it.
She's absolutely correct in saying that she has the right to not vibe with someone. She was never obligated to be my friend, but instead of telling me that directly, she was completely two-faced to me. I did nothing wrong to
She told you directly. She literally refused when you messaged her. Come on, man. You're not... Maybe you are this stupid. I'm sorry, but you have to be socially inept to not get when she told you no. Which she didn't kind of tell you no, she straight up told you no.
her, and yet she still held some hatred against me for existing alongside her. The next paragraph in Silver's document would be about how Cinder would ask her Mythic talent manager to reach out to Silver, and how she declined her proposition of collabing on merch with other various collabs that were meant to be monetized. She didn't want to be used transactionally. Cinder would re-explain her logic of reaching out to her through Mythic since they were both in the agency and she had just met her at TwitchCon at a Mythic meet and greet panel. She would say that Silver made the decision to message her on Twitter, and would express confusion over how she was nothing but nice to her in DMs, saying things
because your DM made it sound like she got in contact with, like, imagine this is the person that has been pursuing a relationship with you through friendship and blah 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 blah. She does some weird things, and like she's seriously acting kind of weird in public, and you kind of keep her at arm's length, and finally you're like, okay, let me just give her a chance. What is the worst thing that could happen if I give her a chance? Oh, the first thing she did is try to get me to do business. Do you not see what that looks like? Do you not get how weird and off-putting that is? Come on, man. It really looked like it was just business. And that's super off-putting to people. I don't know how else to tell you it. I'm telling you as I am trying to break it down as much as I can. I can't break it down. I can't break it down one time for you, Mark.
such as, I'm always down to message or anything, while never telling her off or directly saying she doesn't want to talk. She'd also point out that their DMs were cropped out, not showing how Cinder completely understood Silver not being interested in monetized collabs, and how the next messages were Cinder congratulating her and wishing her well. Cinder would then go ahead and explain how 2 messages from Red that were sent to Nano in DMs were presented out of order in Silver's document in order to make her and him look bad. However, it's important to point out that they were presented in the correct order in Nano's document. The next paragraph being dissected in Silver's document would be in which she would talk about her VTuber model being cancelled. It was meant to be completed for her birthday, but Nano messaged her in November 2023 saying that she needed to cancel the commission for health reasons. She'd state that she was heartbroken to now find out that this happened only due to external pressure from both Red and Cinder. To argue against this, Cinder would yet again link the screenshots that were present in Nano's document, showing that she was going to cancel regardless due to her being overworked. She'd then say that if Nano lied and told Silvervale that her model was cancelled because of Cinder, then she doesn't blame Silver for thinking this was the case. She would then state that she doesn't really think that Silver really cares about what happened to her model, because Nano is currently making her a brand new one, showing us a very recent screenshot from Nano's stream on the 17th of September 2025. In Silver's document, she said that she didn't think much of it at the time, but now found it interesting that Cinder had sent her a message congratulating her on her latest Gamer Subs drop, while actively working to take the potential for more away. Again, Cinder would refute these claims and would argue that this message was genuine. In fact, it was sent 2 days before Silver's model was cancelled. Finally, we'd reached the last section of Silver's document titled Moving Forward. Silver would claim that Cinder and Red spent years sabotaging her for no understandable reason, that she had done nothing wrong to warrant this kind of hate other than simply just existing at Silverville. She accused both Red and Cinder of actively seeking to get her models and art cancelled. Cinder would argue that she didn't do anything to warrant Silver's hate of her, and that Nano independently cancelled her project with Silver, adding that Red did ask one other artist not to work with her on his own, and as far as he knew, nothing was cancelled because of it. This is of course in reference to Artist 2. The final paragraph from Silver's document shown here would be her saying how it was hard to express how crushing of a feeling it was to be talked about so maliciously without her knowing, while mourning all the potential opportunities and friendships that were taken away from her due to spite and insecurity from Cinder, and hoping that her document can convince its readers that she is not the person Red and Cinder claim she is. To this, Cinder would say, the rumors expressed about Silvervale were true to our own experiences with her. There was no reason for Red or I to lie about that.
What direct experiences do you have with her, other than when she told you to fuck off? Which she was well within her right, and I think was a good idea for her to do. What kind of experiences do you have? Because everything else has just been in your head. You are literally seeing figures in your soup, and you're trying to blame it on Silver. And it is tiring.
The same way there wasn't a reason for Red to lie to Nano about my experience with Shy Lily. I hope this document and the evidence presented will convince you that Silvervale is the person that I've shown her to be. Alright, so now I kind of hope you understand that this is really just a repetition to everything we've seen. Yeah, there were a couple of interesting things, like how Cinder thinks that Silvervale on purpose included cropped images to make her look worse, but overall, instead of writing 230 pages, she could have just talked about this, right? That could have been the whole Silvervale section, for all I care. But Cinder wasn't done. Because if you thought that this was crazy, wait till you realize that the next 40 pages are Cinder quoting individual sentences.
My God, you need to go outside.
From multiple Silvervale streams in which she talks about the situation as it was happening. Yeah, I wish I was joking. In fact, every single thing Silver said that was included in this document had a YouTube link of the VOD in question with the exact timestamp that was referenced and then transcribed. Now look, I can't make everyone happy, and I'm sure some people won't like this, but at a certain point, I have to put my foot down, man. I do have to take some hard decisions for the sake of this video's quality and for the sake of my own sanity. I read these 40 pages and can conclude that they're nothing more than a painfully elongated version of Cinder's dissecting of Silver's document. This is the same thing as what happened in the breakdown, okay? So regardless of the opinion you hold right now about Cinder or Silver, I don't think this will change much of it.
All right,
so
cool.
This is why we'll be skipping to page 227.
Please,
where we'll be reading
thank
Cinder's
you, bro.
conclusion about this section.
Thank
Here's what
you.
she'd say. In
Thank
conclusion, Silvervale. I was not jealous of Silvervale. I did not obsess over Silvervale.
This section is an hour, maybe? Almost an entire hour. With skipped parts. And it legitimately is just you obsessing of trying to have a friendship with her. When you could have just... Did you copy her? No. I can for 100% clarity... No, with 100% honesty and 100%, and I am 100% convinced, no, in no way, shape, or form did you ever copy Silvervale. Anyone who says that you did are lying to themselves and are just not seeing the differences. However, you are absolutely obsessed with Silver to the point where you just started making your own headcanons and you just ruined a possible friendship, especially because you tried to take the red route and you're like, I'm gonna try to give her a business deal, maybe she'll like it. You just made it look so much worse, man. And I think the worst part about it is they're just silly fumbles and you still don't learn from your mistakes. I can't help you. I really can't.
And I did not copy Silvervale. For years, I've been harassed for being her lesser half, and my existence was discounted as a poor ripoff of someone else. The lengths people went to convince themselves and did everything to copy.
You were at one point one of the top VTubers. When is enough enough? I think you're okay. I think you could have just let it go. I think you're good. I don't think you need to just continue to harass someone and trying to get them to be your friend. Just let it go.
Silvervale throughout my career, down to copying her laugh, or the same lanes my friends must have gone to convince themselves that I was somehow sabotaging them for years. Neither was true. My insecurities about these comments ate at me for so long, I've had to go to similar lanes just to avoid getting harassed over these comparisons. I've only ever wanted to get along with Silver, but I got off on the wrong foot with her because of my mistake in the original fan art post, and she never forgot that. Once it was apparent that Silvervale wasn't willing to show me the kindness and respect I showed her, and that I couldn't expect her help in ending these hateful comparisons between us, I resorted to agreeing with Red to ask Nano to stop making models for her. Eventually, one of the biggest things we were compared over wouldn't be an issue anymore. What we did was wrong, no matter how Silvervale treated me, but she quite literally lost out on nothing due to my actions. I didn't have a problem with Silvervale herself because of other people's comments about us. My problem was with the way she treated me opposite to what she said to me when I did nothing to warrant it. She pretended to be friendly, then ghosted me, restricted me from her chat, and blacklisted anything to do with me, all without ever saying a word directly to me about how she really felt. Regardless of how I felt about Silvervale, I never did anything so petty to her. I made fan art of us together, I asked to hang out offline once, I asked her to collab once. Over the course of 2 years, that was too much for her. Silvervale claimed she was very direct with me when she wasn't, so let me be direct with you. Silvervale is a master emotional manipulator. If Shy Lily claimed I was a narcissistic manipulator, then I don't even know how she described Silvervale. She effortlessly lied directly to her audience she claims to care so much about through her crocodile tears. She manipulated them into giving her the support she felt I was taking from her for years. On stream, she would lie about me, then manipulate her viewers by saying how awful and stressful everything was and how uncomfortable and anxious I made her. She repeated that exact thing over and over again, turning me into the big bad wolf I never was, ending with how much she cared about and loved her fans. She manipulated the majority of her mod team against me, and even emotionally manipulated one of her mods for the sin of trying their best to help her out with something she asked for help with. Silver couldn't take accountability for her own actions towards me and lied about them to everyone when I was already down. Silver had to lie about everything she experienced with me because if she told the truth, it'd be her being at fault, not me. There was literally no reason to lie about what happened with my fan art from 2021. I was already canceled, but Silvervale wanted to make me look worse.
I'm just letting it play at this point. I got nothing else.
For no other reason than that she could. She said anything she wanted about me because I was the only one who could refute it. I drew fan art of us together and she took it personally and held it against me ever since.
This is so tiring. You mamby-pamby motherfucker. Why? I don't know.
Has been so full of spite towards me that if she wants to claim she wasn't lying about everything, then she's deluded herself into believing an alternate reality of twisted fan fiction where I've been the cause of all her problems and her own personal comic book villain. She was never willing to bury the hatchet until she was able to bury it in my back. How could anyone trust anything Silvervale says after this? Silvervale resented me for what she saw as me trying to use her, stealing her viewers and mods away from her, and being just as successful as her in my own right, despite just being her copy. She became adamant to turn her mods against me, remove all mentions of me from her Discord server and Twitch chat, refused to do something as small as reply to each other on Twitter, and couldn't bring herself to even thank me by name when I rated her as to not give me any public validation. She could only see my words and actions in the petty, threatened way she chose to interpret them in. I was nothing but kind to her for years, and instead of just telling me to fuck off like she truly felt, she was two-faced, and then lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. She pretended not to see my supportive messages to her for months while she lied to her mods about me and soft-banned me in her chat for simply saying hi every now and then. She expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparisons to me either, but she never could acknowledge that simply getting along could have helped end that for both of us. I never expected her to do anything with me.
Let me say that again.
Telling me to fuck petty, threatened way she chose to interpret them in. I was nothing but kind to her for years, and instead of just telling me to fuck off like she truly felt, she was two-faced, and then lied to her chat about her willingness to be direct. She pretended not to see my supportive messages to her for months while she lied to her mods about me and soft-banned me in her chat for simply saying hi every now and then. She expressed she didn't like getting harassed over comparisons to me either, but she never could acknowledge that simply getting along could have helped end that for both.
Or simply go away. Why not go away? I'm just asking. Surely anyone else could have just told you the same thing. Right? Surely.
I never expected her to do anything with me, just to treat me like a person. She was seething over my existence alongside her and blamed me for every inconvenience she's suffered in her career ever since I wrote #Cindervale in a long deleted tweet. But she claimed she was the one that broke my brain. Maybe if she looked in the mirror instead of glaring over at me for 4 years, she would have recognized.
How ironic that this is the way that she decides to end her statement. But instead of just trying to, I don't know, accept what you are, accept that you've been just told to go away, imagine this is your conclusion. Why couldn't you just leave? Come on, man. You're just, it's just whatever.
The problem. Just like every other situation I've discussed in this document, the issues with Silvervale were due to a severe lack of communication, a refusal to communicate. Silvervale didn't start my cancellation, but once it was in motion, she jumped on board to throw as much fuel into the fire as she could. Ever since her years-long abuser was taken out of the picture and Silvervale reclaimed her community from me, she's been much more active than she's ever been, now doing handcam streams and even planning to cosplay. She's been profiting off of all the lies she told about me, just like Nano, who's making a brand new model for her right now. Cinder would then link a clip of Silvervale on her stream saying, you know, maybe people can stop being so fake. I don't know if they will, but you can hope, I guess. It's not hard to be a good person. It's really not. It's so much more effort to lie to people and manipulate people. And how did that not get stressful, you know? Like, how did you not feel bad at least a little bit? This was, of course, in reference to Cinder. Now, normally, this is where you'd think the section would end, but Cinder had other plans. She'd include a subsection titled A Pattern of Behavior, labeled, of course, as speculation, continuing the dangerous trend she started in this.
Oh my god, don't tell me that.
Section titled The Breakdown. Here's what she had to say. Silvervale did not like me. It's very clear by her own behavior over the past few years, her own mod accounts, and her lies. My second debut anniversary was on the 25th of June, 2024. It's very likely, evidenced by her own words on stream and the account of one of her longtime mods, that she canceled her stream on the 24th of June because of my celebration subathon, meaning she knew when it was. In August 2024, my bikini debut and merch drop coincided with the week of Silver's birthday debut and merch drop, an important event for her where she debuted a similar pair of outfits to my 2.0 and Demon designs from the year before. Her Pixel merch drop was presumably completed and ready to release at any time almost 2 months ahead of the eventual launch date on the 11th of April 2025, and just so happened to be released a week after my AFK merch drop on the 4th of April 2025. I got to be cancelled for my anniversary this year on June 25th, but I was supposed to be launching a limited edition label of Pyro Power with a promo card on that day, both with art drawn by Nano, planned as far back as February.
Shit, I guess not this time, right, brother?
2025, Silver had the same bikini debut and merch drop I had during her birthday week and merch drop last year, a day after my anniversary this year. During her stream about me, on the 29th of April 2025, she said that we plan out our drops like the whole year. So I have like a whole year of really cool drops planned. And in 2024, she had her birthday drop planned as far back as the start of the year too. In almost all cases, Gamersupps lets creators choose when they want their drops to be. Her bikini debut and merch drop was already put together before my cancellation, and she would have been able to schedule it whenever she wanted. If the pattern of back-to-back releases was to continue, I believe Silver planned.
My question is, why did you never ask gamer subs. You are a partial owner at this point, by the way. Why did you never ask ahead of? Surely you have insider information as one of the co-owners. Surely you could have asked for a list of drops and when they are coming. You could have one of the staff ask her when she's thinking of dropping things. You're telling me that you are now playing the victim of not knowing when your company, the company you own, drops merch. You're kind of her boss. I feel like she would kind of have to answer when you ask her a question. Am I wrong? I don't know what to tell you.
And this at the same time as my drop, despite me, and overshadow my anniversary, the same way I'm sure she felt my bikini drop did on her birthday week last year. Another thing I noticed were the unusual amount of similarities in our beach background environments, which were both done by the same artist. Cinder would then go ahead and show them side by side. She'd also argue that the overlap.
So there are similarities by the artists, and you blame her and not the artist. This is not the artist's fault, which I don't want to throw the artist under the bus, but you don't think this is just their style? You don't think this is just the way that they draw certain things? This is them. This is all Silvervale, and not someone just, hey, can I have a back? An Oasis only looks so. It can only be so original, right? An Oasis is kind of gonna look the same. I've been to many hotels. You could only make a pool so many different ways. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
They also looked the same exact way. Then she would say, but she broke me? Then she'd end this by saying, and if she didn't make
No, she didn't break you. You broke yourself. And I'm sad that you just don't see it. Because honestly, you could recover. You could not be this obsessed, and you could be a normal person, a normal functioning person in society. I just don't know when. And I hate saying that because it just makes you sound like a crazy person, but you're more than welcome to show me that you're not. But I'm just saying, so far, not a great look. That's all I'm trying to say.
It clear, Silvervale prefers not to do collabs and doesn't want any transactional relationships. She would show a tweet from Shy Lily saying that she was going to collab with Silvervale to play video games with, and it turns out that they were playing this video game because it was for an advertisement. This entire section would end with an image of both Silvervale and Shy Lily playing that game together, having a good time.
Nikkei has had events where they get a bunch of creators to do, what's it called? They have them just doing not performative. What is it? Collaborative sponsorships. They had a whole concert with a bunch of VTubers, and even now they had one with Pippa and a bunch of other VTubers. It's just the way that Nikkei does things. I don't know what to tell you. This isn't like. It's not like Hoyoverse, where Hoyoverse doesn't get creators together. Nikkei gets creators together.
To which Cinder would say, birds of a feather. Now, of course, this wasn't a normal collab, it was a sponsor stream for a game, but maybe that's the point Cinder was trying to make, right? This whole monetized relationship. That Silver was doing that collab for money when she told Cinder that she didn't like to do that. One could argue, though, that Silver and Lily were already friends before this collab and didn't meet purely for money.
That too. They're friends. You're not. You're like trying to force your way into friendships. These two probably, if you're going to say that birds of a feather flock together, then you also have to admit that you are not part of that flock and you will not fly with them. And that's okay. Again, that is totally fine. I will not blame you. I will not look down on you. if you had just accepted that. At that point, it's what it is. You are a great streamer. There is no need to force people to be your friends because you're going to make it regardless. Regardless. But you just couldn't accept it. I don't know why.
Purposes. In any case, this is how the document ends. So first things first, I'd like to congratulate you for making it this far. Wow, what a trooper. But more specifically, to this section alone, since it's the longest in the entire document.
And it's
even
the
though we
worst.
skipped like 40 pages. High five. At this point, I don't know what you think. Maybe you side with Silverveil. Maybe you side with Cinder.
Silver,
maybe you hate both.
without
And
even
maybe
a-
you genuinely
without a
don't
doubt.
care and want some trashy VTuber drama to listen to while doing chores. Either way, I've already tried to provide you with different possible explanations
hate
as to
you,
why
Mujin.
Cinder and Silver were behaving the way they were. And
No,
it's
I'm
up to
kidding.
you
I
to
love
decide
Mujin.
what you want to think. However, I wouldn't decide just yet because
Oh
we do
my
find
God.
ourselves in a precarious situation.
Okay.
You see, the way Cinder felt about Silverveil was almost exactly how another VTuber by the name of Spite would feel in regards to Cinder. She'd constantly get harassed.
And how ironic that she sees her struggling with this and she almost says, "Get the hell away from me. I ain't you. You ain't me. You ain't never gonna be me." How ironic. And just the cherry on top with this section. It's kind of funny, honestly.
Compared and belittled in regards to Cinder and being told that she was nothing more than a cheap copy, while never being acknowledged by Cinder. The next section in this document involves Aru, but we'll put that on the back burner for now
Aru.
and go straight for the one after that, the section titled Spite. This is where I'd be very curious to see how your
please.
opinion evolves.
Please
Let's head
hit
straight
me
to
with it.
All right,
Hit
so
me with
Spite's
that good
section
shit,
would start
Mujin.
off like any other section in this document.
Yep.
Cinder would show Spite's tweet in which she had her Google Doc about her, and then would write an intro saying, "I'm very sorry to Spite for the harassment she's gotten over the years for absolutely no
Okay.
reason other than being similar to me. I know how it feels to be called a copy or inferior version of someone else when you know it's not true. I disliked Spite for what I thought was her copying me, and I was harassed for being similar to her too, just not nearly to the degree I was with Silverveil. I never reached out to talk things out with Spite, and I should
Oh,
have.
yeah?
I'm sorry. I've never
That's
condoned or told
crazy.
anyone to harass any other creator, even if I've ever held
Honestly, I believe that. I believe that she couldn't take the time to go out and try to reach out her hand to Spite because this entire time she was trying to, and instead of reaching one hand behind her to help pull Spite up, she had both hands forward trying to run after Silverveil. And it's really fucking funny.
anything against them myself. I lied when talking about Spite in my
I
apology.
lied.
I knew Red had talked to Nano about her in 2023. He had gone as far as to ask her not to work with Spite.
What a surprise. All roads lead back to Rome. And Julius Caesar is red.
It was not something I had anything to do with, but I was okay with it after he told me Nano agreed.
Yeah?
I lied so I wouldn't make things worse for myself and admit to more than I was already being accused of at a time when everything was crashing down for me. I'm sorry to her for being unknowingly excluded from working with Nano because of how I felt about her. I believe Spite was contacted by Shy Lily and compelled to make a public statement about me. It's
Yeah?
made up of allegations without evidence and is purely based on conjecture.
No, there's evidence. Everything everything Spite has shown has mountains of evidence. You're not getting away with this one.
She's profited off these baseless accusations since making them against me. If Spite was never shown in the screenshots of Red asking Nano not to work with her, which I feel Spite would have included in her document, then she made her statement over one screenshot of Red's DMs talking about her from May of 2023.
Wait, so let's see what, speaking of seeing her profit, let's look at her profit right now. I might be able to see this. She might be live right now as I'm recording this. So let's go check that out. No. In fact, she is not live. I apologize for that, chat. She's like averaging, I think like a, I don't know, is it Spite stream charts? I think it's like how much CCV? Like 1,000? She's like 1,000 CCV Andy now or something like that. Which is what it is. Peak viewership. Yeah, she's about 1,000 viewer Andy now.
At no point have I ever stolen or copied anything from Spite. Besides Red, I've only talked about my grievances with Spite to a handful of friends. Following her on Twitter is the extent Red and I have ever been watching her, and I haven't cared about what she was up to beyond mid-2023. I moved past all of this a long time ago, and I wish no ill will towards Spite. So again, this section would have speculation. In fact, the first page had speculation saying that Spite was contacted directly by Shy Lily and compelled to make a public statement. We don't have proof of that as far as I'm aware, but the most important thing I'd like to tell you is that this section is 112 pages. The majority of it is images, either DMs or designs, in which Cinder tries her absolute best to show us that everything in Spite's document, in which she outlined how Cinder copied her without acknowledging her, is false.
Dude, there's screenshots, man. Oh, come on, bro. Really?
This by showing us her origin story. The fact that her characters always had two colors, one of them being blue, similar to Spite. The fact that according to her, Spite only revealed her model a few months after Cinder had revealed hers first, back in 2021. She'd show us the references she used for Cinder. And in it, we can see a VTuber by the name of Kaza. And the funny thing is that it was created by the rigger of my VTuber model, Cho. Just a funny little detail. But yeah, overall, it would be so many pages of screenshots of DMs and everything else that proves that she wasn't copying anyone, that it was all her original idea, and that more importantly, the blue version of herself was not her copying Spite in any way. Even though they have some similar looking outfits, none of it is like this, okay? Now look, I can confirm from reading this section that Cinder wasn't purposefully like
ass cheeks
this, okay? Now look, though they have some similar looking outfits, none of it is like this, okay? Now look, I can confirm from reading this section that Cinder wasn't purposefully trying to copy Spite. I guess in some cases it truly was coincidences. But then you remember Silvervale's section, right? And you wonder, why couldn't it also be the same thing there too? Maybe in Silvervale's perspective, they were also coincidences as well. I mean,
why couldn't you just ignore it the way that you could ignore Spite, is my question. Why can you ignore one and not the other? Is it because you have something to gain from her? Is it the business side? Is it truly just business? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean, look at this. On the 22nd of September 2022, Spite would post something saying 1 year anniversary, first ASMR stream this Saturday, right? 2 days later, Cinder would post a tweet reminiscing about her old persona in which she did ASMR and that she's making more as time goes by. God, man, how is this posted on Twitter? These boobs are crazy. These have to be censored. Anyway, despite this was Cinder on purpose trying to take the spotlight away from her. But Cinder, it just so happened to be when she would publish these videos back in 2022. However, there would be one tweet. Okay, she'd admit at least that there's one tweet where she made it specifically to piss off Spite. She'd say, there's one tweet I found that I know I made in spite of her. This was after 6 months of what I thought was Spite copying me and being compared to her and harassed for being similar. It was wrong and petty of me to do this. So on the 10th of January 2023, Spite would announce that she was doing an outfit reveal debut. And so on the day of her debut, Cinder would post this tweet on purpose as some sort of clapback, saying, Queen of Fire, check out my cool skull throne. I can't wait to wear this on a hoodie when my merch comes in. And it will be artwork of her specifically in blue flames, which kind of looks similar to Spite. So now you might think, cool, there's some misunderstandings. Cinder does admit that she did it and she regrets it. Sure. Can we finally move on? Because this document has been going on for way too long? No, because Cinder would make it a point to post speculation again, titling it Spite Copying Me. I'd also like to show my point of view on why I thought Spite was the one copying me back in 2022 and early 2023, which led to Red asking Nano not to work with her. We were the only two prominent Hellhound or Cerberus-themed VTubers at the time all this occurred. This section should be considered speculation, the same as Spite's entire document was about me. Then she goes on to say, everything presented here could have been sheer coincidence, and I don't have any evidence proving it was otherwise. So now we know to skip this. I'm just kidding. We'll take a look at a couple pages so you understand what she's talking about. She'd show an image of Spite's designs and then say, with the one on the right debuting on the 14th of May 2022.
I want to go home.
Cinder would then show her original model that debuted a month later on the 25th of June 2022. That's it. She doesn't add any more context or explain why she posted these images together. I guess you're meant to see a similarity. I guess I'll leave that up to you. Then Cinder would talk about the moment in which Spite would come into her Twitch chat. We already saw this. This would be on the 11th of July 2022. She'd donate 1,500 bits. It would be the only time she'd be in her chat, and all her messages would be very supportive. In Spite's document, she would argue that one of her designs was completely stolen by Cinder. Spite would have that design done on July 20th, 2022. 2022, and Cinder would post something similar on September 14th, 2022. She'd then say that she got called off-brand Cinder and just a bunch of horrible things, confirming that she went through a lot of harassment, just like Cinder did in regards to Silvervale, or at least
And how does she react to it?
Cinder, though, this is disingenuous, because the model that Spite was showing in her document didn't include the final version that had ear flames. Yes, I agree. I do think VTubing was a mistake. You don't have to tell me. She'd then show a VTuber model teaser in which there were like flames and embers behind her and her model was fully black, and then would show that 3 months later, Spite would do the same thing, inspired by what she had done. Last thing I'll show you about this is that on Cinder's stream, she'd have this hellhound running to the side as one of her alerts. This would be before and after June 2022. 3 months later, Spite would post her own mascot running to the side.
I don't know how to tell you guys, or I don't know how to tell you, but you guys are both dogs. You guys are both like canine-esque animals in some way. I don't know how to tell you this, but dogs run. I mean, like I legitimately, like I don't know what to tell you. You're a dog, you guys run. It's not that deep.
Well, all right, so maybe she did get inspired by Cinder here, but it's interesting because Cinder herself admitted that she had used Silvervale for reference when it came to her stream assets, her emotes, etc.
But that's okay.
So even if that was true, even if Spite actually used her alert as reference, where do we go from here in regards to Silvervale's point of view? You'd even have some DMs from Nano's section make a comeback here where Red mentions Spite and talks about excluding her from being able to work with Nano, and that would pretty much be it. That's Spite's section. Be grateful that we didn't just go through every single page. However, at the end of this section, you'd see something else pop up. A subsection called My Design Elements in Niantel's Claims. This would be something that happened back in 2021 when Cinder was still a PNG. It had been resolved, right? But Niantel's felt the need to remind everyone about what happened with them while quote tweeting Bao's document on April 26, 2025. Niantel's would say, "Do we remember when she sent her entire following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with this hellhound OC that was copying her? Or how about when she was actively liking tweets calling me names? Of course we don't remember it because she made me delete every tweet regarding it after it happened. This mean girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators like myself were just intimidated into silence and pretending like it never happened." So yeah, while this was old news, a lot of people weren't aware of it because it happened before Cinder had even gained some sort of an audience. One of the screenshots that Niantel's would include in her post would be someone saying, "You're cringe" to Niantel's, with Cinder liking it. Back then you could publicly see people's likes. So Cinder would claim that Niantel's made it seem to be like Cinder had a problem with the fact that the character looked similar to hers, when in reality it wasn't the case. Niantel's would reach out to Spite and tell her, "Yeah, I had issues with this Cinder person before. She caused this whole drama with me for a character that looked similar to hers when I called her a dog girl." Cinder would show us that actually, the initial tweet Niantel's made back in September 9th, 2021, would call this design a hellhound girl. Cinder would claim that this is what pissed her off. And then, of course, she'd say that it looks very similar to her concept. Cinder would claim that she didn't send anyone to harass Niantel's and would show Red messaging an artist friend to ask for advice because they didn't know how to handle a situation like this in the VTuber sphere. He didn't know what to do. The artist was also confused, and he'd joke around and say, "Looks like Cinder if she worked at a strip club," shaking my head. Cinder then says, "It was after this that our friend acted on their own and commented on Niantel's tweet to defend me, with another couple of our friends joining in. I messaged the friend Red reached out to after they commented on the tweet." In these DMs, Cinder would say, "Oh my god, blank, thank you for saying something," after seeing that it really got me down. That friend would say, "You're fine, girl, copycats are everywhere, but you should definitely step up and comment or at least DM her to tell her to change up her character design because it's too close to yours." To which Cinder would say, "Thank you for the advice," and the artist would say, "Of course, cutie." So this, of course, is in reference to the whole "you're cringe" comment that Cinder liked on Niantel's tweet. So did she send people to harass Niantel's? No, not directly. But did she condemn this behavior? No, not really. She was.
If you not sending, you did not send people, 100%. I get that. You did not send anyone to harass her. I 1,000% agree with that. However, when it was brought to your attention that they did go after her, why did you not stop them? Why did you not tell them to bring it down? Why did you not say it would make you look bad? That's my question, brother.
Happy about it. Anyway, they'd end up messaging each other on Twitter, with Cinder starting the conversation saying, "I'm sorry I didn't message you before," replying to your tweet, "Yes, this should have been private." Niantel's would agree with this, saying this could have gone a lot differently if it had all gone down in DMs. Niantel's would do the same exact thing Cinder has done in both Silvervale and Spite sections of this document, showing her references, just to prove that it wasn't an exact copy of Cinder. She then specified that this character will never be the main focus of her channel. She'll just appear in 3 audios at most. So it's really not that big of a deal to make some changes if that'll appease you. Cinder would take her up on that offer and say that the most unique things about Cinder are the flames inside the ears and the tail's design. Regardless of the outfit, that's the biggest thing. Now, there was one picture in particular of their DMs that seemed really off, and Cinder addresses that, explaining herself. Cinder would say, below, I said you should be careful with what artists give you back in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. And it sounds a lot worse reading it back now than I meant it back then. I asked her to remove only the artwork tweet until revisions were made, followed by her saying, I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours, which I agreed to. So yeah, you see, this is Cinder saying, yeah, I can do that. I agree this was a misunderstanding, and I do apologize for all this stupid Twitter drama. Really, I do. I don't know what other artists you work with, but you should be careful with that they give back to you in the future. It could lead to another situation like this with someone else. Neantails would explain herself, saying, I hate confrontation. My artists are so sweet. I hate returning stuff or asking for alterations, though I see what you mean. I'll remove my tweets if you remove yours. They both removed them, and then Neantails would say, sounds good. Glad we could sort this out. I'll be sure to get your approval for the changes when my artist is done with them. Yeah?
Nice.
One other thing to point out is that in these DMs, Cinder would genuinely apologize if there were supporters of hers that commented harsh things towards her due to her replying to her original post. They would agree on an apology they would both post, and then Neantails would say, sounds good to me, so it's all sorted now, and we can assume it was. Neantails would come back later, messaging her with a new design, and Cinder would say, that's fine, thanks for getting back to me, I appreciate it. Just to point out, these revisions took close to a month to be done. Cinder would then say, I'm aware I did not and do not have the exclusive right to have fire on my character design, specifically my ears. It is my most iconic feature, but that doesn't make it only my feature. Your VTuber character design is something that represents you, and in an IP-driven world, your design is very important to your brand. When someone adds similar details to their own design, or their design looks very inspired by yours, it can feel personal, like they took part of you for themselves. As I grew, I became much less concerned about other VTubers using fire elements like mine. I've seen many VTubers with fire in their ears, and many adding the swirl too, but fire with a swirl has always been a common trope. While it would bum me out when everything around that detail looked as if it could have been taken from me, I recognize that I probably inspired a lot of people to design themselves that way. I do not and have not held it against any VTubers who have fire on them, in their ears, have changed colors, are hellhounds, or have any other design element they share with me after moving past my feelings of spite in 2023. My friends would sometimes come to me about VTubers they'd seen that they thought were copying my fire features like here, which made me feel justified in feeling bad about it, like I wasn't alone. Nobody likes to feel like someone is copying or ripping off something as personal as their VTuber design. Not me, not Spite, and I'm sure not Silverveil either. So yeah, she'd include DMs here with a friend that was telling her that someone was copying her and she'd feel bad about it, and then in the next DMs that she'd show would be her being very happy that another friend has fire ears. She'd also be excited about another friend making an outfit similar to hers. So look, by now if you've watched my channel before, you'd know that these dramas about people copying each other in the VTubing sphere happen too often. And that's because inherently, VTubers are anime characters, and there's only so much you can do to make an anime character original. It's inevitable. However,
I mean, even me, people can look at me and instantly tell what anime character inspired me. I still try to make it somewhat original, and I mean, it's even an inside joke that when people mention what character they think I look like, I'm just like, who's that? Ha ha ha. You know, and they'll be like, oh, have you ever watched that anime? I'll be like, nope, I've never watched it. It's for legal reasons. I have never watched it. It's just funny. But yeah, I get it.
In general, it says a lot about how someone would handle someone quote-unquote copying their design. Silverveil, Spite, and Cinder all had different reactions. It's up to you to decide who had the best one and who had the worst one. But now that we're done with this section, this leads us to the last section directed towards someone personally, and that would be Aru. So Aru used to be a VTuber that now does face cam streams. As you saw earlier in the document, this would be the first time Aru would be mentioned, especially in regards to Silverveil. She'd be one of the last people to make a statement on.
She's what's her called? She's Invisible Woman's butt, isn't she?
Cinder as the drama was going on April 2025. Here's what she'd say. I hadn't planned on tweeting anything about this until I saw Cinder's apology. While I wasn't hurt to the extent others were, it's clear now that I was lied to and used, not treated as a friend, but as a tool. I first met Cinder during a Twitch Rivals tournament and really looked up to her. We hit it off, messaged a lot, and got even closer at TwitchCon 2022, where I spent most of the day with her and Red. At one point, she noticed I was mutuals with Silverveil, someone I admired since meeting her at PAX, and asked if I could introduce her. I thought she was just a fan like I was. Cinder invited me to go with her to Silverveil's meet and greet, and it meant a lot to me. As someone who didn't grow up with many social invitations due to being homeschooled in a foreign country, that gesture felt special. But looking back, I realized she only invited me because she thought I could give her access to Silverveil. After I introduced them, Cinder pushed me to ask Silverveil for a collab. I'm someone who rarely initiates collab. I prefer to build friendships off stream first and let things happen naturally. Still, I went out of my comfort zone to help because
Which, again, she doesn't know how to make a friendship. She doesn't know how to naturally grow one. She just straight went into let's talk business, as if that was going to be something that was going to work. And spoiler alert, well, I mean, at this point, it's not even a spoiler. It didn't work.
believed she genuinely admired Silvervale. Now I know that wasn't true, and realizing she actually harbored resentment the whole time makes me feel completely used. I wasn't a person to her, just a connection. I did message Silvervale about the collab for the first time, but when Cinder followed up again, I brushed it off because I didn't want to pressure her. Over time, I started noticing that Cinder didn't treat me like a real friend, more like a means to an end. Sometimes she made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me, and I can't help but think it's because I didn't push harder for the collab. By 2023, our interactions had nearly stopped. Still, I tried to keep things friendly in DM/IRL because I didn't know how to stand up for myself or set boundaries. That's changed now for obvious reasons. It's hard to say, but Cinder's apology doesn't feel genuine, especially not towards Silvervale. The truth is, Cinder isn't the only one who makes others in this.
Which, after we read everything, it still doesn't feel genuine. She just doesn't get it, bro. I legitimately don't know how to. I don't know how anyone could help her. She just won't get it.
Space feel used or small. People like her, Yaki, and others made me feel that the best choice for myself was to step away from VTubing entirely and made me afraid to build new connections. But as I said yesterday, there are good people in this space, and they're the ones worth holding on to. Don't let the bad ones stop you from being your genuine self. She'd then end this by saying, what I went through wasn't nearly as intense as what Nanoless experienced, but I do understand how hard it is to say no to a friend, especially when they make you feel like you're the only one who can help. I truly hope everyone affected by Cinder can heal and move forward, and I'm sorry for any negativity the situation has brought up from my side as well. She'd post this as a quote tweet to Cinder's apology, and she'd include DMs between them, the same ones we saw in this document so far. On the next day, Aru would make another post, thanking everyone for the kind words, and addressing some pyro pups who thought she was putting more oil on the fire when she didn't need to. Aru would say, I want to be clear that the entire reason I spoke up in the first place was to show that it wasn't just Red behaving this way. I only understood her motive with me after Silvervale shared her document. Then, seeing her apology where she shifted all the blame onto Red, I felt it was important to step in, not just
to be fair, a lot of it is Red's fault. Let's not beat around the bush here.
To support Silvervale's story, which honestly spoke for itself given how many people were affected, but also to point out that her apology wasn't honest. Even while holding deep hatred towards Silvervale, she still used me and likely others to try and force a collaboration with her, all while pretending it came from a place of love and respect. This wasn't Red's idea, and it wasn't something he pushed. Here's what Cinder had to say in the document. Aru took the opportunity to speak out against me and lie, claiming that I used her as a tool to get to Silvervale, and that's all she ever was to me. I met Aru during a Twitch Rivals event in September of 2022, and I met her in person with Red at TwitchCon the following month. At the con, she mentioned that she knew Silvervale while we were sitting by the Vshoujo booth. This was the first time I learned this, and I didn't notice they were mutuals like she claimed. I told her I was planning to go to her meet and greet the next day. I had nothing against Silvervale at the time this happened, and I wasn't motivated to meet her up by deep hatred like Aru claimed. I chose to invite Aru to come with me because I was nervous to see her myself, but I was going either way. Red was with us, but he stepped away to the side when we saw Silver. While Aru, Red, and I were waiting in line, right after the meet and greet, Aru was the one who suggested the idea of a canine collab between us two and Silver, even though she claimed I pushed it onto her in her tweet. Since it was a verbal conversation 3 years ago, I don't have any evidence of this other than Red and I both being able to corroborate. She'd then show us DMs between Red and Nano where Red was spilling the beans and telling Nano how even Aru wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Cinder could do a Wolf Girl collab together. This was on the 10th of May 2023. Cinder would continue. After the con, I asked Aru about the idea to see if she was serious, and she happily asked Silver about it. At the start of December, I asked Aru again about the collab to check if she'd heard anything about it. She said, let me message her right now, which she admitted was a lie in her tweet. Aru never said anything else about it, and I didn't ask her again.
That's funny.
This in no way changed my friendship or view of Aru. She said by 2023, our interactions nearly stopped, but yet we continued to message each other on and off for the next 8 months. I even asked her to voice in one of my lore videos in May of 2023, and when she was hesitant about being a part of it, I reassured her I still wanted her to be. It was around that time Aru fell out of VTubing and we grew apart. The last messages in our DMs were from her asking me about doing the IT escape room at TwitchCon that year. Although I never replied to her directly, us and a group of friends did plan to do the Saw escape room there that year, which was organized in a separate Discord server. I have no idea what she's talking about in her tweet when saying, Cinder made it clear IRL that she didn't even like me. I would see Aru at conventions and events, and every time I've interacted with her, I always treated her as my friend. She hasn't messaged me, and I haven't messaged her. But now it's because I was always just using her to get to Silvervale. I messaged her about the collab she had the idea for twice, ever, almost a year before we stopped talking.
This one I don't know enough about to really give definitive opinion about, right? All the other ones, you can kind of see, but this one is this is just too random and let's just keep watching it, right?
Silver had no obligation to do anything with us, and I didn't hold the fact that the collab never happened against Aru. Her suddenly thinking she'd like to come back to VTubing in the same tweet she lied about me when it was popular to do so is extremely opportunistic. So I didn't mention this when I read out Aru's second tweet on the 28th of April, but she would say, and I'm so thankful for the messages about possibly coming back to VTubing. I'm not sure if she ever did though. I'm pretty sure she didn't.
Oh, that is weird. I do want to say that is pretty weird, yeah.
From what I could see on her YouTube channel, she didn't. I don't know if she streamed it, but for the most part, she stayed a face cam streamer. Cinder would then say, below are the entirety of my DMs with Aru. So look, the rest of these pages in this section would be just Cinder and Aru talking. I mean, these are normal DMs. And they were talking like they were happy to text each other every time. Cinder would then show us DMs of her asking Aru to come with her to meet Silvervale, which Aru was very enthusiastic about, saying, of course I'll go with you. Next thing you know, Aru would post the image of her and Cinder with their phones next to Silvervale. Silver would say that was so adorable. The conversations would be completely normal, right? They're just talking about the convention, parties, etc. When Cinder was driving back home, she'd ask Aru, hey, are you going to message Silvervale? To which Aru said, yes. We already saw all of this. They would then continue talking from time to time, playing games together, maybe even collabing, I think. Aru would send some messages to Cinder sometimes asking about how she can use different software. And yeah, it seems like they collabed more than once. Then 2 months after TwitchCon, Cinder would ask Aru if she'd ever heard from Silvervale about the collab. To be fair to Cinder, after asking that, she would still message Aru from time to time. At some point even saying happy birthday Aru with no response. But Aru would still keep this going, saying things like I love you so much randomly. But Aru would also keep this going, sometimes saying I love you so much. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Overall, these conversations seem very wholesome. They seem to have been good.
There's just not enough here to even talk about it. I get you want I don't know how popular. I mean, I guess Aru's pretty popular, but like I kind of want to say this didn't need to be involved, but
friends. At some point, Cinder would even ask if Aru wanted to voice something for her lore video like she did with Nano, and their conversation would end in October 2023 when Cinder would pretty much ghost her. When Aru would say, Cinder, would you want to do an IT escape room at TwitchCon? It's this one. Cinder did mention in this section that she was going to go to the Saw escape room, but it's not known whether Aru was even aware of this. I don't know what happened after this. So yeah, all in all, this was definitely interesting, but I don't think it deserved its own section. It's all good though, because the good news is we finally finished all the big chunky sections in this document. The last two sections of this document would be message to the Pyro Pups. It would be 2 pages in which she'd apologize to her Pyro Pups for just leaving them like this, that many of them must have lost faith in her, and that she's sorry she hadn't said anything sooner. She says that she accepts the fact that some Pyro Pups would never want to support her again, thanking them for their support, and of course would reiterate that if they've sent harassment in support of her, then they're not a Pyro Pup. They're not a fan. She'd even go on to say that you're deplorable, disgusting, and I don't want anything to do with it.
And your dick is little.
This also goes for anyone who does the same after this document is posted.
And your mama,
I would sincerely apologize to anyone who has been affected by
point.
these people. Red would also chime in saying, hey gang, I need to apologize to all you too. It's my fault any of this happened in the first place.
Leave,
my mistake since
bro. Leave. Get out of here, man. Like, no one wants you here.
Into hiding and left you all questioning what to do. I'm sorry I caused all this. I hope you can still support Cinder and the projects we create in the future. Thank you to those who've stuck around. Your support has been a big.
As long as you are involved with Cinder's business in any kind of way, I'm not gonna watch her, bro. I'm not gonna support her, not even from the sideline. No, I'm good, bro. As long as you're there, I can't be there.
Help. So yeah, this would be Red really confirming, right? I hope you can still support Cinder and the projects we create in the future, because I am not going anywhere. Thanks. And then finally, you'd have the section titled Looking Ahead. Earlier this year, my world fell apart. I lost my friends, my fans, and opportunities I could have only ever dreamed of. But sometimes things need to fall apart in order to rebuild them back better. I'm choosing to look on the bright side. I needed something to break me out of my cycle of working all day every day and adjust my lifestyle for a healthier work-life balance.
Yeah?
This was a long overdue reminder that the friends I've made should have been the most important thing in the world to me, and I should have put more time and energy into my relationships with them outside of the work we did together. They were supposed to be by my side even when I'm not Cinder anymore, and I lost sight of that in my never-ending pursuit of the next big thing. It forced me to recognize that through my own actions or inaction, I was hurting people that only ever wanted the best for me. If ever given the chance, I don't plan on making that mistake again. Despite everything that's happened, I forgive my friends. I don't hold anything against my friends who weren't involved. The artists I've worked with, business partners, and former mods for anything they did after all this happened, and I'm sorry for how they were affected by all of this. I've had more than enough time to think everything over and over again. Obviously, the root cause of almost everything that happened was because of poor communication between Red and I, between me and my friends, and between them and me, and poor decisions made under pressure. I was under pressure from Red about his feelings about Bao that made me distance myself from her, pressure on myself that made me choose V-Card over going to Nubi's concert, and pressure from harassment and my insecurities that led to trying to cut off Silvervale from Nano's models. Red and I had plenty of time to talk things out with people, and neither of us did. Everything that was made public could have been settled privately. This has set an awful precedent for the entirety of the Vtuber community, which I feel has become more divisive and drama-filled since this happened. I've always had problems communicating with people. I will do my best.
I think this one page could have just saved us like 5. I don't even know how many hours we're up to now. If you had just said this and made this a 1-page apology like this, admitting it was your fault, it would have been fine. And cutting off Red, like, he's got to go, bro. I'm sorry. After everything, he's got to go. There's just no way. There's no way, shape, or form in which he can be involved with your streaming after what he's done. Like, he's got to go. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know.
Has to be more open about what I'm thinking and feeling to them, even if it's difficult, to avoid any other situations like this from ever happening again. Red and I have both made mistakes. We aren't perfect people, but we aren't evil either. We're going to try to contact anyone we owe an apology to personally, even if an apology to them was in this document, and hope to move on. I don't blame the internet for being the internet, making memes at my expense, and countless news and drama channels farming this for views. It's just business. And this is just another Google Docie. Actually, it's not, Cinder. It's 1,000 fucking pages. Anyway, but I didn't want to hide from this for the rest of my life, and I couldn't let my legacy be decided by anyone other than myself. Now there's nothing else for me to say, and I can finally look ahead. I'm ready to return to doing what I love, even if it's on a smaller scale. I want to stream again, I want to create again, I want to inspire people again, I want to be someone people can look up to again. I love being a Vtuber, and I love being Cinder. Thank you for reading, and thank you for waiting.
Oh my god, we finally made it until the end.
So yeah, guys, as you saw in the earlier sections, she apologized, and this...
I mean, all this is canceled out by me seeing exactly how you actually, how serious you take everything else and how much you just don't get it. Like, really, I don't care at this. Like, had you not made the rest of the 1,000-page document, I think this would have been fine. Like, if Mujin was just reviewing what happened in like an hour-long video, and then this is your response that's like a page long, admitting everything, that's fine. It would have gone over so much better. But I could clearly see how you look at things. I see how you don't get what Red did and how it just like almost ruined your career, pretty much ruined collabs, and you still keep them with you. I can't do anything about it, dude. You just don't you just don't get it. You really
section,
don't.
She forgave her friends, and at the end here, she said that she was coming back, and she did exactly that. As you saw in the beginning of this video, I talked to you about this tweet where Shondo inadvertently revealed that Cinder was married to Red, and yeah, she'd end up streaming. Her comeback stream would be on the 15th of October, and it would peak at 13,800 viewers. Her Pyro Pups would also shower her with money. I think she made anything from $10,000 to $40,000, reaching a level 55 hype train and only being live for close to 3 hours. She streamed 7 more times since then, with the last stream being on the 26th of October, 2025. Her viewership has been stabilizing, yes, and she has been losing some followers here and there. But overall, she's still in the top 1,000 channels on Twitch, and she's definitely doing very good. This is something that I expressed in my first video. She could have taken a week break, come back with a better apology, and just resume streaming like she always has. I mean, come on, who are we kidding here? Dr. Disrespect set this precedent. He messaged a minor, and look at his career. The reality is, unless a platform bans you,
basically,
you could murder someone. But people will still watch when you stream.
And that was my biggest like thing when I made that short about her when she was coming back, was there was pretty much nothing she legally did that would bar her from coming back from streaming. Yeah, she's an asshole and no one should trust her as a person, but like there's nothing inherently wrong. There's nothing that should stop her from streaming. Just do it over there away from everybody else. And you and Red could be happy together just away from everybody else.
Stream. Here's the thing, before her comeback stream, she had made this announcement in her Discord server saying, "Hi, I'll be streaming tomorrow, Wednesday, October 15th. I hope to see you there. For those wondering, I won't be talking about anything that happened in the past. I'd like to move on for mine and everyone else's sake and try to just have a normal stream, so I'd appreciate your understanding." So yeah, I looked through her stream. I can confirm she didn't talk about anything related to the drama. It was just her mostly crying and being happy that she's back with her community, also showing off the dog that she adopted. She'd then say in this message, "I want to clarify something else too. Red will continue helping and supporting me as a mod, but he is no longer acting as my manager or communicating for me. I have a new management team that will be advising me."
Thank God. She learned something. Not really. I don't really think she learned anything, but now she has a team around her. But thank Christ. Keep him away from anything manager related.
Going forward. So that definitely was a very big piece of information that was left out of her document. I don't know why. You see, her document specifically said,
if you had started the document with saying that Red is no longer going to be part of my team, I think a lot of the resentment and anger and annoyance that I felt would have just been gone, because it's like everything makes it feel like he's like being forgiven, and I won't have it.
That Red was sticking around doing the same thing he's always done, which was be her manager. The only difference is that now she'll be part of his DMs. Now, I don't know if this was planned or she saw the community backlash over her keeping Red and decided within the week of her posting the document that she was going to get rid of him.
No wonder. I was like, sure, I'm pretty sure she said he's going to stay on her team.
That Red was sticking around doing the same thing he's always done, which was be her manager. The only difference is that now she'll be part of his DMs. Now, I don't know if this was planned or she saw the community backlash over her keeping Red and decided within the week.
I feel like Red's still going to be a part of it. There's no way she fucking learned her lesson. I'm sorry, bro. I legitimately don't believe she learned a fucking lesson. I don't.
Of her posting the document that she was going to get rid of him. One thing's for certain, though, I don't know what to believe. I mean, come on, guys, they're married. We can't reasonably ask them to divorce over internet drama, but at the same
I don't know. It was pretty big. And he was quite possibly one of the biggest sole reasons for it. I could see it.
Same time, it's hard to believe that he won't still be playing an important role in all of this. Either way, time will tell. With the artists she works with the editors, for example, is Red doing the communication, or is it actually going to be a team? We'll find out eventually. However, I cannot overstate how much of a massive positive difference it would have done for her if she included this in the redacted section of her document.
Literally,
she then say,
bro.
I'd also like to repeat,
if she just opened up this with her fucking document, I would be like just laughing in Red's face. I'd be in a better mood. I'd be like, yeah, I'm glad you're getting rid of him, because this is what he's done to you. And I'm glad you can see it. Also, shout out, is that him? I believe in Joe Hendry. But yeah.
Here that I do not condone the harassment of anyone, and I never have. Please leave people alone. The mods have been directed to take action against those who do.
I don't know. I've seen the way you reacted to some people, so I wouldn't say that.
So against my wishes, thank you. Now, you're probably wondering, what were people's reaction to this? More specifically, how did the people in her document react? Did they make their own statement? Did they talk about it? Did they say anything? Well, of course not. This was a 1,000-page document. Regular people didn't read it, and even content creators, for the most part, didn't bother reading the whole thing either.
This took me like almost 2 weeks to get through. I want you to know that, chat.
If you did. I mean, seriously, would you rather read this or Lord of the Rings? And plus, it's not worth it. And even after you come up with your response, what is it really gonna do? The people who hate you will still hate you, and the people who love you will still love you. In the end, the squeeze is not worth the juice. But that's not to say that no one responded. And that's what leads us to Nano. In her Discord server, Nano would add everyone and say this. Hello, everyone. I feel like my closest community deserve a bit of information on recent happenings. First of all, I'm sorry for bringing all this mess to the community. Honestly, it's all in my hands for posting it because I felt it was the right thing to do. Mostly to show what's happening on the backstage of things. So look, before we keep going, all right, this is clear. She posted this in a panic because the English is so ridiculously broken. As we already saw, in her initial document, she said, English not being my first language and the language barrier, I discussed the situation, my feelings and thoughts with native English speakers who helped me put them into words so everything is clear without any misunderstandings due to the lack of English skills. It was clear she didn't do that here. Anyway, she continues. Back then, I really tried to be the people pleaser and didn't know how to say no to a cool project, and I ended up taking too much I could chew and also keep up with Cinder's projects, which I love to work with. I already worked really hard to keep up with Cinder's rhythm, give her priority, and still wanted to work with new people, which as you could see, didn't work well. I canceled many commissions. I did use Mio with his consent as an excuse to my clients, and Mio is not my manager since it didn't work out and I actually cut it from him. I do my own management. None of the canceled commissions were paid up front and communicated months prior to the starting point. The canceled clients knew this, maybe just not Bao. Sorry, I don't remember well, and we have things sorted. I already worked my ass off to please Cinder, and there was a point I thought to myself, why not ask if they want me to be exclusive if they would pay for it since I was almost doing so. I revisited the first doc, and I'm sorry, I did realize it looks weird, but this was not the whole point. It was about the blacklisting. The exclusivity did did was paid to me. But since I backed out because my friends told me I was being stupid by taking it, it was discounted from a commission payment. The offer was $3,951, cost rigging, and Novels Horizon Cinder figure for my exclusivity. Thank you, friends. I also want to apologize to the people who have been mentioned with no reason at all on Cinder's doc. I needed help, but didn't think they would be included this way. They have nothing to do with the whole situation, so please don't ever bother them about this. In this case, I guess she's referring to Akira, her unofficial manager. She then ends this by saying, I have learned a lot through this whole situation I caused. Sadly, I will still be working as much as I can because that's what I like to do. Saying no to clients still hurts me, but it's something I'm enduring in respects to them and my own limits. So again, this was really rushed. She was clearly in a...
I feel like she didn't say anything. Huh. Which is weird because out of everybody who needed to give a statement, it would have been Nano. Right? Nano was the one that looked the worst out of all of this. Because she is kind of like the first domino to fall. And that domino fell under false pretenses. And yet, she didn't address it. That's weird.
Panic, there was broken English, it was all over the place. It didn't help her. And to the people that were siding with Cinder based on what was available in the document, this was proof that they were right, and so was Cinder. Nano was the issue, and without her, none of this would have happened. Is that truly the case, though? Well, that's up to you to decide. Another one of the people who were involved that would reply to Cinder would be...
I said this on day one. I think I said it on day one. If I didn't say it on day one, I'll say it here again. No, I did. I think I did. Either it's day one or day two. I will say that even without Nano's part, like, Nano's part only, like, excuses a part of it, right? Like I would say, what was my analogy? You don't get life, you get 100 years. You don't get 200 years in jail, you get 150. Like, you're not out of you're so far away from being freed, it's insane. And even after all this, we'll make it even 10 years off. So you're only in there for 190 years instead of 200. You know what I'm saying? Like, actually, removing red will make it 170. You clearly, when reading this, when you wrote this, you clearly didn't have... Actually, no. Because you initially had the idea of keeping Red on payroll as a manager. So you know what? Let's add some more time. 210 years. You actually went backwards. You actually added more time. Screw it. Even 200. You didn't learn your lesson. You did it because people were like, you received backlash for it. And I don't believe you actually got rid of Red. So I can't believe you. I just can't believe a word you say. It just feels like you didn't learn anything.
Aru. She'd need over an hour to go through everything and explain her side of the situation. The first one would be in regards to Cinder saying that she was never the one who brought up Silverveil first. It was actually Aru. Watch.
Claimed. So this completely, it's a he said, she said situation at this point, because this is not true. Cinder literally told me that Silverveil inspired her and that one of her biggest dreams was to collab with Silverveil. And that is how it came up, because we were walking by the VShojo booth. So I don't know if this is how it happened in her head, but that is literally how it came up, because we were...
I'm sorry. The Aru section is just negligible. I don't know where it came from. It didn't really add anything. So I'm not adding any negativity towards Cinder, and I'm not taking away anything. It just could have been skipped. I have no idea why it was added. You got me.
Both disagree on the most fundamental aspect of this, the fact that Cinder wasn't the first one to bring up Silverveil, right? Now, of course, in Cinder's document, she would say, Red can confirm this, he was a witness, but come on, like, he's your husband.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I'm going to believe Red.
She would then address the last message she ever sent Cinder, where she was inviting her to come to an escape room, and Cinder didn't reply to her.
We did the escape room together. I remember you were feeling bad that you were shunned out. Yeah, no shit. Me not getting, and like, let me just say, me not getting the invite did make me feel shitty. I was sad. I was like, oh, man. I wish I could have gone with them. I wonder why I wasn't invited. That was literally my fucking mindset, I was like, damn, I wonder why I wasn't invited. That's really sad.
And the last thing I'll show you, right, again, this is an hour, but the last thing I'll show you that I think is interesting is her explaining why she thought that Cinder didn't like her. And it would be a story that Cinder hadn't talked about or mentioned in the Aru section.
Okay.
Watch.
I have no idea what she's talking about in a tweet when saying Cinder made it clear. IRL, she didn't like me. Oh, thank God you brought this up, Cinder. So this is real, and you can choose to believe me or not. If that person wants to come out and corroborate the story, I implore them, but I don't think they will. But I was on a trip with a bunch of VTubers around the time of my birthday. You guys can go back to this trip and find it. It's fine if you want to. There's a whole paper trail. But during my birthday, I went on a trip with a bunch of VTubers, and we were at this party thing. I can't really say, but we were at this party thing, and we were going to go in groups, like in pairs of 2, to this thing. From what I saw, I actually had the flu during this time, so I was like really sick, and I was just sitting down quietly. And so we were supposed to go in pairs of 2. So each person had the pair of 2, and me and Cinder got paired together. And when me and Cinder were going to go do this thing, Cinder pulled this VTuber down, whispered something in her ear. Literally, this is happening right in front of me, by the way. And I say, Wallahi, I swear on Pummel, bro, this happened. So you know I'm not a fucking liar. And she whispered in this VTuber's ear. And then the VTuber told me, actually, Aru, I think I'll go with Cinder, and then I'll come back and take you. So then that VTuber grabbed Cinder, right in front of me, by the way, after Cinder and I were supposed to go in together, took Cinder to go do the thing, and then came back and took me to go do the thing. And it happened right in front of my fucking eyes. So yes, I felt like you didn't fucking like me. And that really fucking hurt my feelings, by the way.
All right, so there you have it. Some more context, something that we didn't even know about.
Damn. Okay, that sucks, bro. I'm sorry, but again,
something that Cinder failed to mention, and it really shows
or in
you
the
just
last
how
lap, I
nuanced
just
all
gotta
this
start
is,
skipping
right?
shit.
So as soon as someone decides to speak out and give more information, everything all of a sudden starts to change. Is Cinder still in the right after what Aru said, or is Aru still in the wrong? I'll let you decide. The last thing I'll show about Aru is the fact that she made a pinned comment saying, I just want to clarify that I made the decision I felt was right at the time. I still hold no ill will towards Cinder. I truly believe she can return to streaming and continue to find success. And finally, the last response someone in the document would make would actually be Bao during her debut stream that happened after Cinder's document dropped.
Sure, let's
and
hear
she
it.
would explain the situations that Red talked about that made him have his assumptions about her, as well as her general frustrations. Watch.
I'm finally home now, and yeah, if if anyone else wants to drop like a Google Doc on me, could you guys wait till like maybe after the holidays? Could you guys give me maybe like, I don't know, like a 1 to 2 month notice? That'd be really awesome.
That's
I
funny.
actually can't. I'm actually like this close to going into psychosis. Like that would be really awesome. Yeah, I'm genuinely like this close. Like you don't even have to like write a Google Doc. Like make a scathing tweet about me, and that might just be enough. I'm gonna be honest.
Bao, no.
So yeah. Just letting anyone know if you got any issues you wanna air out with me. I can't even think of any. Apparently, a lot of things are worth putting into Google Docs now, such as oh my god, like can you guys, I don't know, maybe like taking my editors out for dinner, and you know, one of my editors flying in from the Philippines. Apparently prioritizing feeding them is a cause for, you know, a grudge against me. Or actually, you know, another thing too is, you know, being so obsessed with me that you buy a Twitch sub and stalk my Discord server and try to watch my mental breakdowns to my sub server. Apparently that's a cause for a growing grudge. Or maybe being pissed off at a racist Japanese shop owner for kicking me and my friends out because we were foreigners.
Oh, jeez, how did that happen?
Apparently that's also justification for hating the absolute shit out of me. Oh, God, no, sorry, I should have been nicer to that racist old Japanese lady that kicked me and all my friends out.
despite us having a reservation. Yeah. No, it's
of course.
It's cool. Awesome. You know.
There's always two sides. There's always two sides. You know what? I'll say it at the end.
And yeah, by the way, I don't want your fucking money. Have a great life. Anyways, let's have a great stream today, guys. What do we think?
So yeah, this adds a lot of context to what Red had, and it's something I mentioned, you know, it could have been anything, and I'm sure she had her reasons, and now that she actually said them, well, she made Red look even worse than he already was, and that's already a hard thing to do. One of her mods came from the Philippines all the way to TwitchCon just to meet up with Bao, and I mean, come on, man. Yeah, you got to make some tough decisions sometimes. It doesn't.
Is it Pinoy? I don't know why I feel like he's big editor.
I mean, she doesn't like her friends.
I just know him because I used to watch I Will Dominate.
Altercation that happened at a restaurant. Well, now we know it was a racist owner. Maybe the friend just didn't like the fact that Bao made a big deal out of it, but I doubt that justifies wanting to blacklist her. We also would get some sort of a new detail at the end there with her saying, I don't want your money. This could mean anything, but it could indicate the fact that maybe Cinder or Red are trying to give her money for the damage they caused to her. But hey, don't worry, because this is all just speculation.
It's all business,
I can't believe we
baby.
made it to the end. In conclusion, I'd say this document took a lot of effort. Way too much effort.
Chat, this part 3 is almost as long as the video.
In the end, I doubt it was worth all that effort.
No.
Cinder could have come back with a 5-page document, laying out some of the things that bothered her, but also apologizing and wanting to move on, while saying that Red is not working for me anymore, just like she did in the Discord server. And
maybe I'll make this a playlist, like a 3-video playlist.
Straight. She would have been received by the wider VTuber community with open arms in this 5 months. Come on. And most people would say, yeah, you deserve a second chance. What she ended up doing was different. She wrote 1,000 pages, something that's never been done before and might win the Guinness World Record for a Google Doc written for the purpose of online drama. And if anything, this document showed us more issues regarding both Cinder and Red. Cinder was a terrible friend, especially from 2020.
This just makes Cinder look so much worse. And Red, it makes Cinder look psychotic, paranoid, and doesn't know how to how to make friends. And it makes Red look like a schizophrenic and doesn't know how to and is just trying to cause drama everywhere. And should never be managing a person ever again. And as a couple, they just look like they have zero communication skills.
Onwards. She admits this herself. We got to see the extent of how bad of a friend she actually was by neglecting her other friends like Bao and Noom.
Oh my God.
Red, on the other hand, turned out to be way worse than we could have ever imagined. The guy would create fan fictions in his head to justify hating people that were his wife.
A lot of this could have been avoided had they not listened to the voices in their head. You're not Randy Orton. Don't listen to them.
Friends. It was a disaster. Objectively speaking, Red is radioactive and needs to be kept away from anything Cinder related if she wants her brand to survive. When it comes to Cinder, though, I don't think most people think that she's evil. She made mistakes. And yeah, normally I would have said she deserves a second chance.
She's just weirdly obsessive and also gets in her own head almost as bad as Red. And probably doesn't know how to communicate and make friendships and should not listen to Red. Because Red, if Red told you to immediately start talking about business with Silvervale, he ruined probably the best friendship you probably could have had.
The one thing that would stop me from making this conclusion too quickly, though, is the fact that she included the speculation parts of this document. These sections are very dangerous.
The speculation parts were such a fucking waste of time. I can't believe it.
And even though she would claim that she's against harassment, they only cause further harassment, especially with a community of zealots who would do anything to defend their queen. That's the reality. I don't know if it was her idea or Red's idea. Honestly, at this point, who cares? They wrote it together, but that's really the one thing that I personally cannot ignore. I have a problem with it. In any case, this document and the drama will die down. Cinder will keep streaming, but she will be alone in doing so. But that's okay, because maybe at the end of the day, that's exactly what the Pyro Pups want. They want her to give them her full attention, with no distractions such as friends. If you watch
the only problem is that she probably won't grow anymore. She's probably gonna stay stagnant because you kind of need collabs to grow at a certain point, and she's just not gonna give them. She's not gonna get them
until the end. You're crazy. Now you genuinely, actually, right now have to get up and talk to a therapist, but I really appreciate you anyway. I wonder what you think about this mess, because the only thing I can think about is how I never, ever in my life want to see another Google Doc ever again. You understand? Anyway, if you want me to become a part owner of GamerSubs without writing a 1,000-page document, then go use my code Mujin for 10% off your total order. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going on a vacation. I don't want to look at a single YouTube video, tweet, or document ever again, and I will see you in the next video whenever that is. I just contradicted myself, but hey, I love you. Mwah.
Jared Token, if reincarnation is real, I think I'd like to be a fiery anime girl in my next life. I'm not waiting for the end part. Chat, some few parting words. I'm just gonna say that, you know, there's two sides to every story, and there's two faces on one pyro pup and one pyro pupper. Chat. This video is almost as long as the actual. This part 3 is almost as long as the actual video, and I need to go get some sleep. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. Comment, like, subscribe, and I'll catch you gamers in the next one. Bye.